Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day number 2 of the NRG series here as we are live in Chicagoland. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I am joined by Mr. Devil O'Donnell himself, better known as Doomwake. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good, Will. Excited to see this brand new standard format with Tarkir Dragonstorm. I got to say, I've been playing a lot of standard over the
Yes, you
past
have.
month or so, and very, very excited to see what these players brought today.
I was like, I need the best. I need someone to carry me today. You know what I mean? I had a lot of modding yesterday, a lot of Is It Prowess. We're not going to see anything like that today, are we?
I don't know about that. There may be a lot of Corey Steel cutters in this room.
Well, we'll see how we find out. Maybe that card's too good for stuff. And we'll talk about that a bit later on. Let's talk about what's happening today. It is a 5K standard trial. That means there's $5,000 on the line. This is how it breaks down. Talk to me about it, Doom.
So, first place, 1,230 points. First and second both get a regional championship invite, 30 points, 25 points for second. And then you see the points payout all the way down to top 32. Will, the points are really what these players are going for. And we have a really tight race in this leaderboard for season one.
Yes, we do. So let's have a look at that leaderboard, which is, of course, updated because of yesterday. Grayson was able to take it down. That's why we see him in orange at the top and on 90 points. But look at all the names on there. Everybody's fighting for every single point. That no one is dropping here. That one extra point could mean the difference from getting into the championship at the end of the year and not. So any key names in here you think we should be looking out for today? Any spicy brews as we look through the deck lists?
I will say a lot, I was going through some of the deck lists, at least for the top 10 or 15 players, and a lot of these players have registered prowess. We do have Grayson and Harrison in our feature match area for this round, playing something that's not prowess. But the one thing I want to highlight here is we had an interview with Grayson yesterday, and he said he, had to play the event because his lead against Jake was not as great as he thought it was. And honestly, Jake is still within striking distance, right? If Jake takes down the event today, maybe Grayson has a bad event. So it's crazy to think that Grayson has, effectively just won everything so far, and some people can still catch him.
The stat that you told me just before we came on air was literally has won the last 3 modern events here at the NRG. That's not an easy task. And if anything, I don't even know if that's been done before. It definitely is going to take a lot of work to be able to repeat that. So huge, a feather in the cap there for Grayson. Is he going to be able to do it again? Is he going to be one of the back-to-back champs? That has happened a few times. So we're going to have to see and find out because, as you said, he's not on this Is It Prowess deck. I'm looking at it right now, and we've got the players set down, and we'll get down to them when they are ready. But talk to me about this deck that he's playing. He's playing Omniscience.
Yeah, so the deck list that Grayson is playing today, like you mentioned, Omniscience, it's using Abuelo's Awakening to get back Omniscience from the graveyard. And these decks used to play the battle that searches a card from your sideboard. They actually don't really need that anymore. They found a kill that involves, once you get Omniscience into play, you can loop Founding the Third Path with 2 Meringue River Regents, which allows you to bounce 2 permanents when it comes into play. So you do Founding, mill for 4, Regent, bounce the founding, second Regent, bounce the first Regent and the founding, and you can just do that infinitely. So that is what Grayson's playing. And I think a lot of the players have gravitated towards this Omniscience deck for, posterity's sake. The Minneapolis Regional Championship had 3 copies of Omniscience in the top 8. And I think a lot of people are gravitating towards this because it is one of the decks that can play 4 temporary lockdowns in the main deck. Really good against the decks that's trying to play Monastery, Swiss Spear, and Corey Steel Cutter.
Yeah, that's what you were telling me that before. And I was like, what are these price decks weak against? Like basically anything that has got the 3-mana sweeper going on in it. So I'm being told that they're good, they're ready to go at the table. So let's get down to it and see how they're getting on. And I'm going to ask you a few more questions about this Omniscience deck because I've seen. It seems like a lot of the pro players in the world are gravitating towards this. I know Sean Goodard, a good friend here in England, has been playing this deck and he's got guides out there and been fine tuning it. Why do we see a lot of like the top level players in the world going towards this deck over, let's say, prowess?
Well, I think, like I mentioned, it is one of the decks that gets to play the 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown in the main deck because it doesn't really play anything that dies to Lockdown. And honestly, the one card in the main deck that gets swept up by the Lockdown is Roiling Dragonstorm. But sometimes there's these interesting spots where if you have a Dragonstorm under a Lockdown, the Prowess decks are playing a lot more copies of Into the Floodmaw these days. So if the Prowess player bounces the Lockdown, that will give the Omniscience player the ability to draw 2 discard. And if the Omniscience player is missing a combo piece, getting that Dragonstorm trigger off of the lockdown being removed can give them the last card that they're missing to set up the combo.
All right, well, let's look over on the other side. Going up against Ari. Ari's on nowhere better to describe it than Boris Mice. Talk to me about this deck.
Yeah, when we say mice, we mean mice. So, a lot of people who associate Boros, they might think, okay, well, the mice package is just Emberheart Challenger, Hardfire Hero, and Manifold Mouse. And you kind of pair that with like Screaming Nemesis and Hired Claw and a lot of other non-mouse cards. Ari said, no, we need more mice. So Ari is playing 4 Cheeky House Mouse, 4 Flowerfoot Swordmaster, 2 Seedglaive Mentor, 2 Mabel Heir to Cragflame, and 4 Valley Quest Caller. So this is not like, mono red that happens to have some mice. This is full blown mice. And, I'm a little bit scared about this particular configuration against the 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown from Grayson's side. But, if Ari can get a fast enough start, especially paired with a lot of those lords like the Flowerfoot Swordmaster and the Quest Caller, maybe we can deal enough damage before Grayson can get to lockdown.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It looks like a really good Bloomborough draft deck. I'm not going to lie to you. It's like this is what I've tried to do every single time I drafted that set. No one drop though, but is on the play, so that could be key. Being able to be the aggro deck in this matchup, giving Grayson one less turn to combo off. How quickly can he combo off with this deck?
Turn 4. The setup pieces. You need to find a way to put Omniscience into the graveyard before the 4th turn of the game. He's got a couple of ways of doing that. He has the Roiling Dragonstorm, which is 2 mana, the enchantment that lets you draw 2 and discard 1. He has Afara's Dispersal, which is a bounce spell that lets you surveil 2 for 3, but 1 if it targets an attacking creature. Moment of Truth, look at the top 3, put 1 into your graveyard, 1 into your hand, 1 on the bottom for 2 mana. And then Confounding Riddle, which is like an impulse, but it puts the rest of the cards in the graveyard.
That's pretty scary. Do you remember when Modern was meant to be a turn 4 format? Do you remember when we got told that a long time ago? Modern's a turn 4 format. Is it? All right, we're gonna.
And then they gave us Splinter Twin back.
Yeah, they did, and now no one plays. Now it is the meme it has always been. Don't come at me, chat. Look,
what if I told you that Splinter Twin in 2025 is just Corey Stillcutter and Mishra's Bauble?
I'd believe you. Every single thing. Here's Founding the Third Paths coming down. Am I missing something? Why has it got a dice for 2 in it instead of 1?
So, Founding the Third Path is not like your typical saga. This one has read ahead. So you can actually choose to skip the level. So the first level is lets you cast an instant or sorcery with mana value 1 or 2 from your hand. But frequently, if you don't have a spell to cast from your hand, you might just want to skip the chapter 2, and then next turn you can immediately go to chapter 3.
All right, so this is a little different spin they've put on some of the newer cards, opposed to chapters that we're used to, like Fable, so to speak. This one we can choose which one we need in what moment we want it. We can be greedy and try and take all 3 parts, or we can just do what we did here, take the bit that matters. As now we're starting to go wide on the board. Here comes the mice, ladies and gentlemen. Manifold Mice coming down, just the non-offspring version, so that can get target something, give it double strike or trample. I gotta imagine it's double strike in this instance. As then we also get to trigger the Emberheart Challenger, reveal top card. It was a Might of the Meek, but we had no mana. So did we? Oh no, we did have the mana to cast it, so we cast it, right? Am I just going crazy? No, we did. 3 mana. There we go.
Yep.
I got there in the end.
Yeah.
It's Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. I've been up for a while now. It's fine. It's good. We got Doom in the house. Doom's going to be carrying us through this, as we don't have an Omniscience in the graveyard just yet. That's good news to Ari, correct?
That is definitely good news for Ari. Yeah, they're not being an Omniscience. Now, Grayson does have the potential to have either Afara's Dispersal here, which is a little bit of interaction that lets him surveil, or potentially a copy of Moment of Truth to, be able to find a copy of Omniscience and put it into the graveyard. But this is a big attack here for Ari. I believe there was a Monstrous Rage in hand for Ari, and if we have Monstrous Rage on the Challenger with Double Strike, that's gonna believe that's lethal. I can't count that high, but
we've got a Valley Quest Call on the board, so that gives everything +1/+1 because they are rabbits or bats, birds, mice. So
8 right now.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 damage. I believe with this it would be lethal, and Grace is just like, cool, you got me. Scoop him up. The mice getting it done.
Yeah, I believe Ari had 8 damage in play, and then the Might of the Meek would have given him an extra 2, which is doubled because it's 1 from the Might, 1 from the Prowess trigger, times 2 is 4. That would have been 12, and Grayson was only at 10, so.
Okay, well, we get to go to sideboard. Nice quick games. And I'm quite happy that Mice won. So let's go start over on Grayson's side. Of course, was able to win yesterday. Now trying to run it back here in standard. In the sideboard, we've got some Beza. I feel like I was pretty good in this one. Changing the equation. The card I could not pronounce yesterday to save my life. The Clarion Conquest. Yeah, don't worry about that one. The Day of Judgment, Get Lost, Ghost Vacuum, Voice of Victory, probably my favorite card in the new set. Overlord of the Mistmoors, and Negate. Anything you like here?
Yeah, I mean, Grayson definitely has a lot of options here. I'm not entirely sure how many of these he wants to go towards in a matchup this aggressive. Has options of alternate threats like Voice of Victory, Overlord of the Mist Wars, and Clarion Conqueror. Probably not going to go towards many of those. Something like Beza to help get a couple of blockers in play, a little bit of life. That could be very good, along with the Day of Judgment to help sweep up a lot of those mice. And then potentially something like Get Lost if he wants additional cheap interaction to help handle those double strikers early on.
And over on the other side for Ari sideboard, we have got a Braids, Boris Charms, Get Lost, Lightning Helix, Shard Mage Rescue. Have a quick read of that one. I haven't seen that since draft. We've got Sheltered by Ghost and Witch Stalker Frenzy. Anything in here good?
Yeah, funny enough, usually in a lot of the decks that are playing white mana, you will frequently see copies of Rest in Peace. Ari decided not to play Rest in Peace today, so it doesn't have any graveyard hate, no ghost vacuums, anything like that. What Ari does have is you could do a couple of Get Losts to maybe kill the temporary lockdowns because you're assuming that those are there on Grayson's side, and that kind of is a card that can get a lot of Ari's battlefield presence away. So probably wants to go towards those. But honestly, past that, I mean, you could consider something like Boros Charm against Day of Judgment. But the awkward part about that is Grayson and most of the Omniscience decks have more copies of Lockdown than they do Day of Judgment. And Boros Charm not doing all that much against the temporary lockdown.
No, I don't think I agree with you on that one. I'm looking at like, how much do you respect like a Beza coming down? Can we actually fight through that, or is it better to try and give ourselves like a clean answer, like a Witch Stalker Frenzy, which you used to see in some of the red decks? It can double up because of what's the free drop that when it gets damaged they can't gain life or whatever it is.
Nemesis.
It's Nemesis. You got the flip side where even if it's a dead card, I can still do 5 to my Nemesis to do 5 to the dome. In this deck, not got that ability. Is it worth bringing this in to have a nice clean answer, or do you think this deck's just more happy to go wide with it?
I think the interesting thing about Beza is that you have some pump spells to kind of fight through it, like Monstrous Rage plus the double strike on a copy of Emberheart Challenger. That kind of fights past the Beza anyway, so it's not clear whether or not you need to remove it. But yeah, it just feels like that card's a little bit too narrow. Also, as far as removal spells go, the turn for those of you who don't know, the Abuelo's Awakening will make the Omniscience into a creature. So theoretically, your removal spell can take care of the Omniscience. But the problem with that, Witchstalker Frenzy specifically, is that it's always going to be 4 mana if you're targeting the Omniscience because it's on their turn. So if you wanted a kill spell for that, maybe you would rather go something cheaper like a Helix or an Abrade.
Okay, interesting. Again, it's interesting. It does make it a creature, but we're off to the races. Both players like the opening hand. Just a land pass on both sides. So again, no turn 1 play here for definitely. This is not names. This is definitely Ari, not Blake, on the left of our screen.
Whoa, Blake and Will, what? You know what's interesting about the lands that Grayson is playing, I believe it's called Mistrise Village. So this is a funny land because it enters tapped unless you control a mountain or a forest. We're playing a Azorius deck, so that is essentially a glorified island that comes into play tapped, which I always find kind of funny with these Omniscience decks. But it is kind of nice because in against control decks, it allows you to sort of play through counter spells with your Abuelo's Awakening.
And there's no harm to it, right? Like I say, we're not really doing anything in this deck turn 1 moving forward. Is it worth playing any card that would mean it could come and play maybe a different surveil land instead of an island? Is there any deck building choice in this, or is it just way too narrow? If you're going to replace a tap land with a non-tap land, you might as well just keep this as your tap land.
Yeah, it's like you could maybe cut an island or a plains for a surveil land that has a mountain or a forest type, like, red, white, or green, white. But the issue with that is then you're basically just adding another tap land in to maybe sometimes have the other one come into play untapped. So it ends up just not being worth it.
Right, I believe we saw a stock up there, which I also think is the most expensive card from the set, which is crazy to think of, like uncommon. We're going to get in there for another, well, I was going to say 2 points of damage, but first we're going to add stuff to the board. I believe that is the little mini Lord in Quest Cooler. Follow-up
Yep.
is going to be the Heartfire Hero.
Yeah, Quest Caller is a really sweet card. Not only does it give you a buff to all of your mice, but it also, like, imagine they printed this card like 10 years ago. Will a lord, a 2 mana lord that has 3 toughness, and not only does it pump, but it also gives you a little bit of scry. That card is definitely a big reason to be playing the mice deck.
Ooh, okay. Day of Judgment's going to come down. That's going to clean up all three of these creatures. One damage is going to go to the dome here for Grayson, in as long as we remember that is with the Heartfire Hero.
Well, I was gonna say 2 damage, but
Oh, does it work like that? I guess it does work
yeah,
like that, right? Yeah,
because it
two.
yeah checks in
Nice.
state based.
And then the follow-up is just going to be a cheeky house mouse. Just don't say that 10 times quick. It'll be pretty hard. Commentator's worst nightmare here. Does have a get lost in hand though. So they did come in at the sideboard, like you said.
Yeah, the cheeky house mouse is not exactly the threat that you want after a day of judgment. That one, I mean, that one is good when you have more stuff in play, but as a standalone threat, not exactly the card that Ari's looking for here.
So cute as well, though. Look at it. Is that like a zombie Liliana in the background trying to grab it?
No, but now that you said that, I'm gonna have nightmares about it.
It might be a vampire. I don't know. Chat, help us out on that one.
Maybe.
With the Valley Quest caller, you said, like, you imagine this printed X amount of years ago. Like, this is, if I open this pack one, pick one in draft, I'm forcing it. Like, that's it. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm forcing this
Oh
archetype.
yeah. No,
Baze
it's
is
got
going to come down here. That's just going to gain us some life, as well as having a 4/5 body. Good enough. Getting one of the modes out of it.
Yeah, 4/5 pretty good against the 2/1. Math checks out.
How about against a Get Lost? And then we get to turn this little, I'm going to say it multiple times because I like the sound of it, cheeky house mouse sideways and get 2 damage in.
Get Lost is really nice against the Omniscience deck too, because they don't really have a lot of creatures, so it's going to be hard to find a target for those maps. I guess Grayson could just, this game has been developing a little slow for kind of sort of
Very slow.
for Ari's side. So if Grayson just has land and the Meringue River region, just kind of fire that off, bounce the cheeky house mouse, get a 6 power flyer, but we're not going to go ahead and do that. We're going to play a Dragon Storm instead.
I'm looking if we've got any ways of kind of like rebuilding drawing cards in our deck over here on our side. Doesn't look like we do, outside of the Emberheart Challenger and being able to trigger that each turn. Other than that, we don't really have it. But
well, I guess we're done.
did we just do the thing?
Yeah, discarded Omniscience and then Abuelo's Awakening it. So we're gonna see if we can get to see the combo. Now, Ari does have some mana untapped, and there is a Get Lost in hand. So Get Lost could theoretically kill the Omniscience, but if Grayson has a counterspell, which he doesn't, okay.
I was going to get you to talk through what is it we're actually trying to look at here, but having double Get Lost makes sense because we haven't been doing anything. We've got 3 cards in our hand, 5 mana on the board, and all we've been able to do is get this house mouse on the board. It means there's got to be something in the grip. Like, what would we be holding up? Could be Monstrous Rages. Maybe we would have fired that off a little sooner. Not entirely sure here. 2 mana. That's going to, okay, here comes the Everheart Challenger. That's going to be 4 damage coming across, so chipping away a little bit more at Grayson's who's got a rebuild, but that Omniscience is still in the bin, remember.
Yeah, and Grayson drew a Beza for turn, so even if he can't combo off, we're going to, I believe, get full value out of this Beza, the life and the tokens. And that'll be nice to kind of clean up this board a little bit.
So, you've been telling you've been playing a lot of Standard recently. What's the deck? What's your favorite deck to play?
Well, my favorite deck is not necessarily what I think is the best deck. Those are 2 different things.
My favorite deck to play.
My favorite deck to play is probably, I like the Gruul Delirium deck a lot.
Ooh, I don't know if I've seen that one. Here comes one of the only creature in the deck, the River Regent, on the actual body side of it. So it is a 6/7 flyer that gets to bounce. Is it 2 permanents when it comes into play? There it is.
Yeah, well,
2 overnight.
technically here 3 because we got to pick up the Dragon Storm too.
Value.
Yeah, bounces 2 permanents.
The value train is real. No, we've got to rebuild, but we do have I think we've got 4, maybe 5 cards in hand here for Ari. So is able to deploy a lot back onto the board. Remember, some of them do have haste, but getting through a 6/7 body is going to be hard, even with things like Monstrous Rage. The mouse, we're going to use the other. It's going to go on a little adventure here. We're going to cast the Squeak By.
I was just gonna say, don't ask me to tell you what the name of the spell is, because I wouldn't be able to tell you.
It's Squeak By. Why would it? Squeak by a cheeky house mouse. Gives target creature you control +1/+1 until end of turn. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater this turn. Maybe we were meant to sit on that. Maybe we were meant to try and wait and get that one big turn from it.
Well, I think the idea for Ari was to try and find something like a Monstrous Rage off of the trigger of Emberheart Challenger, because that would have given Ari a reasonable attack. Because okay, hold on. So, oh, right, because it can't be blocked this turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Gotcha.
That cheeky little house mouse has got more text on it, my friend.
I'm always used to just giving +1/+1. I always forget the full line of text on it. But yeah, it can't be blocked by creatures of power 3 or greater. So that region little too big for the Squeak By.
Also, good news for Grayson. Now got a target for those maps if he wants to try and look at the top of his deck a little bit and see what's going on. Is that that's going to be a temporary lockdown coming down. One of the namesake cards here in standard, very key to stop these low to the ground aggressive decks. It's going to when it enters exile each non-land permanent with converted mana cost at 2 or less until temporary lockdown leaves the board. And remember, we've already used 2 of our get lost, and there's only 2 in the deck. So I don't think we now have a way of getting that off over on Ari's side.
Yeah, the only other way if Ari kept in the Sheltered by Ghosts, if he can find a creature and then Sheltered by Ghosts the temporary lockdown, which, that could be a decent sequence where you go play the cheeky house mouse, shelter the temp lockdown, get back the challenger and the hero, maybe have a way to target the challenger and kind of go from there. But with Grayson now stabilizing with the Beza up to 8 life and Ari having nothing on the battlefield, this is going to be a tough one here for Ari.
Found another house mouse.
What are we activating? Oh, that's the land, the Lupin Flower Village. You don't see this one every day.
2 mana, tap it, sacrifice it. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a bat, a bird, a mouse, or a rabbit card from among them and put it into your hands. Then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Didn't see what we took because I was too busy reading it out. You have any idea what they grabbed?
No, I was also reading the card with you, so I didn't quite get a good look. But I believe we hit something. Maybe the chat will tell us in a second. But Grayson untapping here. Looks like we got the Dragon Storm that we knew about. I think there's a Dispersal, and I want to say another dragon in Grayson's hand. So Grayson's still with some good leftovers here.
Yeah, I think we got the tools to close this game out and take us to a game 3. It's just Ari have any lines to be able to get this last point couple points of damage in. 8 isn't that much, especially decks with Monstrous Rage. Does potentially could have Boris Chimes and Lightning Helixes in the deck as well. We don't actually know how sideboard is happening, but the board is pretty gummed up now.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, given how many cards Ari has seen, that we haven't gone through one yet. I would guess we didn't bring in the Boros Charms. Maybe he brought in a couple copies just as some cheeky burn spells to have here or there. But I think Ari has got quite a bit of lands left over. Rockface Village is not too bad if he can pair that with an Emberheart Challenger.
Yeah, I love that little comic. I gotta say, I play a lot of mono red in stand at the minute. I love that little interaction that can happen. Also, just the threat that any of the sort of the creatures I play could end up coming in with haste that you think wouldn't have haste. We do have a blast zone over on Grayson's side though, so we are kind of happy and ready. But that's just going to be enough. We're not going to be able to get the damage across, especially when there's lethal on the board for Grayson. We're going to a game number 3, mate.
We are, and that was, a sort of a good showcase of Grayson. Ari's draw was not the best, right? Had a little bit of a slower start, didn't quite get enough stuff in the battlefield, and then Grayson was kind of just able to sort of take over with the Beza into the Dragon, into another Beza. Had the lockdown at a key point, and really didn't even need the combo that game. That's why this Omniscience deck is so good, is that it has the ability to board into a more controlling deck. Maybe not. Maybe this isn't even the matchup Grayson would normally do that in. But the deck is just so flexible. It has the capability of doing both.
Do you think like we talk about it? I don't think it is, but what we're going to talk about is the over sideboarding. Like we weren't able to get on the board and apply a load of pressure there because we were stuck with get losts in our hand. There was only 2 of them. We did see both of them, but if those 2 were potentially creatures or hastes or pump spells, would we have been able to turn that 8 life down to a more reasonable 1 or 2 and give ourselves out of something like a cheeky house mouse being able to give it unblockable? Where do we draw the line on cards from in our main deck to sideboarding cards? Is what I'm trying to get at here. Is like, how do we get around not over sideboarding?
Yeah, it's tough because if you look at Ari's deck list, he probably cut some of the 3 drops, some of the cards that are slower in this matchup, like Mabel, Heir to Cragflame, or Seedglaive Mentor.
Mhm.
Likely cut one of those cards for the Get Losts. And knowing that Grayson very likely has 4 copies of Temporary Lockdown in his deck, and given how low of a curve Ari has, he can't really afford to not bring in the Get Losts, because if there's a situation where, he has 3 creatures, Grayson lockdowns, and that the Get Lost could be the difference between winning and losing that game. So I think you have to bring in the Get Losts, but other than that, like I said, I can't imagine Ari brought in much else. Really, probably just those 2 sideboard cards, and kind of just got unfortunate drawing in them both.
Both also plus like 5 land or whatever it is. It's not
Yeah.
ideal. This stat only really wants 3 maximum, as you said, only 3 drops in the deck. But now it's going to be on the play. Might actually start with a 1 drop for this aggro deck at this point. Haven't seen it in the last 2 games. Grayson's going to have obviously be on the back foot, really going to look for those temporary lockdowns, those days of judgments, things to try and interact nice and early to slow Ari down. Because as soon as we get to that mid to late game, I see as early as turn 4, Grayson could run away with this match and be, 1-0 today, starting off and maybe going back to back over the weekend, which is a feat that hasn't happened many times, but it's a very exclusive list to be part of.
Yeah, crazy. I believe the last time we saw it was Dom, right?
Was it Don that did it?
Yeah, it was Dom who won. I know he won Saturday with Amulet. I can't remember what he won Sunday with.
Probably.
You remember?
I want to say it was a domain deck, but I could be wrong.
I can't remember if it was Pioneer or Standard. Maybe we can get somebody to confirm that. But I know
I'm
pretty sure Dom was the last back to back. Yeah, somebody fact check us.
All right, Ari not happy, didn't like the hand. I think it was all white mana and no red, and of course, obviously, the majority of this deck tends to be red for the aggressive part of it. So he's going to throw that back, go down to 6. Grayson likes the keep. Going to go with them. Chat's saying it was Legacy and it was Land's Turbo deck.
I remember that now. Yep. Okay, got it.
We appreciate chat, man. Like, what would we do without Twitch chat? Like, literally, think about it. Do you remember before Twitch chat? I don't. I literally never remember a time before Twitch chat. It's not worth remembering, chat. You're all awesome. We appreciate you being here on this Sunday, I guess, morning for most of you. Let us know where you're listening from. If you're in Europe like me, it's definitely the afternoon at this point. But if you're over
I was going to say, what time is it over there?
It is 15:34 where I am. So
okay,
it's getting a little bit late, and they will finish around about 8-9 o'clock by the time we pass over to the next 2 commentators. Mr. Is it Mason and Ross? I believe.
I believe it's Mason and Ross. Yeah.
Closing out the show. Right, here we go. Cavernous Souls. Nice and easy. Can name mice with that one. And then we're starting off with a 1 drop at last. That one is Flowerfoot Sword Master. Great little art on it. What is he wielding?
First time we've seen this card, and specifically in this deck, this card gets out of control pretty quickly, especially if you can go, follow this turn up with 2 more 1 drops, and the next turn start targeting the Swordmaster. That gives you sort of a pump on the whole squad. And I think we have 2 1 drops in hand. Looks like we have. Okay.
A way to target it, give it +1/+0, give it trample, get another card deeper, and get it bounced back to our grip.
Ooh, yeah, that's brutal. I mean, I guess for Ari, if, now that's getting bounced, if you have a 3rd land, you can just go ahead and play the 3rd land and then offspring the Swordmaster next turn. But that's not even necessarily what Ari wants to do with his turn 3. Because I think looking at his hand, I believe there's another Swordmaster and a Manifold Mouse. So I think his plan was, maybe deploy the Manifold Mouse, double strike on the Swordmaster. But now we don't have the ability to do that.
Let's see how we're going to start off. We are going to start off with a Heartfire here, and then we're going to follow up with the Swordmaster again, getting there for our 2 points of damage. So we're kind of setting up no land drop here, which means we do have all spells in hand. End of turn here, moment of truth. This is where things start getting scary. Will an Omniscience go in the graveyard? No, it will not.
change the equation. And
Oh,
this is
was it?
kind of the thing. This is the thing about the Omniscience deck where, sometimes it's firing in all cylinders. You go turn 2, Dragon Storm, discard the Omni, turn 3, lockdown, turn 4, combo. But then there's some games where you just don't find the Omniscience in the top half of your deck. That happens a decent amount of the time. There is a lot of variance with regards to this Omniscience deck and how often you can actually put it into the graveyard. And it looks like, I think Grayson's got a Dragon Storm, but we're going to go for Baze instead.
Baze is going to come down, giving us the life. No extra voice coming along with it because it's one apiece. Ari's very, it's constrained on white mana, it looks like at this point. I can see a couple of white cards in the grip, but not the ability to deploy them.
How about a second mountain?
Just what we needed. Okay.
Which one? That one's...
That is going to be a Mabel?
That's
maybe?
Mabel, right? Okay. Yeah.
I think maybe it's Mabel. It's either Mabel or it's the Mentor. I'm going to go with Mabel. Because
maybe it's Mabel.
I don't think they... Well, maybe they did. I don't know. Alternate art cards commentary. It makes our life a lot harder, man, I tell you.
Yeah, well, really the thing is, I think there is an alt art Seedglaive Mentor, too. That's why I was a little confused, because I think they look pretty similar, at least from this distance. But in any case, Mabel, we haven't seen Mabel yet, and I wasn't sure if Ari was going to go ahead and keep that in, because it is a little slow, but it does give you a very, very consistent way of triggering Valiant. So it gives you an equipment that you can equip over to the Swordmaster, trigger Valiant, and it gives you a little bit of pump on the Swordmaster as well.
That's the Rolling Dragonstorm, correct? That I see being played? Yep, Rolling Dragonstorm. So that's one of the newer cards from the Dragons set. When it ends, draw 2 cards, discard 1. That's one of our ways of getting Omniscience into the bin. And whenever you, or when you control a dragon that enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hands. So you get a little bit more value if needs be. Pretty cool art.
Oh yeah, love the Dragon Storm, especially in this deck where the blue dragon is so perfect because the 4 mana spell on the blue dragon is draw 3, discard 1. You want to put cards in your graveyard with Omniscience anyways. The 6 mana bounce spell gives you a lot of time, re-triggers your Dragon Storm to go a little bit deeper in. So it's just kind of the perfect combination of cards for a deck like this.
It hurts when you say the blue dragon's a perfect one. It should all be red and nothing else. Okay, like I am an old school D&D player. Red dragons are always the best. Come at me, chat. Anyway, back to this. So when we're talking about different card arts and pronouncing different names, you wait till this Final Fantasy sets out, and I start mispronouncing all these names of everybody's favorite characters because I've never played any Final Fantasy game. People are gonna come after me. And
did you see the spoilers yesterday?
When they were coming out, we were live on here, so I didn't get to look at too many of them. I saw that Ragavan's getting a preprint as an alt art or something, or at least I think it is. It could be a fan made one. It looks the same to me. I'm not entirely sure if it was a real card or not. I just know there's a lot of hype behind it. A lot of people are really happy that set's coming out, and of course, will be in standard. So everyone is going to get to play them straight off the bat. Looks like we got a little bit of a combat going on here. Did we just equip something? Am I missing? What have we got that can equip in this deck?
We equipped the Crag Flame, the Crag Flame that we got off the Mabel. So I believe what Ari did is we targeted the Swordmaster with Rockface Village to trigger the Valiant that would have made it a 3 power, and then the Crag Flame we equipped, that's 4 power plus the Mabel is 5. So I believe Ari is attacking with a 5/3 into the Beza. So hypothetically, if Grayson were to block, it would be a trade.
Not gonna lie to you, when I looked at Mabel, I just looked at everything. It's +1/+1, and that was it. I didn't read the second part of the text. The fact it comes
makes it equip it.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Crag Flame, a legendary.
It's a little expensive. The Crag Flame is 2 mana to equip, so it's a little pricey when you're trying to trigger Valiant. But in spots like this where Ari doesn't have a lot else going on, it does give him a little bit of ways to keep the gas flowing.
But at the minute, while there's not too much pressure going on, Grayson does have time to kind of set up, turn the wheels. Looks like we've got, step 1 of the combo being the way to get it out with the Awakening. We just need to try and find that Omniscience, get it into the graveyard somehow. What's that
card underneath the Baze in the graveyard? It looks like an altar card, but I don't think that's an Omniscience, right? I can't quite tell.
If it is, we're just going to land win, aren't we? Oh, maybe we don't have the land drop.
I don't think it's an Omniscience. I'm pretty sure he didn't find one last turn.
4 mana. We're going to go with the Manifold Mouse with the Offspring. So hopefully if this resolves, yep, and it looks like it will, we can target a mouse, we can give it double strike, we can target it and give it trample as well. So that's going to be a nice chunk of damage coming across. I believe that's 6 damage. 3/3 double striker.
Yeah, double strike the Mabel.
Chat saying that there is an Omniscience in the yard.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure there was an alt art card, and there it is. So with Ari tapped out, assuming Grayson has anything here, we are probably done. But we'll get to see how the combo works at least.
Just in case anyone doesn't play EDH or doesn't play Legacy, talk to me about this card. What does it do? Why is it so powerful? Why is there a deck built around it?
Omniscience?
Yes.
Well, you see, Will, part of the game of playing Magic is paying mana for your spells. And it turns out when you don't have to pay mana for any of your spells and you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, that's pretty good.
So you're telling me I can just not use any of my mana and just play everything I want at any point I want? Seems good.
It just turns your deck into a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. They don't have mana, so
how do we win?
So the win condition here, at least the one that Grayson is going for, is you set up Founding the Third Path, which is the saga with read ahead. You can skip to the chapter that mills target player for 4 cards. You target your opponent. And then once you combine that with 2 of the dragons that bounce permanents, you go put the Founding into play the dragon, bounce the Founding, replay the Founding, mill them for 4, play your second dragon, and bounce the first dragon and the Founding. And you can repeat that infinitely to just mill your opponent out.
Hey, Boris Chum came in.
Ooh. Not great when your opponent's at 19, though.
I understand it. I mean, we did see 2 Day of Judgments get cast. This is a closed deckless tournament, so you may be thinking there's more than one of those in the list. There isn't, because we've got access to it. Unfortunately, here for Ari, okay, going to try to cast the Swordmaster with the Offspring. I think we've got a way to change the equation in hand, but decide to. How does that change the equation work with Offspring? Does it change the CMC completely, or
no? It's like kicker. It's an alternate cost. So I'm pretty confident you can still change the equation because it says counter target spell with mana value 2 or less. So both the Swordmaster and the other Offspring, the Manifold Mouse, would both still be 1 or 2 mana respectively.
All right, it looks like we drew a Emberheart Challenger off the top, so we could play. Oh, also, I've just realized that there's a Cavern of Souls. That's why we didn't counter it. I'm an idiot. It's fine.
I also missed that too. There you go. What's fun? Yeah, we were talking this whole game about Ari not having white source. The only white source of mana has been that Cavern.
Does have the Emberheart plus Boris Charm, and I think that might be a cheeky house mouse at the back of the grip there. And we're going to go with the Emberheart. Makes sense. Of course, all of our mice get +1/+1 currently. If we target... Go on.
What's awkward about the cheeky house mouse is for Ari against that Beza, the spell you would want to play the spell half of it. But Cavern of Souls, even though it makes white mana for mice, you can't make the white mana for the spell half of it.
Ooh, Rockface Village is going to get activated here. That's going to target the Swordmaster. That's going to trigger. That's going to give all the mice +1/+0 until end of turn.
That's a lot of triggers.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, everything. Why not? Does the Emberheart hunt? The Emberheart's 2.
Emberheart's only 4, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's 5 because of the Mabel. Right, the Challenger is 5, right? Because it's 2 base, 1 from the Mabel is 3, and then 2 from both Swordmasters. Or wait, no, only one Swordmaster.
Yeah, because we only targeted one Swordmaster.
Right, okay. So yeah, I think we just lost that. Maybe we miscounted.
Maybe we're just trying to get as much damage in as we can. Yeah, but I say we have a Boris Charm in hand. Eventually, we'll draw a white source. Maybe we think that can get us across the line, going 4 points to the dome. Maybe. Just passing the turn back, Grace is still not doing anything.
Yeah, this is such
another Boris Charm off the top.
Yeah, can we Cavern of Souls name instant or source? Name instant, please. Can we do that?
Only have to get Grace down to 8 now. Basically, we just made
well, we got to get him down to 8 and draw white mana,
and make sure he's got nothing. And of course, hope he never casts that change the equation. Only a few things to do. Don't worry about it. It's
draw the third Boris Charm. We'll figure it out. Doesn't really have a good attack here into the Beza too. We can pump the Mabel to 4, but that does not get past the beza. I'm interested as to, why we maybe like you said, maybe Ares was trying to push some damage last turn. But
If we were
potentially,
doing that, I think I would have attacked with the Mabel as well. Like, I feel like if I was getting like,
yeah.
what's it really doing at this point? It's just a Lord. I'd
And
rather have the extra points of damage.
that Grayson's probably going to block the challenger in that spot too.
Oh
How
my
about a
god,
third Boros Charm Wheel?
you called it. You asked. You said, "How about a third one?"
Right.
It's fine.
Now we just need a white source.
He's showing the camera. Just realized it's
Love it. Love it. There you
Hey.
go. All right. Now we got fireworks.
Okay, so we could fire one off a turn now, and that would still only pick Grayson down to 8. We could give the Mabel double strike.
See, the awkward part about giving Mabel double strike is if Grayson has any interaction. And the thing is, because he has Omniscience in play, if he had any sort of draw spell, he would have been playing them. If he had any creature, he would have been playing them. So you have to assume his hands all interaction anyways.
How important is that to be able to read your opponent? Like, you basically said that, like, if he had any way to draw, he would have done it. If he had this, he would have done it. So what's in the hand? You can assume it's probably some sort of counter magic / removal for the optimal time.
Ooh, love this. He's going to bounce the lockdown that has 3 Dragon Storms under it. So now Grayson's going to be able to draw 6, discard 3, and with the Omniscience in play, should be able to find the kill here.
So you're telling me that this is a good line?
It's pretty good. It's not bad.
There's I think that's another dragon we found.
Yeah, you get the Founding and the Dragon.
There's the Saga. He's always having fun. He sees the amusement of drawing the 3 Boris charms in a row.
Yeah, and he sees the Founding target you. Ari's like,
Here's the combo. Bounce, 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 bounce. So one last time, talk us through it, Doom, as Grayson is going to take this one down and continue how he was yesterday with a winning record.
Yeah, so Founding mill you for 4, Dragon bounce the Founding mill you for 4, Dragon bounce the Dragon and the Founding mill you for 4, Dragon bounce the Founding. You get the idea.
I understand how this works. So basically, with them, you pass the turn to Ari. Ari's got no cards in the library. Can't draw, will lose the game. One of the different win cons that there are here in Magic the Gathering. We don't have to just do the 20 points of life. There are other ways to win. And that it's like winning with style points, really, right? I'm being told we've got a time shifted backup match, though. So, as much as you want to see our beautiful faces, because I do have a beard now. I don't know if you noticed, Doom.
It's nice. It's looking nice.
The King, in his finest form, said, "Well, you can grow a beard now." I was like, "Oh, thank you very much, the King." We're going to get down to our second match. We got Domain versus Orzhov Pixies. Talk me through both of these 2 decks and what they're trying to do.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting matchup here. It's funny because I think, we talked a lot about prowess, and we talked about how the best card against prowess is Temporary Lockdown. Both of these decks are featuring 4 copies of Lockdown. So they're trying to beat the bad guy, not be the bad guy. And they're doing it in slightly different ways. So Harrison playing Domain is just trying to, play a bunch of kill spells in the early turns, stuff like Ride's End, Sunfall, Day of Judgment, Lockdown, clean up the board with Leyline Binding, and then set up a turn where you go, have an Overlord, play a Zur, and then kind of close the game out from there. Oliver is playing the Orzhov Pixie deck, which is very similar to Esper, where it's playing Hopeless Nightmare to get the hand down and kind of control the hand size for Harrison, and then the stuff like Pixie to bounce the Nightmare and replay it. But the interesting thing about Orzhov Pixie is that it can utilize Lockdown in a very interesting and strange way that not a lot of other people can. Where if you say lock down a Pixie and a say Oliver plays a Lockdown and hits a Pixie and a Nightmare under it, you can then pick up your own Lockdown with another Pixie or perhaps a Sunpearl Kirin, use the Pixie that came back to bounce the Kirin, and then set up this loop where you can just loop them with Nightmare every single turn.
Well, we've got Overlord of the Huntwoods coming down. Pretty much the one that had the most hype behind it, because it does generate the Everywhere land, which means we can tap for everything. This is going to help ramp Harrison out here. End the turn over on Oliver's side. We're going to flash in the 2/1 bounce back. The Nightmare, as you said, try and get some incremental value from that. And it's very much like a nickel and dime type deck, isn't it, that Oliver's playing? Like, do this, bounce it back, do it again, to come back. Because eventually, discarding cards. Some people will get greedy and discard lands early, and then they'll be a little bit stuck on lands, or you're going to discard your spells to keep your lands and hope to live off the top of your deck. It's very like hit or miss, especially while Oliver's kind of going wide with these flying creatures, getting that bit of chip damage in. And if the life totals are to go from anything, I only get 6 life.
Yeah, what's interesting about this too is Harrison discarded a copy of Zur, which signifies to me he either has a backup one or without having land 5 is not, interested in trying to top deck a land here because I believe the last card he kept was Beza. Did end up drawing the untapped land too, so maybe not necessarily an incorrect play, but sort of maybe got a little bit punished because if we had kept the Zur, we could have animated the Overlord. But here we get to Beza to gain a little bit of life, make a couple of blockers here, and we do get a card because Oliver has more cards in hand than us. And yeah, just trying to stabilize. But yeah, the triple nightmare, double pixie / Kieran draw, those are really hard to fight through because not only, like you mentioned, Harrison is effectively stripped of all his resources, he's also just taken 10 damage off of all that.
Well, this would be a great time for the temporary lockdown as you're talking about, right? We're getting it 4 points down, play temporary lockdown, then we bounce it back, get all our triggers to the nightmares again, and that's basically GG.
Yeah, imagine lockdown would get 3 nightmares and the 2 creatures, and then if you bounce your own lockdown, you would get the 3 nightmare triggers, and then both the Pixie and the Kieran could just bounce 2 more nightmares.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Oh,
we're doing it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Style points. I like it. So everything's going to go on temporary lockdown. Normally, you would say this isn't a great line. This is not good when you take out 5 of your own permanents with the spell that you cast. But Harrison's going to need a way to gain some life this turn. Sees double land. That's not going to do it. We're going to get in there for 4 points while we can. But any bounce spell here for Oliver is going to mean that we're going to get all 3 of those nightmares coming down. There's the Pixie. There's the Scoop. That's game number 1 going to Oliver on the left of our screen.
Yeah, it's so interesting too, this Orzhov Pixie deck, because you don't normally think, well, if you have a temporary lockdown, you want to kill 5 of your own permanents. But because the way that the lockdown interacts with Nightmare and the fact that you can bounce your own nightmares, it just creates this infinite loop, and it gives this Orzhov Pixie deck so much value.
Right, well, we're going to go into the sideboard games now. We're going to join it live in game number 3. Harrison was able to take down game number 2. Both players milling down to 6. While they kind of look at these opening hands, we're going to go through the sideboards quickly. I'm going to start over on Oliver's side. We've got Duress. We've got Emerald, Saint of Dusk.
Elenda.
Is it Elenda? Is that how I say it?
Elenda.
Exhort, Get Lost, a Flanker, Lauren, Unholy Annex, and Rest in Peace. Is any of these taking your fancy against this domain deck?
Yeah, Duress is fantastic. Exercise and Get Lost are great to be able to handle the Overlords and the Zurs and whatnot.
And then we got going across on the domain side. Of course, we were able to take down that game number 2. So we're going to have some spicy stuff in here. We've got an Atraxa, some Bazers, a Day of Judgment, Elspeth Smite, and Elspeth Storm Slaver, Heritage. That is definitely the big Nissa, but it's in Phyrexian for me, so I can't read it. But it's the big Phyrexian Nissa, a Negate, a High Noon, and a Patchwork Formation. What did you like out of that?
Yeah, I mean, Harrison has some interesting options. You might think you want to go towards something like Atraxa because if your hand is getting stripped, Atraxa is a good way to refill. But it's actually kind of hard to get to 7 mana against a deck that's Hopeless Nightmaring you over and over again. So you actually kind of want stuff that's a little bit cheaper, like on the side of Beza. I think Beza is probably Harrison's best card in the sideboard here. Other than that, you could maybe go towards something like Elspeth Smite to pick off an early Pixie. Or maybe something like, guess you really don't want to go towards Negate. Day of Judgment could help clean up the Pixies and the Kierans, but not a ton here for Harrison.
Well, I've already played 3 Hopeless Nightmares so far this game.
That's just what this deck does every single turn,
One good card to kind of counteract that, I guess, is the beans that we see on the board now. So every time we play a card of CMC 5 or greater, we do get to draw a card, which is going to be ideal because when we start playing those Overlords, even if it is for the impending side of it, we still get to draw. Also, we got access to things like our Leyline Bindings, and if we get to the Sunfall type eras, that's where we can start trying to turn the corner and potentially pulling away with this game. There's the forest that we needed for our 4th land drop. That's going to be the Overlord of Mistmoors coming down. Not only are we going to draw a card, we're going to make 2 2/1 flyers, which is ideal against these flyers on the other side. Perfect blockers.
Yeah, and I believe Harrison's lands. I can't quite get a good look, but I'm pretty sure it's green, white, green, white, green, white, black, white. So I don't believe we have access to blue mana currently for Zur.
Correct. Is there
Okay.
like the key card in this match? Like it's that or bust,
Yeah.
basically.
Oh
We're
yeah,
gonna
Zur is crazy. Imagine here, right, where it's like this game is sort of close. Harrison's, life total is getting a little bit low, especially with Annex plus the Demon here. That's going to make a 6/6 and start draining Harrison for 2 a turn. But if you just able are to go untap blue source, Zur, animate the Overlord, you gain 7 life, make 2 more blockers, and it's basically going to be impossible for Oliver to sort of have any lethal push with that 7 life buffer and 2 more blockers.
Demon's going to get made, as you said. That's going to be the second half of it. Ritual Chamber, 2 life, end of turn, going to get drained and gained, as well as another card as well, just to keep a little bit of his hand a little bit more topped up. On the flip side, we're going to play Overlord ourselves. That is going to be able to give us the blue mana, at least for next turn if we need
next turn. If there is a next turn, right?
Yeah, fair one. We're at 6 life. We do get to draw a card as well, remember. We've still got the 2... What tokens are they? They are insect tokens on the other side. And we get to play another beans. So that's 2 now. One problem I always found in this deck is there's a chance I was going to mill myself out when the wheel started turning and burning.
Worth noting here, no interaction for Harrison. So if Oliver has the ability to, he actually only has to clear 1 blocker.
Because double Zur in hand.
Yeah, well, it's all going to come down to whether or not Oliver can remove a creature, because 1 blocker killed, chump block the demon, Harrison goes to 2, and then dies to the Annex and end phase. Right now, Oliver can only get Harrison down to 2. 2 blockers, 1 gets through, plus the Annex, so that is not enough for lethal, and that should do it, I believe.
That's enough, right? Being able to give a creature -2/-2, get one of these insects off the board, turn everything sideways. We chump block the demon. 4 damage comes across, but because there is a demon, that means that 2 extra points at the end of the turn will go across and reduce Harrison down to 0. So congrats to Oliver taking that one down. It did really good, man. But then I suppose if you cast multiple nightmares against the big mana deck and don't let them kind of do their thing, you're going to probably run away with that game.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup really just comes down to whether or not the Pixie player has the Nightmare. If they, imagine that game, for example, if, Oliver doesn't have the turn 1 Nightmare and has the Pixie plus the Kieran that he's not doing that much with. But when you are able to go Nightmare into Pixie bounce, into Kieran bounce, you get such a fast clock and drain your opponent out of resources. And that's sort of exactly what the Orzhov deck wants to do.
I feel like they always just they draw 5 cards because they always have those 2 cards every single time I play against that deck. They always seem to have it. But what we're going to do is we're going to step away and have a short break because that is the end of round number 1. We'll be back with round number 2 shortly here at the NRG series. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to round number 2 here in the NRG series. My name is Will Hall. I am joined with Devon O'Donnell, and hopefully you're already having a great day because we are going to bring you some more amazing standard action here in this 5K, where we've got some well-known players in there, and they're playing some spice in these decks, which is what I like to see in standard Doom. A lot of spice going on in these decks, still some innovation to happen, even though we were in the middle of a big RC season.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's been a ton of RCs this season, and both all of the players that we have in decks in our feature match are featuring some new cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm. So we'll have to see if we can get some of those on camera.
No Izzet decks in sight, which I know everyone's going to be happy to see. We do have some plays to watch as well in the room because, of course, everyone's trying to get these leaderboard points. It is a 5K trial, so lots of points on the line. And what you might notice on this Doom is all these players on our leaderboard are all here on our players to watch. Everyone in the top 12 players on the leaderboard are in attendance this weekend. That's how important these points are to these players.
Yeah, only a couple 1-0s here. Wesley and Will picking up a win. Will's going to be the player we're featuring right now. And then you'll notice here, a lot of 0-1s here. So we'll see if they can go ahead and battle back and rally back from that 0-1 start.
Well, we're playing for points, of course, what it is at the end of the day. Let's have a little look at the players that we're seeing and what decks they are on. We got Will versus Jacob, Mono Red Prowess, Demir mid-range, and it looks like we're going to have Will Cougar on the left of our screen starting the game off with a Spyglass Seren. That's going to come in and make a map token. Jacob mountain on the other side, and we're applying pressure straight away. Here it comes, Hired Claw. I love this card.
Yeah, Hired Claw is really nice. It gives you some, ways to sort of deal damage. It's kind of hard to block, especially early on. Just the threat of being able to put a counter on it makes it, especially on turn 2, very hard to block. And it kind of puts your opponent in this in the squeeze. As far as this matchup is concerned, I think this is a matchup that typically favors the Demir side of things. The combination of, cheap removal spells. Preacher of the Schism is a really hard card for the red decks to attack past. 4 toughness, look at stuff like Lightning Strike and Burst Lightning. That can't touch the Preacher of the Schism. And and Will has a lot of defensive tools like this Flood Pit Drowner as well. Going to buy him a little bit of time, making sure that, Jacob can't amass a bunch of early damage.
I was going to talk about the High Claw. Really good in multiples as well. And as we see there, second one was going to come down. So Will's decided doesn't want to take a bunch of damage here, but is going to get lose one of the creatures there. We're going to do a Burst Lightning. Love to see that card back in standard now as well. That's going to deal with the Drowner on the other side as we pass it back to Will.
Yeah, Jacob deciding to Burst Lightning the Flood Pits Drowner main phase, just in case Will had any inclination of using that Flood Pits Drowner to shuffle away the Hired Claw. Most of the time Will's probably just gonna do something else this turn, as we see a Deep Cavern Bat come down. And this one's kind of awkward, right? Where it's like usually you want to take a removal spell, but because the red deck has 4 Burst Lightning and 4 Lightning Strike. Just going to take a look at Jacob's deck list. Yeah, we're on no Lightning Strike. So 4 Burst Lightning, 4 Witchstalker Frenzy in the main deck, as well as 2 Invasion of Tarkir. So still has enough ways to kill the bat. Now, in Will's spot, if you're looking at this hand, typically with Deep Cavern Bat, you want to take the piece of interaction, because if you take something else, they can just kill the bat, get back to something else. Now that you've taken the piece of removal, Jacob theoretically can't kill the bat, and now with the map token, that's a 2/2 lifelinker. That's gonna, be able to gain Will a little bit of life back.
Yeah, look at that. I was going to say, how do you decide on that? If you're not taking the removal spell, do you take like a tempo-orientated play to try and mess up the next turn? Like, how would you kind of do it? Or is it just depending on what Will's got in his hand?
So a lot of the times, like say, for example, Jacob just had 2 Burst Lightnings in that instance, right? Even if you take a Burst Lightning, he still has the Burst Lightning to kill the bat. You would want to take whatever the highest impact play Jacob had next turn. So, if Jacob had a third land and a Screaming Nemesis, you take the Nemesis. So Jacob plays land 3, has to maybe deploy the Burst Lightning to kill the bat, and then can't deploy the Screaming Nemesis that turn.
I think that was a Manifold Mouse that came down, the alternate art there. A lot of those floating around currently, as we spoke about here in standard.
Ooh.
Over on the other side, though, Will is going to play probably one of the better cards in the deck, Enduring Curiosity. So every time a creature deals combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card. And because both of those creatures have got flying, no blocking happening, going to be drawing 2 more cards, as well as, of course, gaining 2 more life and making that life total nice and cushy at 19.
Yeah, the 2/2 bat representing sort of just essentially bricking 2 power on Jacob's side, and because Jacob missed a land trap last turn, couldn't deploy either the Tursa. I believe we still have the Nemesis too, and yeah, so I think the last card in hand for Jacob is Nemesis. So missing a land drop last turn, not being able to deploy one of the 3 drops that had haste, maybe that's a little bit different, and even here, for example, we are one of these creatures can just get eaten up by the curiosity. Yeah, Will's
Why would
just
we
going to
not
go
be
ahead and
turning the Trasa sideways? Is that how I say it? Trasa?
Terza.
Trissa
Yeah,
sideways?
I'm not really sure. I feel like if you're going to attack with the 3/1 power creatures and have one of them eaten up by the curiosity, you can get the Terza in there too. Because if Will blocks with the Terza, then I think you're pretty happy with that because you're trading for the curiosity and you're not losing another thing. But maybe Jacob is playing more defensively where he feels like he's too far behind on board and has to just block the curiosity with the Terza.
It's interesting. I feel like I would have gone like maybe Screaming Nemesis first because obviously I didn't get to use the ability of being able to discard my hand, draw extra cards there. I feel like if I want to get a creature down that turn, Screaming Nemesis is perfect. You're definitely not going to block because if you do, you're going to take 4. Plus, you're going to take the no life gaining clause, which is, by the way, huge in matchups, especially in standard.
Yeah, looks like Jacob lining up potential no blocks here. So thinking about it at least.
Well, if you're not attacking and you're not
Yeah,
blocking, what are you doing?
that was a little strange because I mean, if you attacked last turn, I think Will is still gonna block one of your 1 power creatures. And
Oof.
oh my goodness.
How about a second one? Double triggers now going to go on the stack. Will's going to have a grip for the cards by the end of this. And the bad thing is, it doesn't even go to the bin. It just comes back as an enchantment, which is going to be pretty hard for this mono red deck to get off the board because they can't do it. It's that simple.
Yeah, Will drawing 4 cards this turn. Already, like I said, has the 2/2 lifelink bat, has enough other stuff where like every one of those spyglass sirens is going to represent another 2 cards in combat. At 17 life against 2 higher claws and 3 lands, it seems nearly impossible for Jacob to get out of this.
Can you remind me which deck's the aggro deck again?
Apparently not mono red last time I checked.
Not happening, not right now either. This
If you
is
think about Will, I think Will actually played more 1-drops this game than Jacob did.
1, 2, yeah,
Right? Because we discarded the Swiss Spear. Will played 3 Sirens. Jacob played 2 Hired Claws. So scoreboard.
Yeah, Will is definitely in the driver's seat here. Pretty comfy, nice high life total, good board, big grip of cards. Jacob on the other side is going to play the 4th land drop, mix, match, and basics. Oh,
And you could tell that was done on purpose too, right?
I know, just for me. Like that's what it is, just for me. Will, though, he's got me. Us Wills, we stick together. We have matching basics. They're not the.
I like Will's basics. Those are
the
OG
ones?
OGs. Yeah,
I was going to say, I think they're the OGs. That would make sense because Will is an OG. Will's been playing for a long, long time at high level as well. One of the best players in the room. And of course, trying to get those leaderboard points, trying to get to that end of year championships, trying to battle for $30,000, trying to get that Pro Tour invite.
What's your go-to basic land?
Depends what deck. How many of the basic land do I have to play? Depends on which one I play.
We'll say 10.
As a Saga.
Okay, respect that.
That's the set I started with. So that's anything over 10 is as a Saga. Anything less than that is the Secret Lair Pixel basics.
I got some nice Portal basics that I've been like. I can't remember if it was Portal 1 or Portal 2, but the Portal basics are really nice.
It's the easiest way for Wizards to get money out of me. You could play a really rubbish set, but then have really great basics. I'm in. Like it's literally, I hate it. I hate that I've got that about myself, but it is what it is. Will's going to fire off, go for the throat here, get the Screaming Nemesis off the board, then turn everything sideways. This is 4 creatures. Only one's able to be blocked because 3 of them have got flying. So no matter what, we're drawing 6 extra cards this turn.
Yeah, it's like, what is Jacob supposed to do? Jump block here, let Will gain 2, draw 6. Yeah, I mean, with no cards, I don't even know what you could possibly draw here. Maybe Bonfire of the Damned could do it.
Is there a line where like removal spell on the bat to get back the frenzy to get rid of because then we really get 1/1s attacking us, but the real damage has happened, and we're seeing it right now. 6
He's drawing 8 cards.
8 cards. There was no blocks. Oh my! Will's so happy. He doesn't look happy, Lijo, but I promise you he is happy right now.
He has what, like 15 cards in his hand? Look at Will.
There's
He's
the
just like, I don't know
smile.
what to do.
This isn't meant to happen. He says, like, this is not what normally goes on. Portal
I think
Basics, we got some
honestly,
love in chat.
at this point, Will is more likely to lose to decking than Jacob is to deal lethal damage.
Is it a may or is it a must?
No, it's not a May. So
Ooh,
just
okay, so we've got an out. Jacob, we've got this. All right, we just got to slam a ensnaring bridge, and we're golden.
well, bridge wouldn't even matter, right? Because then you wouldn't draw cards off curiosity.
Oh, that is awkward. Okay, what could we?
I'm telling you, Bonfire of the Damned would be the out, but that's not a bonfire.
Go for the old Brian Kibler sort of line. Tap top, flip it, boom. Just watch the disappointment happen. But now Will's going to take that game down quite comfortably, I would say. We're starting to get the deck lists up and working there. So I think we can look at Will's deck list to start off. So, maybe what people want to pick this up at home because that did look very impressive. Here's the full 75. That's the sideboard. What do you think Will wants to bring in to show up this game number 2 and take himself to a nice 2-0 start in today's tournament?
Yeah, so Will's got some interesting tools here for the mono red matchup. Anoint with Affliction, very good against stuff like Hardfire Hero. It's a way to exile it without triggering the Die's ability. Past that, you look towards Gix's command, where that can clean up a bunch of, a wider battlefield that has a bunch of mice on it. Shieldred the Apocalypse is typically a card that is more difficult for the red decks to interact with. Although I will say, for Jacob's side of things, maybe Will doesn't know this, but we know he has 4 copies of Witch Doctor Frenzy, so the Shieldreds aren't quite as good as they would normally be, but the Anoint and the Gix's command for sure. And honestly, I think this matchup is good enough for Will that he doesn't have to do a ton here.
So let's go over then to Jacob. Let's have a little look at what they're going to have. We haven't got the graphic for it, so I'm going to have to call it out. We've got Case of the Crimson Pulse. We've got Ghost Vacuums. We've got Barrages. We've got Mega Bane. Is it Mega Bane Lizard?
Mage Bane Lizard.
Mage Bane Lizard. Scorching Shot. The Lynx and some Torch the Towers. Is anything taking your fancy amongst these 15 cards?
I mean, there's some interesting ones. If Jacob is expecting the game to go a little bit longer, you could maybe grab something like Case of the Crimson Pulse, because once you are able to, if the blue-black deck is... It's interesting because Will's draw was kind of aggressive that game, so I'm not even sure that Jacob would have had time for the Case of the Crimson Pulse. But if the games are a little bit more about Will interacting with the battlefield, hey, there's Jacob's deck list. If the games are more about interacting on the battlefield, then the Case, if the game slows down, that could be pretty good. Torch the Tower is phenomenal because that is a 1-mana way to, assuming you have something to bargain, a 1-mana way to get Enduring Curiosity off the battlefield. Now, I guess now mentioning that, there's actually not a ton of ways to bargain in the mono red deck. I guess you could have an Offspring Manifold Mouse or a Monstrous Rage roll token, but other than that, not really a lot here. So, second guessing, maybe it's actually a matchup where you don't want Torch, but they at least still killed Deep Cavern Bat, so they're probably fine.
Let's have a little look. Then let's go down to the game. They're finishing sideboarding. So yeah, it looks like we're just coming to the end of shuffling up. Will 1 game up here with the domain mid-range, but is going to be on the draw now, which means mono red prowess on the play. That's where it's scary. That's where it can really get in underneath this powerful deck. Will's going to have some early interaction to stall this game out. Looking at their openers. I thought Jacob was going to be throwing it back then. I think we got to keep on both sides. I think we're off to the races. They're looking for a thumbs up. They've got it, and we're going. No 1-drop here for Jacob.
Yeah, last game we had the turn 1 Hired Claw. It's interesting, keeping 7 without a 1-drop maybe signifies Jacob has maybe a slightly more of a slower hand, maybe, a bunch of 2-drops like Challengers, Manifold Mouses, and potentially some 3s like, Screaming Nemesis, the Cases if those come in, and the Terses as well.
There's a cut down on the Manifold Mouse. No Offspring's going to happen with it. It's a nice clean answer there and cut down for Will. Going to pass the turn back again. No 2-drops, no Cavern Bats. Jacob with his 3rd land. Now this is one of the cool lands, and this one can work really well because it synergizes being all creature types. It's basically a big Mutavault at the end of the day, if you think of it like that, ladies and gentlemen. It just costs 4 mana to activate. We're gonna use a challenger, to come down, but it's gonna get stun counters added to it, courtesy of the Drown. So we always had that nice turn 1 interaction, turn 2 interaction.
Yeah, the Soul Stone is also really nice when you pair it with stuff like with Manifold Mouse, right? Because Manifold Mouse can give any mouse double strike or trample, and the Soul Stone is considered a mouse for the Manifold Mouse. So maybe that's more of a bit of a later game play. But yeah, this is kind of the problem with the slower start here for Jacob. Didn't have a 1-drop, couldn't get on the battlefield and kind of get under that Flood Pits Drowner. And now this curve of just Flood Pits your challenger
Ooh.
into Slam the Preacher is so brutal. And no play here for Jacob. This is going to be a tough game for Jacob to come back from.
This is almost like the perfect start for Will. Interaction on 1, interaction on 2, my best kind of threat / blocker on 3. The fact that he's even turning it sideways here and going to get an extra card deeper, do some life to him. All his lands came into play, not doing any damage to him. And then he's going to play the Q. My word, Will, calm down. Calm down, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned last game, you brought up this question of who's the aggro deck.
Yeah.
And the more that I think about it, I mean, given the way these games have played out, obviously Jacob's hand this game was certainly, probably a little bit more reactive and a little bit slower. So Will have the time to develop those threats. But even the game where Jacob had double 1-drop, Will was still able to put a good amount of pressure on Jacob. So, maybe this Dimir deck has the ability to be more aggressive than we initially thought.
Hard Claw coming in. Not going to do.
Yeah, notably, the Soulstone Sanctuary is not just a mouse; it's also a lizard, so that will trigger the Hard Claw.
Good old Mutavault doing its thing, but this one's a nice 3/3 with Vigilance as well.
There's some cool synergies with the Soulstone in this deck.
What was thinking about blocking?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're in Will's spot, right, your opponent did nothing on turn 1. They played a 2-drop. They did basically nothing on turn 3. So you're in a spot where what could my opponent have? They didn't have a Witchstalker Frenzy for my Preacher because it got to attack freely last turn. So basically, Will can assume that Jacob has at least one, if not multiple Monstrous Rages in hand. So it's, Will's trying to figure out how does this combat look if my opponent has 1? What happens if they have 2? So on and so forth.
Yeah, you think because it's basically a free block here because it's going to come back anyway. But with the Monstrous Rage, will it still be able to take this out? You get 1 prowess trigger, it gets the roll counter as well, but it hits another Monstrous Rage. That's a nice one.
That is pretty good. So now we can cast that, and that'll actually get the challenger around the
burst lightning. So that's going to give it another prowess. So yeah, that means that the mouse is going to stick around.
Okay, math time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
damage,
7,
right?
8. 8 minus 3 is 5. 5 plus 6. I believe Will should be taking 11 this turn, going to 6. We'll see if I'm right.
5.
Yeah, look at that. I still got it.
Do you do this stuff for a living? You should. If you don't, you should, my friend.
Math is usually not my strong suit, so
All right, well, can Will rebuild at 6 life now? Jacob was able to find a line to get through. Got a little, the top of his deck was very nice to him, given that extra Monstrous Rage, and we know how good that card can be in these mono red decks, and all especially with the prowess ones floating around. Now Will's got to kind of have the answers to this. Remember, had that great first 4 turns: 1-drop spell, 2-drop spell, 3-drop spell, 4-drop spell. Yet Jacob's still able to get the life total down to 6 and got 1 card in hand.
Yeah, I mean, Will tapped out for the Enduring Curiosity last turn. Likely didn't have a good piece of interaction there because you would imagine if there was a removal spell, maybe he would have held that up last turn.
Mm-hmm.
So didn't have the removal spell. I did spot an Anoint with Affliction in Will's hand, so likely drew that off of the Curiosity last turn. And here we're going to pick up a blocker and another
I think he's got Scavenger Regent.
Yeah, well, the awkward part about Scavenger Regent, we mentioned Soulstone Sanctuary is a mouse and a lizard. Guess what? It's also a dragon.
Oh my god!
So it doesn't even die to the Scavenger Regent.
I would so fall for. I'd cast it, and my opponent would look at me and say that. I'd be like, "I'm an idiot."
Yeah,
I'm an idiot. That is okay. Well, we got the ability to tap it down. Wonder if there's any mana floated in response. Definitely not in this case. So we just got the little lonely hide claw. Can he get there? Attacking will at least do 1 damage to Will's face, dropping down to 5. If we've got anything else like a Monstrous Rage, That would be great to be able to go across the line. It can, of course, also pay the 2 mana if needs be to put a +1/+1 counter on it, but only once damage has happened, and we can only do that once a turn.
Yeah, so I mean, it does have a decent attack with the Hired Claw. Will can single block, but if the single block happens with Flood Pits, Jacob can just put a counter on it. And if Will double blocks, Jacob puts a counter, and then it still trades both. Will's probably okay with trading both because the Vampire token he basically got for free anyways. So presumably, yeah. I mean, I guess the other option is you could just single block and keep the Drowner in play to maybe shuffle away the Soul Stone next turn. But yeah, you kind of want to kill the Hired Claw here. Now, the question is, do you think that Jacob has a third Rage? I mean, I don't think you could really play around a third Rage here, but
no, he's got. I feel like we're going to have something. At least Jacob's. It's got 2 cards. It's nothing with haste. At least we can. I would assume it's nothing with haste. So we were able to go to block. So it might not be a Witch's Frenzy or something like that, or maybe we're trying to get the max value. We are going to pay 2 mana to give it a +1/+1 counter, and we're just going to take the trade. Okay, so Will's going to end up at 5 at the end of this.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Will, I think you're pretty happy with that trade.
Or maybe we've just got 2 lands in hand as we play that the 5th mountain for the turn.
And Will untapping with a full grip of cards has the Restless Reef as well. That can maybe get animated. I saw a Shieldred in Will's hand. Yeah, we're going with
that. That's the sound I'd make if I was in Jacob's spot right now. But ooh.
And that's going to be 2 more life with the Shieldred draw.
Yeah, so we lose 1. When we attack, we get to lose 1, draw a card. Because we draw a card, we get to gain another 2. Then we get to draw again. And then we follow it up with another creature here. Spyglass is going to come down, generate that map token.
I love this, putting the map on Shieldred, because if you hit the spell, now the Shieldred has 6 toughness and can't even be Witchstalker Frenzied.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a way out of this for Jacob. He had that run, great turn, was able to turn. Will had the amazing start. Jacob was able to fight back into it, but maybe just 1 too many lands have been drawn off the top. If you think about it, he's actually got 6 lands in play currently. Not where you want to be if you're a mono red deck.
Asking a judge call. All right, let's think about this. Looking at Jacob's deck list, what do you think we could be asking a judge about?
I think it's something to do with was it a missed trigger maybe?
Oh, a Shelly trigger. Okay, is the stack empty?
Maybe they're asking a judge, does this matter? It doesn't look good for me right now.
I mean, I thought I saw Will point to the Shelly trigger, but I could be wrong.
This is why we have judges, right? Like if there's something that you think didn't work in the right way, or something was missed, or you didn't, a card's in Phyrexian and you can't read it, these sort of things. This is why we have judges. And I think it's very for newer players. People don't like making a bit of a fuss. They're there for us. They're there to make sure the game state is always going to be fair and how it should be. So never be scared to call a judge. And hats off to all our judges as well, because without them, we cannot put any of these events on, not only in person, but also for you beautiful people at home to have a little look at as well. And hopefully you are enjoying it today, because we are going to bring you 7 rounds of Swiss standard action before we cut to that top 8 later. So that's 10 rounds of more Magic action live today here in Chicagoland.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really think the 2 damage from Shieldred matters. I think whether he's at 8 or 10, the game's over either way.
Yeah.
But we're tapping 4 mana, maybe Manifold Mouse for some chump blocks. Oh. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 damage going up to Will.
Will goes to 4, and now can't gain life. But aren't you just dead on board to the Restless Reef?
1, 2, 3, 4.
You chump block the Shelly and you take 8.
Unless that last card is a
Burst
frenzy.
Lightning? Well, Burst Lightning wouldn't even be enough. Yeah, it would have to be a Frenzy, right? So you chump block the Shieldred, Frenzy the Reef, and then you end up taking 4 going to 3.
Yeah, there's nothing that's free down. I'm trying to think, like, could Jacob in response do 3 to the dome?
No, it'd have to be a Frenzy.
All right, well, everything's going to get turned side domes. We're going to find out one way or another. It's going to be a frenzy or a handshake. Does Jacob have it?
You know what? The Frenzy's not even good enough.
Why is that?
Because what happens is so say you go chump block the Shieldred, Frenzy the Restless Reef. The Sunspine Lynx is not in play when the Enduring Curiosity triggers happen, so he'll still gain 6 off of the draws, even if there was a Frenzy.
Oh yeah, that's pretty. That's not good. Don't recommend. So this is attack for 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and that's if we block the Shieldred itself. So
Yeah.
looking at that card, I think it's just a land in hand. Doesn't look happy.
Unless we have life totals wrong, but
No, it's a man. There's the handshake. Will Cougar taking this down. It's going to be 2-0 in today's tournament. Wouldn't want to start it any other way. He needs those points. He wants to get to that season championship end of the year. I'm going to wait for production. So we're going to kind of come back to the booth while we kind of set up that backup feature match. Hopefully it's still going for you all at home. Yeah, I mean, so we've got it. Let's just go straight down to it. As much as everyone wants to see this new beard that Will Hall's rocking, I think more importantly, they want to see some more Magic the Gathering. So let's get down and see which 2 decks we've got in the backup feature match, because I think we picked something pretty spicy. What have we got here? This is the Oculus deck, Jeskai Oculus.
Yep,
Going
we
up
have a
against.
Jeskai,
It's a mirror.
A mirror match from Theo Jung against Chris Dexter. Theo, one of the the going back to the champs last year, everybody picked Theo as the favorite to win, and every single time he's in one of our events, he is always one of the favorites in the room. And Theo playing the Jeskai Oculus deck. This mirror match is kind of interesting. I mean, as mirror matches typically go, there is a lot of play draw disparity here, especially with the Oculus deck that's trying to establish a very, very quick Oculus, discarded on turn 2, reanimated on turn 3. And looking at deck lists, there's actually not a ton of instant speed interaction when your opponent goes for an Oculus. There is a good amount of sorcery speed stuff. There's a Sheltered by Ghosts. I guess that's really the only one. And then 1 into the Flood Moss. So this matchup, I think, is just going to, especially game 1, going to come down to, who can get the first Oculus.
I was just about to say that looking at this, it doesn't mean to be any sort of like big deal breaker cards. It is whoever can get Oculus down is going to be a huge favorite moving forward. Do we even have great ways of getting one off the board once they resolve? I'm having a look. It's like one copy of Floodmore, Shelter by the Ghost is floating around in one of these lists.
Yeah, you got 2 copies in Theo's deck, and then Chris has 1 Sheltered. Same thing, 1 Sheltered, 1 Flood Moss. So both players having, and these lists are pretty similar. I think there might be more. Looks like Theo has 2 Dragon Hunt, where Chris has 1 Dragon Hunt, 1 Winter Night Stories, and I think other than that, everything else might be the same.
So why would players be bringing this deck in like let's say a Jeskai heavy meta that we've currently got in standard? Does this have a good matchup?
I think that the prowess matchup is close. I think there is definitely some like the Jeskai Oculus deck can have starts like this where it just makes huge creatures. Specifically Marauding Mako, as you're seeing this game, is just so good in this deck when combined with Steam Core Scholar and Tersa Light Shatter. You have a lot of ways to discard. So the Oculus deck can almost go under the Prowess deck a little bit when you have the Mako draws. And then specifically with Oculus, the Prowess deck doesn't maybe have as many ways to answer Oculus in the battlefield. So that can be a way to kind of take over a game as well.
Fear has achieved step 1 of that dream, getting the Oculus into the graveyard here. Follow up on the other side. Okay, I was looking at this and I was thinking maybe this is going to be a way for us to kind of break the stalemate. Playing a Prophets here, so obviously every time we draw cards, we can get +1/+1 counters on things. If my Oculus is bigger than my opponent's Oculus, maybe I can start turning things sideways a little bit more and potentially closing this game out as Chris is able to get his own Oculus into the bin.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the way this game is playing out, the Oculi.
Yeah, I'll take that.
They may not even matter because Theo has, the 2 Marauding Makos and the Steam Core Scholar. This turn, if Theo can maybe have, like, say, a Tersa or another copy of Steam Core Scholar, that's going to make the Makos 5/5s that can just attack past that Steam Core Scholar on Chris's side of things. But yeah, that's why this Oculus deck is so powerful. You have those draws that kind of feel like modern power level draws where you're reanimating your Oculus for a single mana, but then you also have draws like this that involve Mako and Scholar and Profs, and you can really make a very, very large battlefield, even in games where you don't go for the Oculus.
Oculus is like one of my, I think, favorite creatures. Been printed in a long, long time. I really, really enjoy it. I like seeing it, and how it sees play now. Playing standard, it sees play in modern. I really like. I was actually brewing with it a little bit in Legacy. I was having that, Unearth, Reanimate, Entomb. Oculus was kind of, it was more of a lower to the ground type tempo deck. But talking about tempo here, Theo's going for the throat. Keep turning all these sideways. Now I've got a pair of 5/5s out on the ground here.
It's an attack for 10. One of them is going to get chump blocked, which makes sense. You don't want to take 10 this turn. And
Scholar's got Vigilance as well. I think that's getting in there. 12 coming across.
No, I don't think the Scholar got in there because the Chris's Scholar is a 4/4, so I think we could just profitably block that.
I'm an idiot.
It's all good. It happens. The best of us.
Is it just one word? Okay, Oculus is now on the board here for Chris. That's the first one we've seen. Now he's going to push a little bit here. Oculus.
Oh, I love this. Oh, this is such a good play. Well, actually, no, it doesn't, because the Oculus still can't attack. But the fear of missing out, I was thinking the Oculus could attack this turn, but it doesn't have haste. The fear of missing out doesn't have to untap a creature that's attacking. You can untap anything. And why this is good is it now gives Chris a better blocker on Theo's next combat phase. So if Theo goes, like, say, Tursa or, something like a Profs, then to put counters on the Scholar, then the Oculus can sort of check Theo's big Scholar.
Here comes Torch the Tower. It's going to go into exile, remember. Key card, we're going to go return the favor with our own Torch the Tower. So kind of trading resources back and back, but Theo, these Michael are just getting out of control at this point. We're just doing our game plan, but every time we're doing it, these happen to get +1/+1 counters, and they're already 5/5s.
I believe. Okay, I was going to say Tursa. No, Tursa's not quite lethal. If Theo can Tursa and draw a removal spell for the Manifest, I believe that's enough. Because we can go Tursa, discard, trigger the Makos, kill the Manifest. The Oculus can only block one of the Makos.
I think I agree. And it also depends on what Chris is going to have in hand. But yeah, looking for that one way to discard, one way to kill one of these creatures. There's the Tressa. So they're both going to grow. Now up to 6/6s. Theo's eyes lit up a little bit there. Did you find what you needed?
Kind of needs a torch here. Torch or a Flood Maw.
How many torches are these decks playing? 4 copies in 4. Both decks, plus 1 Flood Maw. We've had a double torch over in Chris's side, just the one on Theo's. Maybe it's not that.
This was a very, very good showcase of just how good these Makos are. Theo had 1 on turn 1, 1 on turn 2, and then was able to just kind of curve that into the the Steam Core Scholar, curve that into just a bunch of card draw, and now they're just these are 1 mana 6/6s.
And it's weirdly, it's not out of the realm that Chris can also just win from this spot, right? Being able to get double 2 attacks in if we can get rid of a blocker and be able to draw multiple cards. Or is it end of turn we put the counters on?
I guess he could have something like the 1 Sheltered by Ghosts. So you can go Sheltered by Ghosts on the fear of missing out, kill the Tursa. You get a combat from the Profs. That would be another counter. But yeah, Chris just got overwhelmed by those 1 mana 6/6s.
Yeah, Michael really putting up a good show there. Now we're seeing that as well. We're not only seeing it in standard, but also that I've seen it a little bit in the Hollow Index as well, putting up a lot of some good results. So interesting to see how players are able to build their decks around these cards. I don't think it's the mainstay card of the deck, but this just slots in really nice. This is my early pressure. It needs to be, if they're going to use one of the torches early on, great. That means later on in the game, it's not going to be able to double that to get off one of these Oculuses. We spoke about these decks. We do have sideboards though, and remember this is a Time Warp match, so we're going to go down to game number 2 as we'll just talk through what the sideboards are for both of these players. Is there any difference? There's a couple of differences here. Okay, so we've got Chandra Spark Hunter, Destroy Evil, Disdainful Stroke, Ghost Vacuum, Lauren. How do you pronounce that one? The Fliggy Slink?
Filigree Silex.
Yeah, look, dyslexia is it's beautiful. No More Lies. Shout the Ghosts. What do you like out of that lot?
So definitely the Ghost Vacuums for sure, right? Those are very, very good at preventing, helping hand or something like that. Sheltered by Ghosts seems pretty good because if you can put that on a Fear of Missing Out or a creature that has 3 or more toughness, it's kind of difficult to torch that. There's not a ton of ways to. I mean, I guess the Spyglass Siren, but so I think the Shelters are good, the Ghost Vacuums, and the Destroy Evil Exercise potentially as well. So a lot of options here for Chris, and same thing with Theo.
So we're going off to the races already. Theo starting how we did the last game with a Mako on the board, and we're able to give it some counters. Both players drawing their memories and getting it on the board nice and early. So we're going to see creatures start getting pumped up even more. Here's a Fear of Missing Out. That's going to get its own counter as well because we did draw an extra card for the turn. Back to Theo.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Chris's start. Chris has, the vacuum out of 1, has the profs going with the Fear of Missing Out.
Had.
Well, which one do you kill? Yeah,
it goes vacuum. That's the plan. The idea is getting this Oculus in. I think we want a graveyard. On the flip side,
it kind of depends on whether or not Theo had sort of like an Oculus and a reanimate spell. But from Chris's side of things, now that Theo has decided to kill the vacuum, you kind of have to assume, like you kind of know what's coming next turn at that point.
I can't remember the wording on bargain. Can you sacrifice artifacts and enchantments, or is it just
artifact? It's artifact, token, or enchantment.
So did we sack the Ghost Vacuum there in response to do the 3 damage? Is that what happened? Or did we let it resolve?
No, but we potentially could have.
I
don't know if I saw Chris scry.
That's why as I think of the wording, I was
torch anyways then.
Yeah. All right. Theo having a little think. What does he want to do? 3 mana is now, I believe, tapped, but he's in the tank.
I think we're in Chris's combat phase, and I think Theo's thinking about deciding whether or not he wants to chump block the Fear of Missing Out. And that play is kind of cool because if Theo has one of the helping hands, you can actually helping hand back the Loran, and then that would take down the Fear of Missing Out.
I like that. Especially these now that the Ghost Vacuum's gone. I'm just going to show you what like a key card it was. And exactly the line that you just said there. Nice little 1 mana, get our creature back. And of course, it's got the ETB, destroy target artifact or enchantment. And Fear of Missing Out is an enchantment type creature.
Yeah, and then the Steam Core Scholar with Prof's Eidetic Memory is just so huge. It just, when you have that curve and you're able to just play the Scholar, immediately make a 4/4 flyer, Vigilance. So now Theo has, and this is why this Oculus deck is so good, is it attacks you from so many different angles. You have the whole Profs making your creatures bigger, but you also still have to worry about the Oculus. There's just it presents a lot of challenging questions to answer for a lot of different decks.
I'm not gonna lie to you, looking at this deck, it does look pretty cool. Maybe I'm gonna have to pick this up a little, play it online a little bit, and see maybe this is going to be the deck Will's going to play next weekend.
Ooh, Chris cycling a Marauding Mako. That is not where you want to be. Although that is card number 6 for the Oculus.
I would say there's method to the madness here. Oculus, remember. And it gets the count as well. So nice 6 power there. That's going to be able to put a stump on the Scholar, being able to get in at least at the moment. So that as we pass the turn, we get to pick the top. Look at the top 2. One of them can come into play as a 2/2. It's not morph, is it? What's the mechanic they use on this? This is the Manifest Dredge.
3 cards here from Winternight Stories. That's going to put 3 counters on the Steam Core Scholar. So that Oculus had the ability to block before, but now with 3 additional counters, that is not. I think I saw an Exercise 2. Ooh, yeah, this is
huge draw there. Not only having the answer, but also being able to make our creature extremely big. So it's going to be a 7 power that could be able to drop Chris down to 10.
Yeah, this is almost a 2-turn clock here, just with the Steam Core Scholar alone.
Do you put them on the Scholar though, or do we put it on our ground creature? Yeah, I quite like this.
I don't hate that. Yeah, that's fine. Spread the power around a little bit. I was thinking that the Steam Core Scholar couldn't get blocked by the 1/1 token, but I guess the 2/2. But if the Manifest chump blocks the Lauren, I think you're pretty happy with that too.
All right, Chris draws the card, shuffles them up, hands go either side of the head. We're in the tank. We're thinking, how can we get out of this? What have I got? What resources can I use to turn this game back around into my favor? Play your outs. 3 mana. Okay, we're going to start with our own Scholar. Let's draw 2. Discard.
Yeah, best case scenario for Chris, he goes discard an Oculus, maybe reanimate. Oh, there's the
Okay.
Oculus.
All right. Bit caster luck going on here. We got the reanimate. Don't think we do if hands are going back in there, or heads going back in the hand, sorry.
Yeah, we can reanimate, put some counters on, I guess probably the Manifest, and then the Manifest would be a 4/4 that could block the 5/4 Loran, and then you would have, the Steam Core to chump block Theo's Steam Core, but okay. There it is.
You called it. So that's going to come back. Of course, we've drawn the 2, so 2 counters will be going on a creature. Which one it's going to be, not entirely sure just yet.
I think the Manifest. I mean, I guess you could also maybe argue that if you put him on the Scholar and Theo can't draw a card, then you could trade Scholars, but that's pretty unlikely that Theo can't draw a single card. And now, I mean, I guess it's the same argument where now if Theo puts the counter on the Loran, then you can't trade the Manifest for the Loran, but you could just double block the Loran, chump the Scholar, or just, take 4 damage as well.
I think I see a fear of missing out. So is this a way to draw a card?
Yeah, we do have the Winter Night Stories in the graveyard too, so that can pump up the Scholar. Oh, wait, do we have lethal? So we go draw 3. That's 7 on the Scholar. If Theo has the Fear of Missing Out plus a kill spell, that's 8 damage with no flying blockers here for Chris.
Drawing a lot of cards.
I don't think Theo has the kill spell. I do see the Fear of Missing Out.
I think that might be a Mako that we drew. Lands. So that's okay. The Mako's going to go to the bin. That's fine. 2 mana. Here it's going to be the Fear of Missing Out. Maybe, question mark. Yep, here it is. Drawing discard again. Or wrong, discard and draw.
Find a torch. I don't think that was a torch. I think that was another Stories. So it looks like his hand is Helping Hand, Stories, Fear of Missing Out, 2 lands. So you can Helping Hand. Do we have a target for Helping Hand? I can't quite see Theo's graveyard. I mean, we got the Mako, but
I don't think we've got anything not of like high value, so to speak. No, we're just going to get in there, force a chump block from Chris. Then we're going to return. Well, what do we know? There was an Oculus hiding around there. Or did I? We're both idiots.
Yeah,
it's
I didn't
fine.
see that.
All right, Chris really on the back foot, and I don't see many cards to be able to get back into this huge. There's no sweepers in these decks. They don't play them. They rely on the tempo. They rely on the power of Oculus. We do have one for Chris, though. Is that going to be able to get him through and survive another turn? He's at 8 life versus Theo on 15.
Yeah, I mean, I think Theo is just way too far ahead on the battlefield. Something like kill the Steam Core Scholar, flip up Fear of Missing Out under one of the Manifests, Delirium. I don't even think he has Delirium, though. I think we only have Creature, Land, Sorcery, so that's not even enough. I guess a kill spell, if it was an instant speed kill spell, would give you the 4th type. So, like, destroy evil on the Scholar, kill that, flip up Fear of Missing Out, double attack with Oculus, that's 10. It's like kind of close, but still not quite all the way there.
Has Chris got 1 or 2 cards in hand?
I believe 1. Because I think I think we went empty-handed last turn. Oh no, I think maybe it's 2.
What can we have? 2 cards? Okay,
well
there's an answer.
Kill spell. Okay, so now we can get at least a free attack with the Oculus.
So that's okay. Missing out.
I mean, Chris is doing a pretty good job of at least managing the battlefield a little bit.
1, 2. Okay, so that's just a bit. As I say, there's no way of us fully pushing lethal at time. But now that means Chris is empty-handed. Is going to Manifest Dredge again. So that's number 3 now, hitting the board.
Yeah, does still have the Oculus back on defense. I think, yeah, Theo had that Stories from last turn. So if Theo can cast that, put 3 counters on the Oculus, that would represent a lethal attacker if Theo, again, can find a way to remove the Oculus on Chris's side.
Top 3. Looking for Into the Floodmoor. That would be a nice, clean answer to get this game done and over with.
Yeah, Sheltered if those stayed in, or if additional copies came in, which I think they did.
I see another Oculus in the grip here for Theo. Okay, so they're going to go to the bin. Land drop for turn. I'm not entirely sure we've got a way of actually still not pushing through. It's still going to be. I think Chris might get another turn. Yeah.
All right, jump block here. And okay, see, that's going to be a bit of a problem for Chris because now that he lost the Oculus, he doesn't have a flying presence on the battlefield anymore. And all of these creatures can just get chump blocked by Theo's manifests.
Yeah, going to be able to manifest 2 when pass the turn back to Chris. Chris needs a great one off the top, and I'm not entirely sure what it does. Of course, we also don't know what these manifest creatures are. Like, could these be anything crazy, any sequence that could line up really well?
It's interesting. They could be fear of missing outs, but again, Chris still doesn't have delirium. We only have creature land sorcery. So he would have to draw the 4th type like an instant or somehow get the 4th type in the graveyard. I think drawing an instant's the only way to do that. And then maybe like, torch, flip up 2 fear of missing outs or something like that. And maybe that can do something. But even then, Theo still has the 5/5 Oculus back to block. That can at least block the 4/4 manifest. So I don't think there's a way out for Chris.
No, but we've been saying that for the last few turns, and he's still in this game.
Well,
so,
that's true. That is true.
I mean, he's definitely trying his best, but always going to be on the back foot. It just seemed that Theo was always able to get that extra turn ahead, get that extra threat going, have that answer just in the nick of time that he needed to be able to pull it away with this game. Both players able to have Oculus and do their A game, but it's been that supporting cards, those B games that has got Theo kind of into this position and potentially being able to take this game down and the match.
Draw a card. Loren's hidden ability. Yeah, I mean, like, look at last turn, for example. Chris had the chump block with his Oculus. That is not a place where you want to be.
Drawing something. It's 3 mana. Okay, so we're going to go 2 deeper.
I mean, look, that with the profs could potentially give Chris delirium. So discard the 4th type, flip up a FOMO. The way that FOMO works with profs is when you get the 2nd combat phase, you get an additional profs trigger. So
we put it into the graveyard. Looked like we had it in hand. We drew one and we decided to put it in the graveyard to get it.
Yeah, that was the 4th type. The FOMO was the 4th type.
Distribute some counters out. So now we've got a 5/5, a 4/4, and a 2/2/2s. One of them flying with vigilance.
Yeah, and I think Chris is doing that math. I have to imagine one of these manifests is a fear of missing out. But we would flip before attack, so never mind, I lied.
Attack. It's interesting. We're attacking. I guess we need to end the game. Otherwise, we're just playing not to lose. So turn the 5/5 and the 4/4 sideways.
So this gives us 2 blockers. So unless Chris has a follow-up play, we are dead on the backswing if Theo takes, right? Theo could hypothetically just take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, go to 6, have attackers here. You get 2 blockers, block the Loran, block the one of the Oculus, and then still take 7, 8, 9, I believe. But Theo's going to trade.
Maybe Chris needed to kind of get a trade out to not get the leaf on the board. But any draw spell here does it for Theo, right? He's going to have 2 flyers. Chris has only got 1 blocker in the air.
Yeah, and I think Theo still has a fear of missing out from last turn, so that'll put counters on the 5/5 Oculus. But again, Chris could maybe have a Destroy Evil here or some other removal spell. And Theo picked up a Sheltered by Ghost too. That should probably seal it up. Right? Because you could even shelter. Well, I guess the shelter still kind of gets got by Destroy Evil, right? So maybe it's not quite. And I think that's what Theo's thinking about too, is the Destroy Evil.
Yeah, that's what I say. This is where you get to. Even though you've got the cards in hand, it looks like you've got the win. Great players are the ones that work out, well, what ifs? What if they have X? What if they have Z? And it looks like Chris is going to say, it does have to destroy evil, and we played it on the big Oculus there. That's huge. It's going to flip.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, here's the fear of missing out. So no matter if that last card is your best card, you're still going to have all of these and able to take this one down. Theo's just going to talk him through the lines. Theo being able to take this game and match down in phenomenal fashion there. There's the handshake. Congratulations to him. So a lot of the better players in the room, the leaderboard points are changing around. people are going to be swapping different positions there. So huge shout out to them. I'm being told we're going to go to a break. And when we come back, we're going to have round for you momentarily. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series here live in Chicagoland. My name is Will Hall. That is Devin O'Donnell, and we're moving into round number 3 of standard action here in our 5K trial. We have 90 players in the room, battling it out across 7 rounds of Swiss before we cut to that top 8 and crown ourselves a champion. So, what are they playing for today? Not only that 5K let's talk about, but lots of points are on the line as well because they want to get on the players' leaderboard. Let's have a little look at that. Let's see how it all got changed around yesterday with our modern 10K. Wrong. We're going to go with players to watch because we're going to look at how the players today are doing. This is basically the top half of players to of the leaderboard anyway. But who's doing well? Who's not? Talk me through it.
Yeah, you mentioned it really is the players to watch here. This is essentially everybody in the top 10 that is not named Grayson Nemitz because he already has won every tournament, it feels like. So Wesley and Will both sitting at 2-0. We got a draw here for Cliff, Ben and Charlie at 1-1, and then Alden, Harrison, and Jake at 0-2. Jake is the person that's closest to catching Grayson. I believe it's 76 points, and Grayson was at 90. So interesting to see if Jake can keep it going.
And that's the reason Grayson turned up, right? Like, Jake's a little too close for my liking, so I need to turn up to this event. I need to battle it out. So he's going to be pretty happy seeing Jake at an 0-2 record currently. But there's loads more to do because, you know, if you are going to get to the later rounds and you are going to end up dropping out of the tournament, is what it is. There's lots on the line. There's lots of things you can do at these events at the NRG series. And one of them is kind of exclusively to the NRG is Value Vintage. Talk to me quickly about this format, what it is, how do we do it, and more importantly, how do you use my phone to scan that QR code?
Yeah, if you guys want more information on Value Vintage, be sure to scan the QR code on your screen. It's a really interesting format. So it uses the vintage banned and restricted list, and it only gives you a budget of $30. So Corey Steelcutter, stock up, probably can't afford those cards, but there's plenty of cheap cards like Luris of the Dream Den, Golgari Grave Troll, Soul Ring, Treasure Cruise. These really powerful cards that, you know, given enough reprints are not super expensive. And, you know, the official side events of all 25 at the NRG Championship Series. If you guys want to try out some vintage with, you know, a little bit of a twist, the format looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely does. Right, the players have shuffled up, drawn the opening hands. They're going to have a look, see if we've got any keeps. It looks like John Wagner on the left of our screen does not like that hand. Up against Wesley Hickman on the right. Esper Pixies versus Is It Prowess? So the bugbear, the format. Is it going to hold up against this Esper Pixies deck? Kind of like 2 pillars of the standard format at the minute, I would say, like 2 of the bigger decks that people get drawn towards. How is this match meant to plan out on paper?
It's tough. I mean, I think that part of the reason we've seen a pretty big decline in Esper Pixie over, you know, since the release of Tarkir Dragonstorm is because of this Is It Prowess matchup. I don't think that the Esper versions of Pixie are typically favored against Is It. You certainly can have draws that involve, you know, turn 1 Hopeless Nightmare, turn 2 Pixie Nightmare, get their resources down, deal them some chip damage. But I think for the most part, as far as, you know, the Pixie decks, I would much rather be on the Orzhov side of things because that deck is playing 4 copies of main deck Temporary Lockdown, and John has 0 copies of main deck Temporary Lockdown. And yeah, really, it's the biggest issue too is the Esper Pixie deck does not really have a way to answer Corey Steelcutter on the battlefield. So if that card is in play, it's going to be in play for the entire game.
And like, let's just talk about that steel cutter. Like we spoke about it a little bit yesterday in Modern. We saw quite a lot of copies actually was in the deck that, of course, was able to take it down in Is It Prowess. We're going to see it now in this Is It Prowess deck. This card is making a huge impact, waves across multiple different formats. Is that because the CMC now in Magic tends to be extremely low, or is it just in these 2 color combinations?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, the mana base is a little awkward for this Esper Pixie deck as we see a turn 1 Storm Chaser's Talent here for John. Yeah, really just John is on the play, which is kind of interesting here.
Does that change things? I guess it's, you know, against the aggro decks, it's always better when you're on the play and not letting them have that extra turn ahead, as we're going to see a Swift Spear come in here, connect for 1. But lovely little art there as well. Got to say, you know, from winning yesterday, the showdowns, you get a token made in your likeness. So it's another reason to start turning up to these NRG events. Everyone wants a token made in their likeness because we all need that ego scratched a little bit more. Being able to hand them out to your friends when they play X amount of cards. Here, have this token. Oh, it looks like me.
Yeah, especially this weekend. We talked about how Corey Steelcutter is just all over the place. It was in, with 3 or 4 copies of Prowess in the top 8 of yesterday's event. It's, based on how many of it we have in the 2-0 bracket, it looks like that's probably going to be the same case here. And this would be the weekend to get your token, because then you could just be the monk token, right?
There's the steel cut that's going to come down, but then before the Swiftspear gets to get turned sideways, we're going to lock that down with the Drowner. I feel like you'd make a good monk token. I could just see you like your legs crossed, floating in the air in Zen with some sort of doom wake cloud above you or something. I don't
know about that. That I don't know. I don't know if that's my style.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it. It looks like I turned my head for a second. Now there's a low more permanents on the board here for John Wagner. Looks like we had the follow-up of 2-1 drop enchantments. One of them being the Storm Chaser talents, and the other one being the Hopeless Nightmare. Of course, ETB opponent discards cards and loses 2 life.
Yeah, this is kind of the perfect start here for John. John was in the play, was able to get on the battlefield first with the talent, and followed that up into Drowner the Swiftspear, and then a little bit more pressure combined with the Nightmare next turn. But Wesley has the dreaded double Corey Steelcutter start, and now this is interesting, right? Because Wesley has 3 creatures in the battlefield, could potentially start racing. But with John at 19 and Wesley at 11, I actually think that Wesley is maybe better off not trying to be the aggressor here and just using the prowess tokens to trade for some of John's permanents or cards in hand. And I think that because the Corey Steelcutter can make 2 additional creatures every single turn, maybe that's a little bit more beneficial. But Wesley decides, you know what? Nah, we're getting there.
It kind of looks like play draw, right? Like I agree with you. I think maybe I'll be on the defense here as well. But that purely if this was flipped around and we were on the play over on Wesley's side, like this would just be an absolute hosing of being able to get pressure, damage across. And it looks like we're just going to take it over on John's side. And he's kind of agreeing with you. He's like, well, I think I can win this race.
Yeah, I mean, I could envision a turn here for John where he gets to go Pixie, bounce the Nightmare, put Wesley to 9, have 3 2-power creatures, attack for 6. Wesley, I guess, can trade the Swiftspear for the Flood Pits Drowner. That could, get in there still get in for 4. That would put Wesley to 5. Yeah, I mean, I guess this kind of makes sense, but going low, that's kind of the dangerous thing against this Pixie deck that has Nightmares and Pixies and whatnot. And unfortunately, here for John, I don't think there was any follow up. I saw Kaido in his hand, not exactly the card that you're looking for in this spot.
So if you think, 1 Steel Cut is good, 2's really good.
Do you have a third?
I feel like that we might be seeing a third one momentarily.
Come on,
which would be pretty good being able to keep every turn potentially end up getting 3 extra 1/1s with prowess. Looks like we are going to start a turn up with another one. John didn't even flinch.
Grief.
Didn't even flinch there. I like it. And of course, the kicker, everything with prowess gets a +1/+1 trigger as well. Here's the second one. Bounce one of those tokens back to your hand. That's the second spell. That's going to be 3 1/1 monks are going to be created. All these equipment are going to get attached to them as well. So now they're going to have haste and, of course, +1/+1 from it. The 4 creatures on the left have all had double prowess as well. You're good at math. How much is this?
This is an attack for 18 damage.
Is that good?
No, I mean, it's pretty good. So John, I guess, can chump block 2 of the 3s and take 12? And then have no outs anyways?
And then have triple bolt in hand? No? One time? Snapcaster?
That's enough.
Right,
Entity Tracker. Okay, so the Entity Tracker being a 2/3, that can, I guess, block one of the 2/2s. So Entity Tracker block a 2/2, chump one of the 3s, then you can take 13, go to 2, and then keep the Flood Pits Drowner. Basically, John's only out at this point. We're trying to do some math here, right? Let's assume that John gets insanely lucky and goes, draw Hopeless Nightmare, cast Nightmare, trigger off Tracker, draw Nightmare, cast Nightmare, trigger, draw Nightmare. That would be 6 damage, plus he would need 2 creatures in play for lethal. That's how he gets to 10, and he has to draw all 3 Nightmares in order to do that.
Oh, easy.
Yeah,
there's any other
surely, right?
way.
I mean, hey, look, if you think about it this way, Wesley can draw 3 Quarry Steel Cutters. Why can't John draw 3 Hopeless Nightmares?
That
Right?
is
Like,
that is true. You gotta have them in your deck to be able to draw them. I am actually looking at the deck. You have literally found the only line, I think, my friend.
yeah, and I think John's realizing that too. Yeah, just take 13, go to 2, and then if there's 3 Hopeless Nightmares on top of your deck, you win. That would be quite a moment for coverage if
I'm about
that
to say,
actually
God, I
happens.
hope there is. Just for reminding your sake, and like,
Oh,
get ready for that pop. But gonna go to damage. If we
I'm
add it
ready
up
for it,
right,
Will.
we are going to
I'm
go
ready
down to
for it.
2.
Yeah, I guess chump block with the Droner is better because that means the prowess token with double night. Actually, is double nightmare lethal? Oh,
Right.
double
God
nightmare is
deck
lethal.
knocks it.
We only need 2.
Look.
We
Oh.
don't even need 3 because 2 would mean the prowess token's 3 plus 2 from the tracker is 5 plus 4 from the 2 nightmares. That's 9. No.
It looked like, yeah, like the way he was moving fast. I was like, have we got something? We doing it? We doing it? No. That was just too much pressure there from Wesley. Well, we get to have a little look at the 75 that they brought. So let's get John's deck on the screen. They're going to be a game down here, so he needs to battle back, take this one to get us to a game number 3. That's the sideboard. What do you like, Doom?
Yeah, so, as you saw that game, Corey Steel Cutter, believe it or not, it's a powerful magic card. And as we mentioned, John really doesn't have any ways to interact with it on the battlefield in game 1. So you would assume that there's something in the sideboard here. And John does have a couple of tools. So the Lorraine of the Third Path, that's a nice way to be able to remove the cutter. Can also kind of pick that up with Pixie. The temp lockdowns, those are fantastic. Also, this is sort of similar to what we were talking about earlier with the Orzhov Pixie deck, where you can lock down a battlefield and then later on, Pixie reset the lockdown, replay it again to kill the stuff they play after the first lockdown. So it gets the second wave as well. So those are good. And I think the discard spells as well to get the cutter out of the hand before it starts going off are pretty good.
All right, interesting. Well, players are still shuffling up at the minute, so maybe we can have another little look at the leaderboard if we've got that production. If we can have a see how everyone was getting on after yesterday.
We got Wesley's deck. How could we forget?
I was told we only had one deck list. It's all good. It's fine. All right, let's have a look at this. This is obviously the powerful Is It Prowess deck. Was able to take down Modern yesterday. This is the standard twist on it. I know this is one of your favorites, Doom, so talk me through it. How would you be sideboarding with this sideboard?
It is, yeah. I absolutely love this deck. Wesley actually has some interesting tools here that not a lot of people are playing. I want to highlight specifically the Eddie Mer Crabs. That is a card that has been picking up a little bit in popularity, but not everybody is sort of drawn towards it yet. But the idea is that, especially in post board games, when you expect your opponent to have more answers to cutter and more lockdowns and more ways to clean up the battlefield, Crab is a nice way to present a cheap-ish threat later into the game that doesn't die to those kill spells, doesn't die to any red damage spells, lockdown, cut down, any of that stuff. So I think those might be coming in here alongside the Ral Crackling Wits, because if Wesley is expecting a lot of lockdowns and cutter answers in the post board games, he needs to sort of diversify his threats a little bit more. And I think he's going to want to board out the slick shots. Those are kind of awkward against nowhere to run. So we'll probably get those out of the deck for, the crabs and the rals. Past that, you could maybe consider something like Spell Pierce for a lockdown if you expect there to be a bunch of those. Maybe the Sunspine links because John's mana base is a little awkward. But past that, again, just diversifying threats, and from there, depending on what Wesley wants to cut, can kind of pick and choose from there.
All right, well, let's get right down to the match, see how the players are getting on, shuffling up. Looks like they're just coming to the end of it. We're drawing the opening hands soon. So, talk to me, Merc Crab. At what point in a draft would you actually draft that card?
I didn't draft Bloomburrow, so I have no idea.
Really? Oh, okay. Well,
tell me, is it good?
It's like a pack 2, pick 7, I would say, something like that.
Okay.
I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, this might go into my deck. It's not too bad. It will do. It does the job. I have drafted it, to be fair. Not that I'm very good at drafts, so don't really take that as as you will. I am not a drafter. Don't do anything I say. If anything, do the opposite of what I say. As now we're going to start drawing opening hands. John is going to be on the play. Uphill battle. Needs to win 2 games back to back to get that record to a 3-0. Wesley, well, just has to keep doing what they're doing. Keep winning with this Is It Parasite. Keep drawing 3 steel cutters.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
get the game done.
How many cutters do you think Wesley's going to draw this game?
Now, which art of steel
Surely not
cutters do you
3,
use?
right?
In paper, do you use the normal ones or do you use the alternate art ones?
Well, I bought the normal ones because they were cheaper.
All right, I'll speak to the team. I'll see if we can get you paid a bit more, mate. And maybe you can start getting some of those fancy cards.
I will
start with a
say,
dress.
I did get my cutters before they spiked. I think I paid $2 a piece. So,
bargain. All right, we get to look at the opening hand here. I see a couple of spells, no creature. We've got a monstrous rage, sleight of hand, Floodmore, and can't make out what that other card is.
Stray Catcher.
Oh, is it? Oh, we do have a creature.
Yep, Stray Catcher. So
interesting
that actually came in from the board. This is something that I wasn't 100% sure of whether or not Wesley was going to board it in, because it does kind of line up awkwardly against Nowhere to Run if you tap out for it on turn 2. But, if you can set up a spot where you can play it on turn 3 with a mana up to get the prowess trigger, that'll get it outside of range of Nowhere to Run. But I do want to mention, this is kind of the awkward part about the discard spells, is they're mainly in there for cutter, right? But if you duress your opponent and you see their hand that doesn't have a cutter in it and they just draw the cutter the next turn, as the old adage goes, you can't duress the top of the deck.
You definitely can't. And the fact that we didn't do anything on turn 2, maybe we were going to do it on turn 2, hold it back on us, and we get to look at another card, potentially, so if that top card was. But looks like we did have something to do. Flash in the 2-1. Start getting the beatdown plan going. If we can control the board while getting bits of chip damage in, maybe that's the line to victory here for John. I imagine we attacked there.
And what's interesting, I want to go back to that last turn. Wesley had the option to play the Drake Catcher, drew the Slick Shot show off, and chose to plot the Slick Shot instead of playing the Hatcher. And I think that is kind of what I was going back earlier about, Wesley is really respecting that Nowhere to Run. And now you're going to see him play the Hatcher, holding up mana to be able to protect the Hatcher against the Nowhere to Run. He's probably not going to play the Slick Shot this turn. He's just going to say, well, I have, no matter if you have the Nowhere to Run, I'm not going to give you a good target for it, and sort of like essentially burning John's mana unless he has something like an entity tracker to play.
Yeah, he's playing this pretty well, especially when it's semi face up from that duress that we saw. And at the minute, he hasn't played into either kind of trap that John set, but maybe John just needs to use the mana up, as you said, and we are going to play the Nowhere to Run.
Interesting. This is a very interesting play because I think John had an Anoint with Affliction in hand. So could have actually anointed the Hatcher and made sure that it was going to die through the Monstrous Rage, but instead chose to get Wesley to tap out. Very, very interesting line here for John.
Well, we're going to use Pixie. We're going to bounce it back, and then we're going to use it. So we wanted a target to bounce, maybe?
It's entirely possible that John said, okay, I don't mind trading my Nowhere to Run for the Monstrous Rage, because if John knows he wants to tap out next turn anyways to play the Pixie and the 2-mana removal spell, then John says, okay, well, I can trade the Nowhere to Run, get the Rage out of your hand, and then I'm not as scared about the Slick Shot on the follow-up turn.
3 mana here. This is going to be a stock up. Top 5, pick 2, the best 2 in this current moment into our hand. The rest in the bottom of our library. I see a Swift Spear in there. I see a Row, I think.
I think it's Swift Spear, Row, Rage, Cantrip, Land. I'm guessing you probably want to take at least the Row, and then I think maybe the Cantrip. So I think from Wesley's point, you want to, at this point in the game, we want to maybe try to clear the battlefield and then set up a turn where we can play Row on an empty battlefield. So Cantrip, find a kill spell, start clearing off these flyers, and then you can safely deploy the Row. Yeah,
it was, I believe it was an Ops that was found as well as that Row. So, you're nail on the head. Over on John's side, hasn't been turning anything sideways yet. It's been holding back, respecting the Slick Shot.
Definitely afraid of that Slick Shot. I would be too.
I say the card's crazy because maybe we're really brainwashed from seeing how powerful that is in modern, and it's like, well, we just got to hold it back. Not as powerful here in standard, but still extremely good threat.
Now's the turn we can attack with one. And here's the thing, too. Both players know that there's a nowhere to run in John's hand, and John still, even with the nowhere to run, is still respecting the slick shot enough to hold back another blocker.
Talents for the turn, still holding up the 2-mana for the nowhere to run that Wesley knows about.
Ooh. I think that was a cat picked up here for Wesley.
I'm looking to see which creature type, which one's a cat now.
Sunspine Lynx.
Oh. Elemental cat. Here comes the Row.
Yeah, see, this is the awkward part about Ral. It's like the Ral is it's a good card for sure, but it's a little dangerous to play on this battlefield because what John has 3 creatures in play, and I don't believe Wesley has a Floodmaw. And yeah, so kill, and we knew about the kill spell, so that was face up.
But now it's out of the grip. 2 cards in hand here for where? Oh, wrong. 3 cards now here for John.
Yeah, now any non-creature spell will get the prowess, the otter to 2/2, which means that'll be 6 damage coming at the Ral. Even if Wesley plays a cantrip to put a 6 loyalty counter on it, it still would die. So John really needs to find a spell here that he can cast, or else Wesley's going to untap with this Ral. Okay, well, never mind. We did have a Floodmaw.
That's it. That works just as well.
Yeah, I didn't see the Floodmaw in Wesley's hand. Okay, that makes this play a lot safer now because you were able to bounce the token. Now Wesley can just untap with the Ral, and I don't know if you've played with Ral Crackling Wit, but that card, when you untap with it, it can get out of hand pretty quickly.
I have not. Why can it get out of hands quickly? What's the uniqueness of it?
So it sort of has built-in storm where every time you play a non-creature spell, you put another loyalty counter on it. So with all of these cantrips like Sleight of Hands and Ops, it's very easy to just chain through and find a whole bunch of spells to get the Ral to a very, very high loyalty. And the ultimate is very close to -10, you win the game. I believe it gives all of it. You draw 3 cards, and it gives all of your instants and sorcery spells storm.
Sounds pretty good. We're going to go with a stock up here. So that is an extra counter route. 2 cards to the grip to basically continue this chain because, it's really good when you cast it on spells, having a slick shot show off on the board as well.
Yeah, and now look at this, right? Wesley is casting another spell to get the Ral up to 5 loyalty. Now, John does have the ability to theoretically kill the Ral next turn because he can animate the anchorage. That's 6 power in the air. But, that's John's entire turn, and he has to tap out, which means that if he doesn't have a kill spell for the slick shot here, not only is he taking 7 damage, he's also, at the risk of having to tap out next turn just to be able to kill the Ral.
We do have a way of stopping it from at least attacking us. So the drone's going to come down, put the stun counters on it. We ticked up the Row that made the otter, got us another card deeper. Now, what can John do here? Can we amass enough spells to get this Row off? Is Row that important that we need to get rid of it? So besides
Yes.
going safe, we cannot leave it on the board.
No, especially on 6 loyalty. There is, I guess it's going to take at least 4 damage this turn, but you see like that last turn, for example, Wesley untapped with Ral on 2 loyalty. He then passed the turn with it on 6. And if John doesn't kill the Ral this turn, the same thing is going to happen next turn. He's just going to churn through a whole bunch of cantrips and stock ups. And the Ral is, if you don't kill it immediately or like when you have the opportunity to, it's just going to be the same thing over and over again.
I think John might be agreeing with you. So we are going to animate our creature land here. Give us 4 attackers. All of them are going to go at Ral. We can trade with the Drowner if we want on Wesley's side, but I think he's more than happy just to let that happen. That's cool. That's fine. Because now you're tapped out and you've only got 1 creature back on defense. I've still got this slick shot. I've still got this, even though the slick shot is going to be tapped from that last stun counter.
And Wesley set this up beautiful, right? Because Wesley, if hypothetically, if that slick shot could have connected last turn, that would have been 7 damage to John. And with the Sunspine Lynx in hand, that would have been very, very close to wrapping it up. But John did have the Flood Pits last turn, and that was kind of the perfect answer for John because that not only meant he wasn't taking 7, but also gave him an additional blocker for this turn, just in case there was a Swiss Spear or something like that.
Sleight of hand, that's first trigger. Then talents is going to come down next. Give us another art token. This one cannot be attacking this turn, but we're going to get in there twice. This is 3 plus 8, 5, so 8 total.
Yeah, currently 8. If Wesley has a cantrip, every additional spell represents minimum 3. So rage would be 6, a cantrip would be plus 3. So let's assume both of those. That's plus 11. 11 plus 8 is 19. So not quite.
Monstrous Rage is just a nightmare to play around, isn't it? Like if you got it, I block it with my 2/1. Yeah, it's normally fine, but Monstrous Rage means I'm basically just stopping 1 damage. You'll be able to go in over the top of it. Well, remember that is the Monstrous Rage. That's the worst case scenario for John here. That's going to represent an extra 6 points of damage.
3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minus 1 is 6 plus 7. I think this is an attack for 13. John should be going to 7, I believe.
Hold. He's got it. That's 3 for 3. You've been with math now.
Look, when it comes to the prowess deck, I'm good at math.
Frank Carson's going to have to watch out, mate. I tell you.
And look at this battlefield, right? You know, John was ahead for a couple of turns, right? Where he had the pig had that turn where he went nowhere to run, untap, play the second creature, start pressuring the Ral a little bit. But now this battlefield has just gotten completely out of control here for John. And then never mind, I lied.
Oh no, Temple Lockdown coming down. Taking everything up. Well, play this, get in there for 1. This is a 7-turn clock.
And that was a really crucial hopeless nightmare from John, because Wesley, the last card in hand for Wesley was that Sunspine Lynx. That was a huge nightmare.
What was the card that took it out of his hand? I'm trying to look. Was it the Steel and Oil?
No, hopeless nightmare. Why is the hopeless nightmare in the graveyard?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, why did it go to the
hopeless nightmare
graveyard?
should be under the lockdown. Yeah, they just realized it. Okay,
there you go.
I was like, how did that get to the graveyard?
That's why I was thinking. I was like, is this the Steel and Oil? Is that some alternate art? Oh, that's not a bad one when you're both top decking. Getting the Overlord of the Balmurk to have a little mill 4, put a creature back into our hand. We know how good this can be in Modern. In Standard, it's making a few waves, and here it's going to look great.
Yeah, very heads up from John too. Had the option to get like sort of greedy and just cast it for 5 mana, but recognizes that, you know, Wesley's out here is just cantrip, kill you with Slick Shot, so wants to be able to pick up that Flood Pits Drowner.
So Drowner, that could hit stun counters on it, but that's only like, I say it's going to give us more draw stats, but it's also going to give Wesley more time to get back in this game. It is closed deck list, so John doesn't know, but there is no more elemental cats floating around, because that would represent 5 damage currently, I believe, to John's face. And when you're at 6, that is not what you want to happen. So have a little count.
Wesley wouldn't mind drawing the second Ral. Second Ral would be nice here.
I believe we put that to the bottom with the stock up.
Oh, did we? Okay.
So what other good like top decks we've got here? Always Steel Cutter. Let's be honest.
Stock up.
Steel Cutter, stock up.
Yeah, Steel Cutter is actually not that great here, because Wesley doesn't have cards in hand. So the best it can, you know what I mean? He wouldn't even be able to trigger it this turn.
I'm just thinking of setting up. Like, I don't think, unless we're talking about trying to win next turn, but we already know we can't do that because of the Drowner. So we're just going to pass the turn. Overlord goes 4. That's a land off the top. That's not ideal. We'll let this get tapped down. Pass the turn. Keep the land in hand. That's smart, because, you know, if we do draw a card that we want to cast a little bit later on, we need some sort of fodder if any more nightmares are going to come down.
Well, it's weird, because if you draw stock up, you might want the extra land in play to be able to like double spell. So it's a very close situation. Not sure what's correct here, but this is now a 2-turn clock with the map hitting the spell there.
Map, land, gonna go to hand. Think we played land for the turn already? Question mark? No, we didn't. We could have. So we could have.
We did.
Oh no, because there's one land at the top, so we did 5 to 6, and that's gonna be enough. John's gonna be able to turn that back around, clutching from the claws of death. That's the sweeper. I'm literally having a mind blank already. The temporary lockdown. That's the one. Out the sideboard. absolutely key, critical there, stopping Wesley from literally taking the game down and out of his grasp. But for us and for everybody at home, we get a game number 3. So we've got the deck lists. Let's have one more look. Let's remind ourselves. Let's have a look at Wesley's side. Of course, lost that one, so we'll now be on the play on the powerful Is It Price deck. Do things change now on the play to post a draw?
I don't think so. I mean, we saw the Rel and the Sunspine links. Those are cards that we highlighted during sideboarding before as we're coming in. We didn't see any Anymore Crabs, but I do think it makes sense to board those in against the lockdowns. And then, interestingly enough, we saw the Drake Catcher, and I wasn't convinced that one was going to come in. Maybe it's a play draw thing, where maybe he'd rather have it on the draw but not the play. But yeah, I think for the most part, Wesley is probably going to be looking to do the same thing.
Let's flick it back to John and let's see what got in that sideboard and what we did see and what we didn't see. We saw Duresses, we saw temporary lockdowns, we saw the Overlord. So let's just say we bring all those in. That's 5 cards at least at the minute. So you'd want to probably think that the Beza might be coming in. So how many bad cards are we taking out on this deck in the main?
So some of the slower card advantage stuff like Kaido and Entity Tracker, you usually don't have a lot of time for those against the prowess deck. So I would guess that John probably cut those 5. Past that, you maybe could trim a Fear of Isolation if you feel like you have too much bounce. You just don't have, as much time to cast 2 of those. Or you already have the Pixies and the Kirans and the Towns. So maybe you can shave on some of those bounce spells. So I would say the 5/3 drops and maybe 1 Fear of Isolation. So that's 6 coming out. And then you figure the Lorian, the Beza, the 2 Duresses, the Dreams, and the Lockdowns. That's 7. So maybe just cut both Fear of Isolations.
All right, interesting. That's in the mind of the Wake. Let's get back down to the match, see how we're getting on, shuffling up between both our players. Wes is going for a little bit of a power shuffle here. Are you a power shuffler, or have you got any sort of fancy shuffling technique, or are you just someone that mashes them together?
Nah, man, I used to be a pile shuffler, and then I honestly, and maybe this is just my opinion, but I personally think that pile shuffling is a waste of time because it doesn't actually randomize your deck. It's mostly just for counting. But usually I just do at the end of the game, I'll do a quick count just to make sure that I got 60 there. Cause there was actually a situation where I was playing at an RC. I can't remember which one. I think it was Atlanta Pioneer. And I sit down for, I think it was round 6 or round 7, and I pile my deck and I have 59 cards. And I piled it again and I have 59 cards again. And I called the judge. I was like, can I figure this out? I figured out what it was, but I went back to the table that I was at previously. Card wasn't there. The judge says, okay, you got 10 minutes. And I was running around the room asking. It was a Huntsman's Redemption. And it was just this random card that nobody had. But right around the 10-minute mark, right as I was about to get a game lost, somebody came over and was like, here, I got you. And I ended up winning that match, which was hilarious.
Jeez, right. Both players going down to 6 here. I do remember I did coverage of an event in it's like Copenhagen or somewhere like that, and blindly round 1 picks the feature match. You know what I mean? 700 players in the room blindly picked the round 1 feature match, and it was modern, so it was Hammer Time versus I don't know, Rakdos Scam or whatever it was, and they both play shuffle up, draw their opening hands, play the match, plays a Stoneforge Mystic, looks through their deck, realizes they have no hammers in their deck. Judge called it. Did the same thing that you did. They had 10 minutes to go find these hammers. Oh no, it was a Coldra. They tried to find it. Tried to find Coldra. They went, got a Coldra, put it in the deck, shuffled up, blah blah blah. Carried on with the next game.
Yeah.
Same thing happened again. When Stoneforge went to go find a hammer, realized there's no hammers in their decks. Judge stops the game, it counts the deck. They shuffled up and presented a 52 card deck. And I was just like, what's the odds of the over 600 people in the room? I randomly picked the one deck that's got 52 cards. They were able to get it sorted and they were able to keep playing for the weekend and stuff. But yeah, it was an awkward round of Magic.
How do you play hammer and forget the hammers?
But I don't know. Okay, some people.
That's like if you're playing Splinter Twin and you just showed up with a 52 card deck that didn't have 4 Deceivers or 4 Splinter Twin.
I don't know, but it was a good story, and we're off to the races here. Wesley's going to start off with the powerful one-drop saga. So that's going to come down, bring himself an art token, and the follow-up is going to be addressed. Do we have a cutter?
Show me
We
the cutter.
do have a cutter.
Ooh,
Cutter,
but we have a
stock up.
cutter and a stock up. This is a pretty good hand for Wesley. This is 6 too. Yeah, this is a good 6 for Wesley.
What'd you take?
You got to take the cutter for sure. I think. Maybe it depends on John's hand. Like if John has a lockdown, maybe you're slightly more incentivized to take the stock up. But then if you do that, Wesley has the Pierce for the lockdown anyways, so that could run into an awkward spot. So I think you just take the cutter and figure it out from there. But John has given this one a think.
Yeah, don't want to make any mistakes, especially like when you're on coverage. You can watch it back and you can see if you did something right or if it would have panned out differently. I think I agree. Taking the cutter here, it can generate way too much value the longer the game goes for Wesley. Plays the man, gets in there for 1 point with the otter.
I was really hoping Wesley drew a second cutter there.
You would. You want to see the well burn, don't you? You know what I mean?
I just love it when discard spells are just one vampiric tutor, because they usually are for my opponents.
3 mana. Here's the stock up. 1 price trigger. Look at top 5. One of those is a cutter. I also see a slick shot shop in there, a land, an opt, and I didn't get a look at the 5th card. Might have even been another stock up.
Yeah, I think maybe a sleight of hand. I think so. Wesley's hand right now is opt spell pierce. I think you just take cutter sleight of hand because I want more cantrips because that's kind of like you have the double spell next turn rolled up with cutter cantrip, but then ideally what ends up happening is that Wesley cantrips into an untapped blue source, makes the cutter token, attacks, holds up spell pierce for lockdown next turn, and then from there can kind of progress with the other cantrip.
Okay, let's see if he agrees. And I think he did agree. I think I saw that was cutter and the sleight of hand going to the grip. Yep, it was. It's gone out of here. -3 is going to happen to that. Nowhere to run coming in. Then here comes our third land drop as we pass it back to John. I'm just going to pass the turn back to Wesley.
Yeah, it looks like John's hand is super reactive. I think I saw like 2 more nowhere to runs and a bounce spell. It might have been a Fear of Isolation. So a lot of ways to interact. And that stuff is normally good against prowess. But when it comes to cutter, like trading 1 for 1 with the cutter tokens is really brutal because they're just going to make more tokens every single turn.
Yeah, not happy about that from John. Saw the little shake of the head there. Sleight of hand is going to be our second spell. So that is going to make the token, but we're going to give that a nowhere to run. So as you said, basically John Wesley's doing his thing, keeping that card advantage high, turning burner for his deck and gaining incremental value with these 1/1 monk tokens, where John has to use cold, hard cards to deal with them, not where he wants to be.
Yeah, and I believe Wesley took a land over a Monstrous Rage. Love that, especially given the fact that you have the Spell Pierce in hand, so you want to be able to hold that up, and you kind of just want more mana for next turn, so you can go cantrip maybe into a 2-mana card and then still be able to hold up the Spell Pierce.
Here it comes. This is the Drake, right?
Fear of Isolation, yep.
The Nightmare.
Yeah, so that one is actually going to pick up a land for John. So that signifies to Wesley that maybe John has another spell he wants to cast this turn, maybe like another nowhere to run.
That was an opt off the top. We're going to lead off the turn casting it. Scry 1, then draw a card. Wesley's having a think. I think we've only got 2 cards now free, so likes that. Follow-up is going to be 2 mana. It's going to be another cutter. So that's going to trigger the first one. But this doesn't work how we want it to, right? Yes, this is the second spell that's cast, but it doesn't mean that the one that's just about to enter gets a trigger at all.
Correct, yeah. So Wesley can sort of pop off next turn. And again, that Spell Pierce, face-up information. So I don't think John has the lockdown, but even if he did, it wouldn't be good enough because both players know about that Spell Pierce.
Not going to get in there. This is that another nowhere? It is a nowhere.
Yeah.
Triple nowhere. Get rid of the token. Fine. Whatever. It was a free token anyway.
Yeah, and you see there, Wesley had the option to Spell Pierce that, but he just doesn't care. because he's just going to make 2 more of those next turn. The only card he ever wants to spell pierce in this matchup is exactly Temp Lockdown. Any of these 1-for-1 kill spells, he just does not. It just doesn't matter.
We get in there for 2 over on Wesley's side. Land, drop for the turn, and pass back. That's an opt drawn for the turn. It's a great way to start off. Try and potentially get some of these triggers going. So opt, scry 1.
And you're always happy to draw a 1-mana cantrip in this deck. Believe it or not, when this deck first started, when people started first playing the Prowess deck, they were playing less than 8 cantrips, and I think people quickly realized that no, we got to play 8 of these because you just want to draw more of them every turn.
I think that's just every blue player's dream, right? Like if you register a blue
especially
deck,
when you have Cutter.
yeah, Cutter get to sort of turbo accelerate this out. Looks like we might have found another one. We did opt into opt, so this is where we get double triggers, and the 2 monks are going to enter. They're both going to be equipped with the steel cutter. Now we get to scry 1, draw a card. Don't like that one, so blind draw off the top. It was just a land. That's good for John.
Yeah, so the leftovers, we know about the Pierce. I don't know that Wesley has another spell in hand. I think it might just be the Pierce. Is it the 4th nowhere?
No way, it is the 4th nowhere. We're going to use the Pierce on that. I suppose if we get into the realms of 5th land drop, lockdown.
Very surprised we spell pierce that. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. If John has been sandbagging the lockdown and just draws a 5th land, that's a good point. And did draw a 5th land too, so.
Was he using? Oh, Row's the last card in hand.
That's not bad.
That's a good follow-up.
Yeah, even without a cantrip in hand, Wesley could also level up the Storm Chaser's Talon, get back either Opt or Sleight of Hand, and then use that to try and find the second 1-mana spell next turn.
So we're bouncing here. We're going to bounce a token, bounce the nowhere to run back to the grip. Draw, just another land.
Yeah, so now for Wesley, couple of options here. You could go towards Ral, try to minus the Ral and find some more 1-mana spells to play there. You could use the talent to pick up a cantrip, and then the cantrip could potentially find you another 1-mana spell to play this turn. I think I lean towards the Ral, but it's kind of close. Okay, we're going to go for talent here.
So talent 4 mana, we're going to level that up, return a instant or sorcery from our graveyard to our hand. It's going to be a sleight of hand. That's the second. No, it's the first spell, sorry.
Land and a stock up, I think.
Stock up's a good one, just not this turn. But for 2 mana, stock up. We do have a.
Oh.
Did we do? Is that the crab?
That is the crab. That's a pretty good. It looked like a stock up to me, but no, it was actually a crab, and that's a good find because that's going to mean that that's actually massive because now we can tap the Fear of Isolation, and the new Cutter tokens can just attack pass through that. That's kind of crazy.
Well, we also get to tap 2 creatures, right?
Yeah. Well, we're going to tap the Fear.
Oh, you're thinking through the... Yeah, okay, I get you now.
Yeah, we can just tap it, and then we don't have to worry about it being a blocker.
Me being... Yeah, because we're thinking about the... Yeah, no extra prize trigger. This is a creature.
Yeah, so the crab's going to come down, tap the Fear of Isolation. John can fire off the Nowhere to Run in hand, and then take 4, go to 11.
Take one of the ones that's already equipped. Makes sense. Passes back. Needs something big.
John needs to draw a discard.
Lockdown would be good. Well, lockdown would help here. Good.
That is not a discard. That is a Concealed Courtyard.
So now the Row coming down as well as a follow-up. Basic Mountain off the top of the deck.
Yeah, very high likelihood that Ral can find a spell to cast with 3 mana left over because Wesley has 7. So even if we don't play the land from hand, Ral discard 2 lands. That would still give us 3 left over to cast basically anything.
Yeah, that's a Ral off the top. First power trigger going to come in with 4 loyalty. We are going to tick that down. So we're going to draw 3, discard 2, land, and... Oh, it was a sleight of hand.
That was
the last
spell.
one.
Is that a sleight?
Yeah, I believe so. There's the sleight of hand. Anything whiteboarded is basically sleight of hand at this point to me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Going to generate the extra monk tokens. The two on the right have got the prowess. Remember that crab itself is a huge crab with a 5/5 body.
Found 2 lands. It's, I guess, good news for John.
Play a land, turn everything sideways? Question mark.
Yeah, I'm in. Like, I mean, he can profitably block one of the 2/2s, but then he's still taking 3, 6, 8, 13. No, he can't even do that. He actually has to chump block the crab here, I think. Jump block the crab, take 10 is your only out.
But then what's the out? Like,
yeah, it's like even if you draw a lockdown, you still just lose to the crab anyways, and the Ral. So I don't think John is any way out.
No, but you can get
Not
the
that.
card, take the left. There's the handshake. We are going to see Wesley taking this one down. And it really showed the power of how good that steel cutter is in this deck, especially in multiples.
Yeah, Cutter is just absolutely insane. I mean, there was that one game that Wesley had, the game 1 where he had 3 of them, and it was just absolutely out of control. I mean, the one game that John was able to take down was that game where he was able to clean everything up with lockdown. But when the games do not involve lockdown, it is very difficult to beat that Cutter card.
And that's why we brought the crab in, right? The crab is purposely for that, have diverse our threats to make it so there wasn't any outs there for him. Looks like we're getting Wesley in the booth for an interview. So let's get down to it with our winner, Wesley Hickman, taking it down. Congrats, my friend. You got Will and Devon in the booth. We're just going to ask you a couple of questions, and I'm going to kick it off with how good's that crab being? Because that looked pretty cool there.
Absolutely amazing. It comes in so many matchups. I found out about Eddie Merc being a possibility in this deck like 3 hours before Minneapolis started last week and severely regretted not registering it. It has won me like every game I've casted. It's good against aggro, the mirror, like black mid-range, tap bases, tap shield druids, etc. Like, I was just telling my opponent, bigger than no run. If you bounce it to my hand, I recast it with town, and then it can't be locked down. So just like premium against their entire deck.
Yeah,
Sick.
and as you mentioned, just like against all of the cards that people are boarding in, they're going heavy on targeting Cutter, like duresses and stuff, and that being able to dodge that is pretty nice.
Right.
The other thing that I wanted to mention, and this is kind of a trend that's been happening a lot on Magic Online recently, is the inclusion of a lot more Drake catchers in the main, and you've decided to just go with the 4 slick shots and 1 Drake catcher in the sideboard. Talk me through that decision.
Yeah, so it's definitely some interesting logic here. People are putting in Drake catchers for this, really inbred meta of Is It Prowess being the best deck. It's, 33% plus Monster Strays decks, 33% plus of the room. It's nice to have a Vigilance Prowess creature, obviously. My thing is that I think that the difference between Drake Catcher and Slickshot is enough versus the rest of the format where I still want 4 Slickshots in my deck. So versus Abuelo's Domain, Pixie, I want to be killing people, not having, a 2-mana 1/3 without haste. Doesn't help you into the lockdown decks. And then also in the mirror, the difference between Slickshot and Hatcher, I don't think is that great. Like, Slickshot's incredible. A lot of times people board out Burst Lightning. Even if they don't, you can still protect it with Monster Trade. So it's not like I have a bad card in my deck. I have Slickshot Show Off in my Prowess deck. So yeah, that's my hot take on the meta is, I'm sacrificing a few percent here for a lot better in other places.
You want to make them have the answer, then have the answers yourself. I like it. That's exactly how I play Magic as well. If you got it, cool. Then we're going to keep playing. If you don't have it, I'm going to win the game. What do you not want to play against with this Is It Prowess deck, though? Like, is there a deck that you are just trying to dodge that, you've come across, like you saw someone playing, I don't know, some crazy deck, and you're like, oh, I really don't want to play against that one because they bought it purposely just to beat up on this deck? Or is there a certain deck in the meta that you're trying to avoid?
Yeah, the entire meta is warped around Corey Steelcutter, so there are a few decks that are incredible against my deck. I think the best one's probably Black-White Pixie in particular. That deck having an edge over normal Esper Pixie against us because they are scroll shifting their lockdowns at instant speed. They are sacrificing a lot of their blue card quality, not playing town, not playing talent for cards like scroll shift to blow out prowess. So hoping to dodge that, but you can also just draw enough Corys and it won't matter. You can still.
You're good at that. You were good at that in that match.
Really good at that.
Yeah. Yeah. Number of Corys drawn equals high win rate for sure.
Devin, next question.
I think you honestly asked the one that I was going to ask. The other thing I will mention is that and you sort of got on this trend too. Into the Flood Maw was a card that people were not necessarily picking up. I think it was the week before Bologna, but then after Bologna happened, everybody was on it. You got 3 in the main, and that card is just talk to me about that card.
You could play 4. You could play more. You could play bounce off. Like you could. Unsummon is an extremely good effect in this format. Like even if you're thinking about the mirror, it is an answer to any creature in their deck through Monstrous Rage. as well as half the creatures in the mirror are tokens anyways. So just being better than a burn spell. I think Burst Lightning is like a necessary evil, because there's mice decks and you have to play a high number of removal spells to compete with other slick shots and stuff. But if we could, I think we could just play all bounce spells and no Burst Lightnings if we could.
And I can sit here and listen to you all day talk about this. It's really, really interesting getting into that mind. But we are going to let you step away and have a break. So congratulations on that. 3-0 now. A couple more wins, and hopefully we get to see you in today's top 8.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Devin. Shout out to all the moms and my mom for Mother's Day. So.
Yes.
Oh, is it Mother's Day in America?
It is.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
I'm in the UK.
I hope everybody's
here.
going home and celebrate their moms after this.
Shout out to the mums out there. All right,
Yeah.
we're going to let you go. We're going to move back to the booth because this is going actually, I'm going to ask, do we have a backup feature match? Have we got any time shifted shenanigans going on production?
We're thinking.
No, we do not. Okay, it's going to be the end of round number 3 then, where we're going to step away, have a short break. And then when we come back, we've got round number 4 of 7 scheduled for today before we get to that top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 4 here is kicking off at the NRG series. My name is Will. That is Devon, and we are happy to have you here. As we've got 7 rounds of Swiss until we get to today's top 8. The players are battling out for their share of $5,000 as well as coveted points on our leaderboard because they want to get to the end of year championships. 24 players get invited to it, 30 grand on the line, and of course that PT invite. But maybe you're at home and you want to get part of some of these events. Well, we're going to tell you which ones we've got coming up. So the very next one, Doom, is what?
Indianapolis, and that's going to be on June 28th and the 29th. We have 10K Standard Showdown on Saturday, followed by 10K Final Fantasy Team Sealed Showdown on Sunday. That should be a really fun one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But then we've also announced the next part of the year, what 4 events we've got. So get these in your calendars now, book those flights, get those hotels booked up so you can turn up to these beautiful ones. Starting off, we got, July 19th and 20th at St. Paul's. We're going to have a modern 10K showdown. Then all you legacy players out there, we've got a little bit of love here. We've got a 5K legacy trial on the Sunday. One of my favorite formats to cover, I must say. Then August 23rd, 24th, we're going to be in, is that Lansing? No idea where that is, but I'm guessing it's in America somewhere. We're going to have a 10K standard showdown. And on the Sunday, everybody's favorite team events. So 10K team trial. That's going to be standard, modern, and pauper.
Pauper. Talk to me.
The one upsetting thing is I'm not going to be casting that weekend because I'm getting married this weekend. But it's fine. We've got 2 more events this year for me to do. Talk me through them.
Yeah, September 13th and the 14th in lovely Mundelein. That's going to be Modern Showdown at 10K with a 5K to be determined trial. Not sure what the format's going to be there. Maybe a little bit of pauper potentially, depending on how well the first team trial goes. And then November 1st and the 2nd in Elmhurst, that's going to be 10K Team Showdown, Standard Sealed Modern with a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday.
Love to see it. Okay, let's have a look at how the players are going on. We've got some players to watch. We talk about the points this weekend, going on to that leaderboard and getting to the end of the year event. So they're all battling out because every single point that they can get at the end of the year might be the difference from making it and not. So we've got a couple of players here at Frio and a couple of players on the fight back. Some players not doing so well. Then Harrison, go top to bottom for me.
Yeah, we got Wesley and Will both at 3-0. Cliff, who we have in our feature match here, technically undefeated at 2-1. Charlie at 2-1, and then a couple of 1-2s, and like you mentioned, Harrison at 0-3, rounding out our leaderboard.
Nice to see. Hopefully they can keep these runs going, or at least fight back, get those points. Let's get down to our feature match. I can see both players shoveled up, opening hands drawn, just waiting for the green light. So let's talk you through who we've got and what decks they are on. Carter on left of our screen on mono black mid-range. Going up against Jess on the right on Demir mid-range. We've seen Demir mid-range once already today in the hands of Will Cougar. It looked exceptional. But Carter on this mono black mid-range deck got some really cool cards to be able to battle this for. This is going to be a cool mid-range battle, and it means we're going to sit down and sit because we're going to be in this for quite a long way, right?
Yeah, so Carter is playing mono black mid range, which is a deck that we saw take off a little bit in over the past week or so with the rise of prowess. And I think the idea and the concept is that you have some bigger creatures that the prowess deck has maybe a slightly harder time answering, stuff like Archfiend of the Dross, Shieldred, copies of the Speed Demon, and then Karsi Revenant, which is a card that has been making a little bit of an impact. Some of the Demir decks are playing it. We actually see, I believe Jess has a couple copies as well. And that card is quite good because it allows you to trade regardless of whether your opponent, however big the prowess creature is. And after you trade with the Karsi, later on, you can renew it from the graveyard to make something else get that flying death touch and lifelink counters.
How good does it feel when you get dressed and there's no targets for your opponent and then you draw one for the turn? How good does that feel?
Love it. Yeah, that's what we call the duress bug. That's like when you duress your prowess opponent, their hand is like, I don't know, 5 creatures and they just immediately draw the cutter. So
well, we're gonna follow up with a deep coming bats. That's gonna show a lot of answers to it. We've got a Shieldred's Edict, 2 cut down, and 2 lands. So I'm pretty sure the Kevin Bats is sticking around for a while, but which one of these do you want to do? How do we tax the mana? Does it even matter at this point?
Nah, with this hand, it doesn't matter. Maybe if there was 1 cut down and 2 2-mana kill spells, you could just, make like basically force Carter to cast one of the ones that you would rather. But with 2 cut downs, it doesn't matter what you take. Carter's going to be able to kill it no matter what.
All right, Sanctuary's going to be our land drop for the turn. Pass it back to Jess. See what they can draw. Duress of their own, I think. Is that
Yep.
was that Duress?
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good turn for Jess because now they can go, duress you, maybe take one of the kill spells, and then the bat is going to trade for the other one, and now Carter's going to be out of he's going to be on empty, right? He's just going to have 5 lands. So
being top deck mode, but it does have quite a lot of good tops that they can draw. Lots of big demons and Phyrexian beasties floating around, as well as, of course, just a load of removal spells. I think maybe the best one in this situation might even be Unholy Annex.
yeah, if Carter can find an annex here, and he's still got a couple of soul stones, so even if Carter doesn't find any action, can at least do that end of turn. But I believe Jess is Jess has got some gas in their hand. We got 2 preachers and a curiosity, so any one of those could come down, and it looks like we're going to go for preacher first.
I just was able to pick up a few of these because it was the promo for like set championships or games day or whatever they call it now.
The new
promos of it. Yeah,
those ones look nice.
Yeah, they're pretty sick. So we're gonna make the 3/3. Jess is going to scribble out a couple of the cards that have been played because obviously they are known from the Duress and the Deep Cannon Bats that have already entered and gone to the graveyard. Oh, okay. We're going to go Demon side first. Make yourself a big 6/6.
Yeah, I like this play from Carter because it is more mana efficient. So now Carter with land 6 next turn can go flip the other side of the annex and then still potentially be able to play a 3-drop, which, Carter does have 6? There's 3 Preachers and 3 Carstony Revenants, or potentially even, heaven forbid, a second annex. That would be kind of brutal here.
Well, now we get the perfect double trigger here off Preacher. Not only do we get to make a 1/1, we also get to lose life and draw a card from this attack. So you got to love to see that. Didn't get a good look at what we drew though. Oh, okay. I think I know what we might have drawn. Enduring Curiosity is going to come down. So when this damage happens, we do get to draw an extra card. That's going to be key in keeping in this game and going 1-for-1 with Carter.
Yeah, and now you're in a situation where both players have kind of their big card advantage engine going on. But the big difference here is that Carter's card advantage engine also draws him an extra card every turn and also domes, right? It drains Jess for 2. So, Jess is sort of under the gun here where Carter is, amassing cards in a similar fashion to the Preacher and the Curiosity. But now, once we can get that Annex online for 3 mana, then we can really start, draining and really popping off.
Archfiend Dross was the draw. That's going to go to the throat. Have you seen the alternate art of Archfiend Dross? It gives me nightmares. Alternate art?
Oh, the one from
okay.
I have seen that. Yeah,
it's so good, so good.
It's nice.
All right. Well, then we're going to get in there for 3 points of damage. We're going to get the trigger, generate another vampire, draw another 2 cards. Of course, that Curiosity comes back as an enchantment. So, advantage bar to Jess pretty heavily at this spot, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think Jess's leftovers are still pretty good. They have the Carsey here that can threaten to trade for the demon token. So now Carter's attacks are kind of offline. And then I believe Jess still also has at least 1, if not 2 more Preachers and a cut down. So still plenty of gas in the tank here for Jess. And as you can see, Carter just basically on empty at this point. I mean, has the Annex with the demon, which is decent, but it's going to be very hard to keep up with a lot of, what Jess is producing on the battlefield.
Really would like to draw a removal spell here in this instance. Try and fight back and never go for the throat would be pretty good. But what are we going to do here? What have we got? We've got a grip for the cards. And we're going to start off with combat. Makes sense. Turn everything sideways. This is going to be 7 points damage if it does happen. Our life total is lower, so we will make a 1/1 token with lifelink again.
Yeah, and from Jess's perspective, you're kind of fine if one of the 1/1s gets eaten, because that means 6 damage is coming across the Carter, and you're going to replace the 1/1 anyways with the Preachers. So you don't really mind if that gets blocked, and that's going to be 3 more cards for Jess from the Curiosity. So I mean, basically, Jess has 9 cards in hand. Carter has 1, so I'm assuming that means Jess is favored.
Still got all these, and I'm trying to look at the deck. Doesn't know there's anything that really gets us back in there. One copy of Gix Command, and even now there's too many free frees floating around. I'm going to follow up with another Preacher just to get cards out of our hand because it's so stocked at the minute. Stocked up, some would say. Boop, boop. You're welcome. I'm here for at least the next round, chat.
Hey, Jess does not have stock up in their deck, okay?
Do they not? Let me. Don't need it. Don't even need it. Well, we're going to play another Annex, but we're going to play it on the draw side. So we still got the Demon. So it'll be a swap of 4 and draw 2. So just losing 4 life, Carter going to gain 4.
Maybe this would be good enough for Carter if the Carsey Revenants didn't have lifelink, right? Because Carter is draining 4, draining just for 4 every single turn cycle. But because of the fact that the Carseys have lifelink, that sort of offsets the Annex drains.
Deep Coming Bats comes down, reveals 2 lands for Carter. That's a lot of lands being drawn.
How many cards is Jess drawing in this combat phase? 6?
16 billion.
Is that good? Will, is draw 6 cards good?
I hear it. I'm an infect player. It's nice when my opponent has 6 cards in the hand when I kill them. It doesn't happen very often these days. But yeah, I hear drawing 6 cards is pretty good in every single format of Magic the Gathering. Maybe we're on the mill out plan. Can we mill Jess out?
It seems unlikely. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I think it seems pretty unlikely.
Controversial opinion. I don't like it when I've got too many cards in my hand because I feel like, oh no, what do I do? Am I going to do the wrong one? Or do you try and play everything out? Do you try and play the big power creature out? Like what's the game plan when I've got all of these?
Hilariously enough, Jess's hand is not that good. Jess has, I believe, a bunch of cut downs and a bunch of Spyglass Sirens, so not really a bunch of good leftovers. Now, Jess doesn't really need anything. They already have more than enough on the battlefield to win, but I guess a little bit of a plus for Carter there.
Let's go to Drew for the turn. We know about the 2 lands that are in hand. I guess Gix's command would actually help a little bit here. At least clean up the battlefield, leave Jess with 2 creatures. 5 mana, make another demon.
Demon.
I would call this mono black demons, the amount of demons that are floating around in this list. Yes,
yeah, with the 4 Annexes and the 3 Archfiends, and 2 speed demons too.
Tap down one of the demons, put some stun counters on it. End of turn, draw 2 cards, gain 4 life, just loses 4 life.
Yeah, and I mean, even if Carter somehow finds a kill spell, I don't think it's enough. Because she would kill a Carsey, block a Carsey, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's still 11 damage coming across. So I think even with a kill spell, Carter is still just dead on board.
You just want to see how many cards they can draw.
Well, see, unfortunately, Will, damage happens before the curiosity trigger. So also, if your opponent concedes, you don't also trigger the curiosity.
Excuse me, Will. Point puts fingers back on glasses, pushes it back on nose. Excuse me. All right, I get you. Cool. You're all right. I get it. Carter's going to scoop him up. Just going to take down game number 1. So now we get to have a little look at the deck list. We're going to come back to us while we kind of load that up. But is that how that deck's meant to play out? Like, does it look like the Curiosity just ran away with the game completely? Would it be different if there wasn't a Curiosity on the board? Would we still be able to hold our own over on Jess's side?
Yeah, I mean, both decks are very similar in terms of how they are presenting threats in the battlefield. They all have, a bunch of 3s and 4s. The difference here is that if you look at the card advantage engines, Jess had Curiosity, Carter had Annex. There is a ceiling on how many cards Annex can draw a turn. There's not really a ceiling on how many cards Curiosity can draw per turn, and that was the difference there.
Yeah, huge. And it only takes 1 as well. Obviously, in multiples, things get completely crazy as we've seen. But we do have the deck list. Let's have a little look at them because these are, this mono black deck isn't something we see every day. This is the 75. That's the sideboard. What do you like, Doom?
So looking here for Carter's side of things, taking a look at, so you have some additional threats in the form of Caustic Bronco. Those could maybe come in if you want to try to go under Jess a little bit and, get play to the battlefield, especially on the play. I don't hate the Broncos. Dreams of Steel and Oil, that could be a way to exile Curiosity from Jess's hand before it hits the battlefield. And then other than that, the Gix's command is usually good in these kind of games that go a little bit longer, help clean up the battlefield, get a little bit of counters, maybe buy 2 things back. So the command, the dreams, and potentially the Broncos. Although I will mention, I think Carter only wants the Broncos on the play and not the draw.
All right, interesting to see how that panned out. So I don't think we've got the other deck list, so we can just talk through what we got in the board here. I lied. We've got it. Productions all over it. They were teasing me. This is the 75 that Jess has brought. What'd you like?
Yeah, so from Jess's side of things, they have so looking here, Anoint, Disdainful Stroke, Dreams. The Dreams are decent because Carter has a lot of big stuff like Carsey Revenant, Preacher of the Schism, Archfiend of the Draw, Shieldred. So Dreams can able to just, be able to take one of Carter's big threats. The Fairy Masterminds, really good against Annex, because if, say, Carter taps out for Annex on turn 3, Jess can then play the Mastermind, get an extra card off the Mastermind, go from there. Definitely want the Kaidos. Very, very good at just being a threat and also locking, like specifically Kaido against Archfiend of the Dross. That is a brutal lineup because Archfiend of the Dross getting locked down for 2 turns means that it's pretty likely that you're not going to be able to kill your opponent before the Archfiend kills you. And then also the Shieldred and maybe the Scavenger region, although Carter's creatures are maybe a little bit too big for the spell half of that to do anything relevant.
That's quite a lot of cards to bring in. Is there any sort of dead cards in the main deck that you don't want as we go into game 2?
I mean, there's nothing really dead here. I think Jess's weakest card, and this maybe goes true, I guess if you look at cut down, right? I think that Carter's cut downs are better than Jess's because Jess has more cheap stuff. Deep Cavern Bat, Flood Pits Drowner, Spyglass Siren, where Carter really only has the Deep Cavern Bats. So I think Jess maybe look towards boarding out copies of their cut downs. The Spell Pierces are a little interesting. They're good against Annex, but not great against a ton else in Carter's deck list. And then it's sort of the same thing with Duress. It's like, how many of these Spell Pierce Duress type effects do you want? So maybe Jess could trim on those, and then maybe like trim a Spyglass Siren here or there.
All right, interesting. Well, players are just coming to the end of shuffling up, so let's get down and see how they're doing. We're going to start with Carter's going to be on the play. Losing that game at number 1, wants to fight back. Both players are 3-0. We've got 7 rounds scheduled for you today of Swiss, and then the top 8 as well. So you will see a champion crowned on this channel. $5,000 on the line, but it's those play points. You may notice we've got the players leaderboard. The top half of that leaderboard are all in attendance this weekend, all battling it out to try and get more points to change this up. It got mixed up dramatically yesterday with Grayson being able to take the W on Is It Prowess in Modern, but standard is what we're playing today. A lot of these players, all the way down to 12th place, are all in the room trying to get more points. You see how close it is there, that just winning 5 to 6 extra points can really leapfrog you up into that top 5, top 10 category where all the players want, because, of course, end of the year. $30,000, 24-player invite-only tournament with a Pro Tour slot on the line to play against the best players in the world and potentially maybe even get yourself to the World Championships. Carter's going to run off with his deck. Not ideal. That's the weirdest way I've ever seen to scoop a match, but I'll take it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't. Well, I thought for a second he was going toward the bathroom, but maybe there might be a judge call here or something. Not entirely sure, but we're gonna come back to us for a second while they figure all that out.
It's fine. You know, I just spoke about the end of the event, the leaderboard, and how good it is. But maybe that means that people at home are like, oh, hold on a minute. There's a Pro Tour invite out there. There's a lot of money on the line. Maybe I want to start getting to these events. I want to come forward. Let's have a little look again at these future events that we've got coming up. We've got one more in this half of the season, and then we've got the 4 that we just announced the second half of the season. And this is your time at home. You know, if you want to turn up to these, start booking those flights, start booking the hotel. Doom, talk us through it.
Yeah, so we Indianapolis. That's go. You know what we need to bring back, Will? We need to bring back the Will fun facts.
Oh, I've got some about Chicagoland.
Not Indy though. You gotta look up some Indy ones.
We're not Indy yet. That's next time. I've got ones for this weekend for Chicagoland. I'll do it after this.
Okay. But yeah, Saturday 10K standard showdown, and I want to touch on that 10K Final Fantasy Team Sealed Showdown. That's going to be a banger of an event. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. For people at home who may not know this, Final Fantasy for pre-orders is already the best-selling Magic set of all time. So the set looks to be a banger, and I've been seeing some spoilers over the weekend. It looks to be like a really cool set.
Yeah, there's a lot. And it's just the hype behind it. I'm going to hurt chat right now and say that me and you've never played the game, so we don't actually know what everything is. But
true.
Everyone on all the socials is going crazy about this. A lot of my friends are super happy about this. Even my friends that don't even play Magic are going, "Whoa! I hear that there's something coming out of Magic about these guys. They look really cool. The art is great." So I love seeing all the hype behind it. I say this is everybody else's Lord of the Rings. To me, this is what I was like for Lord of the Rings. I was so hyped and so happy about it. And that Final Fantasy Team Sealed is going to be amazing. Just because this is the one opportunity you get to kind of bring all your favorite characters together, even if they're not playable in constructed formats, but in limited. That's where maybe they could shine. I remember at the Pro Tour of the Rings, we were able to have like Mount Dooms with the One Rings with golems, and I just loved all that flavor text going around. So I'm hoping there's going to be a lot of that for a lot of fans out there of the Final Fantasy, and we're going to have obviously Sealed on that Sunday 10K. Plus, you get to do it as a team. You know what I mean? Who would be our third though, Doom? Who would be our third? Who's going to carry us? Because me and you ain't Sealed limited players. Who are we going to get? Right? Oh, we'll go with Mason. I think he's in the chat right now. Mason's going to be going pretty hard on this sex. I think he's going to be on the PT type team around there, sort of thing. Well, at least he's going to have a look at it because he's the coach. You know what I mean? He's got to learn all these cards to see what's good, what's bad, especially for the people he's going to move forward. Right. This is the future events that we've got coming up. We announced it recently, as earlier, I think it was yesterday morning we announced it. These are the next 4 events happening at the NRG series. 4 different locations, 4 different weekends, a lot of Magic, a lot of prizes. Quickly go through it for me, Doom.
Yeah, so July 19th to the 20th, St. Paul. That's going to be 10K Modern Showdown, 5K Legacy Trial. We got August 23rd in Lansing, Michigan. Correct you on that one for last time. 10K Standard Showdown, 10K Team Trial. That I cannot wait for that Pauper event. I want to see I want to see some high stakes Pauper.
All right, I think I want yeah, okay, I'll go Pauper. I think it's just a mix between Pioneer and Pauper, but I love Pauper. We have a big Pauper scene in Europe. We have huge 1,000-player tournaments of this, so I'm down to see Pauper get some more of that love going across America, and you guys can all see how good that format actually is, because you don't have the super powerful cards. But I am actually going to break away from this because I think the players are already drawing their hands and starting the game without us. So let's get down to it. Car on the play, 1 game down, starting off with that Swamp. Will Fax are going to have to wait, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll get him after.
Dress on the other side here for Jess.
Yeah, remember game 1, Carter's Duress missed, and then Jess immediately drew the non-creature spell. Jess's Duress not missing, hitting probably the single best card here in Carter's entire deck for that, which is the Unholy Annex. So, if all things are equal, Carter's going to draw an Annex this turn.
Just add a little look there at the land. That is the Raceway. Which one is it? It's Amonkhet Raceway.
Amonkhet Raceway. This one's cool. Well, the really cool thing about Amonkhet Raceway is when you're playing the Speed Demon, what happens is you kind of want to get to maximum speed before turn 5 when you go to play the demon. So once you have the demon in play, if you already have max speed, that's just a draw 4, lose 4 on your 5-drop. It's a little awkward because it's not a May, so you have to be a little bit careful that you don't just die to your own speed demon. But yeah, this is really just a way to juice the speed demon up. Also, just giving your creatures haste once you have max speed and you're kind of flooding out a little bit. Also, pretty good with how big Carter's creatures are.
Yeah, it just presents like an extra threat, really, doesn't it? Like every creature I draw can now have haste if I decide to go that route. So it's going to be interesting if we can even get to that point. But Deep Cavern Bats ticking away every turn. That might have something to say of it. But we're going to put a roadblock in the way. Here comes the Spyglass. We're going to instantly crack the clue. That's going to reveal a land. That's going to go to the grip. So it is going to be a 1/1 facing off against this Deep Cavern Bats as we pass the turn back to Carter. Land drop for the turn is going to be a Swamp. And then Preacher, the follow-up. And just to pass the turn. Understandable.
Yeah, it doesn't really want to trade the Deep Cavern Bat for the Spyglass Siren. And looking at Jess's hand, I think Jess is maybe getting a little bit mana flooded here. I can't quite get a good look at the holdings, although I think there might be a Kaido in there. So this could be a good turn to just, Carter's very likely not going to block the Siren, and then you can kind of just jam the Kaido. Oh,
what lies? Okay,
oh, well, never mind. I stand corrected.
is this so we can keep the life totals equal for Preacher and try and get some value from it like that?
No, I think this is just the read that Carter just is like assuming that Jess has Kaido and doesn't want to give them the opportunity to put that Kaido into play this turn.
Love it. Big brain play.
It's a good read.
It was.
Now, unfortunately for Carter, if, say, for example, Jess's hand was just Kaido and no other good play this turn, that's a pretty good block. But Jess, had the Preacher. So even though Carter made the heads up block and didn't let Jess play the Kaido, they still had a Preacher and still had, good things to use their mana on.
Of course, Carter also gains 1 life as well from that bat. So that, with Preachers on the board, the life totals interacting back and forth.
That makes more sense. The Kaido is known because of the bat. Okay. I didn't realize that Kaido was in hand at the time the bat got cast. I couldn't quite get a good look at Jess's hand. That makes a lot more sense.
Kaido's such a good card. I've been playing it in Legacy recently. That card in Legacy, very good. Very, very good.
Kaido?
Yeah, Kaido. It's a cool card. It's a cool card, but also it's really cool is a Archfiend of the Dross coming down now. Powerful 6/6, 4 counters on it whenever a creature dies. From your opponent loses 2 life. Problem is there's oil counters. What was the removal spell that removed counters? I can't remember what it was.
Render inert.
We don't really play that anymore, but boy, would that be good right now.
Is that still legal? It might be.
I think it's still legal.
It's from March, right? I think it was from March.
Maybe, actually, no, maybe you're right. Maybe
I'm going to look it up now. Because now I want to know.
I've been playing it in Pioneer. Okay, you do that. We're going to play hardcast this Kaito. That is going to get ticked down. 2 stun counters are going to go on this Archfiend of the Dross.
Yeah, and there it is. Render inert, March the Machines. I still got it. But this is what I was talking about, right? Jess on 18, Archfiend of the Dross has the ability where you lose an oil counter every single turn. But when the last oil counter is removed, you lose the game. And that Archfiend is now going to be stunned for 2 turns, which means Carter has to try to find a way to win the game effectively only with 1 Archfiend attack, because next turn you're going to lose an oil counter and the stun, go to 2. The turn after that, it will finally untap, go to 1 oil counter. So you're only going to get 1 attack with the Archfiend. So yeah, Carter could also find a way to kill his own Archfiend, but that's, not that's a tough way to do it.
That happens way more than I want it to when I play this card in Pioneer. Not going to lie to you. Here's a blocker. So that's step 1 for the not taking 6 damage off this Archfiend of the Dross if it was to get turned sideways.
This kind of reminds me of, do you remember Abyssal Persecutor from Worldwake when that first came out?
Wasn't
Were you playing during that time?
Was not playing then. Talk to me about it. What is it?
It's a 4 mana 6/6. I believe it had flying and trample, and then it has the text on it: you can't win the game, or you can't win the game, and your opponents can't lose the game. So basically what happened is you would get your opponent down to negative life, and then you would need to find a way to remove your own Persecutor. It's sort of like a similar effect here, but it's like the reverse where you have to remove your own Archfiend before it kills you.
What's the big demon that we used to play in Mono Black Devotion? It was like an absolute janky rare, then all of a sudden it was amazing with like Gary.
Desecration Demon?
Desecration Demon. That was the first big demon that I kind of fell in love with. I was like, yeah, that card's sick. Right, we're going to crack the map, have a look at the top card. No, we're not. We're going to... Oh, okay. We had an answer to our own Archfiend, and we decided to use it to stop the map token potentially gaining any value there.
Yeah, this is really interesting, too. So Jess is going to take 2. They're going to fall down to 13, I believe. The Archfiend's going to go to 1 counter. Carter has an attack for 9, but that's only going to put Jess to 4, and pretty sure this Archfiend's just going to kill Carter next turn. Oh, God, it even got stunned again.
Oh,
my goodness.
Mason is saying that it was reprinted in Foundations, and you can now play Desecration Demon in Standard. What have I been doing with my life? There it is on the screen. Look at this beautiful bad boy.
Love it.
Not entirely sure if it's going to be great this day and age, but still really cool card. Love that it's in Standard.
Yeah, okay. So Carter did have the second kill spell, but this is, this is the brutal part about Archfiend in this matchup is between Flood Pits, Drowner, and Kaido, Jess has so many ways to just lock down the Archfiend for a couple turns. But Carter did have that kill spell. But now, I mean, look at this. Carter's just on nothing, and Jess has at least a Flood Pits, Drowner, whatever they have left in their hand. Yeah, the Reef as well. So just getting in there.
Do a little mill action. That's 2 removal spells. The Speed Demon. Still can't get over saying that name as an actual
Love
card,
it.
but here we are. The
Love
Speed
it.
Demon. And then just going to keep the 2 in grip. Carter finds himself again having to top deck his way out of this situation to pull away in this game. Decides not to play anything.
How is the Speed Demon a 5-mana creature that doesn't have haste? There's nothing speedy about it. Explain that,
Will. It's on a bike thing.
Is it?
Well, the alternate art that I'm looking at is.
Oh yeah, the fancy art. Okay.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Shout out to Moxford for giving me that art on my screen right now. Okay, Annex, that's a good one off the top. That's a good way of getting back in the game. We're going to start off with the 6/6 demon side of it. So kind of keep our life total nice and high, and then if we can next turn play the 3-mana one, start draining and gaining 2 life as well as drawing extra cards, maybe that's the way that Carter gets back into this game. Currently just doesn't have a great draw engine going on like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, it looks like Jess's leftovers are Spyglass, and I don't know if there's much else. I think it might just be Spyglass.
Mill 4. Double Shield
2
Dread
Shield
Annex.
Dreads and an Annex. Oh my goodness, those are some good mills.
And why are we able to get in there with this creature land?
It has Death Touch.
That's exactly the answer I wanted you to say. Not a
Well,
possible block there. That's why I said it. All right, now we're going to crack the map. Oh, Kaito on top.
Yeah,
That's
that one's going to stay there. Definitely wants the Kaido, because then the Kaido can lock down the demon next turn, and doesn't quite have enough mana to do the. Actually, do we? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, yeah, Jess might. No, I guess Jess would need an untap land, which I think their last card might be an Underground River. And then we'd have enough mana to go hardcast Kaido, lock down the demon, still have mana left over to animate the Reef, and that would be an attack for 8, put Carter to 2.
In the tank, I think we've got one card of the 2 in our hand is a swamp. It's what did we draw for the turn? What was the other one? There's the swamp. Remember, we potentially can draw another card end of turn, but it's going to cost us 3 mana.
Yeah, Carter also has the Carsey Revenant, so we could renew that from the graveyard to put a lifelink, flying, and death touch counter on the demon token and just try to race, because the 6 life buffer is pretty huge. So I feel like that's the turn, right? You just go renew the demon, flip the other side of the Annex, gain 6, gain 2 from the Annex. That puts Carter all the way up to 18.
And would mean that Jess is going to have to chump block as well. Toying with it. Now, how do you make these? This is like a on the knife edge kind of decision, right? Like you can do one or the other here, and there's 2 different outcomes, but you don't know what it is. And like, how do you work out which one's 55% and the other's 45% here?
I mean, in a situation like this, you just want to gain a bunch of life, right? Because the life totals are pretty close. You do have the biggest threat on the battlefield. So if you can gain enough life this turn and maybe force Jess into a spot where they have to chump block with the, I guess Jess can pretty freely chump block with the Siren, but yeah, I think Carter may have forgotten about the Carsey Revenant. I don't know if Carter has a play left in hand to make, but we did not use 3 mana to renew that Carsey in the pre-combat phase.
I'd be hoping to draw a removal spell. This deck does have a lot of them in the go for the Throats, the Shooter's Edicts, even the Afflictions still floating around, and that's not even counting what can be coming out of the sideboard here. But Jess is going to untap 2 cards in hand. We know about the Kaito.
Yeah, I think it's Kaido plus land for Jess. So, I I mean, still not that bad because Kaido can lock down the demon for a couple turns, and then
Mhm.
assuming that is an untapped land, Jess can still have enough mana to animate the Restless Reef. That'll be an attack for 7, put Carter down to 5. Not going for the Reef here. Very interesting.
No, we're Kaito in. Get this Planeswalker
Oh,
on
because
the
we want
board.
to pick up the Drowner. Okay. Because you could just do this and hardcast the Kaido and lock down and still get in for 3.
Mhm.
But it looks like Jess values the ability to pick up the Drowner and then have that available for next turn, which is, I think it's close. I think it's very interesting.
Remember, Kaito does have hexproof as well while it's a creature. It's a creature while it's Jess's turn. Land for the turn. And just keeping that Drowner in hand. So, Carter knows what's going on. Just how can we navigate around it? We do have the annex. Both parts have happened. We've got the demon. We are going to lose 2 life. Gain 2 life. Just lose 2 life and draw that card end of turn.
Yeah, and one interesting thing about the Flood Pits Drowner, it actually it does make a lot of sense to hold up the Drowner because that Raceway is actually kind of threatening. Where Carter has full speed now, so if Carter has any sort of follow up like a Speed Demon or an Archfiend of the Dross, that combined with the Raceway represents a lot of that's 6 damage. So Jess does have to be careful about that as well.
Is there a world here where we, like second main phase Drowner or even end of turn Drowner and then shuffle away this token before the annex triggers so no demons are around? So Carter ends up taking 2.
It's possible. I think Jess is trying to line up lethal next turn though, because if Carter plays say Carter taps out for 1 creature, Jess can go end of turn, drown the creature, untap, fire up the Reef, and plus the Kaido. That's an attack for what 10, which I guess would be 1 short if Carter gains 2 off of the annex.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, you can also remember the Kaito gives ninjas +1/+1 for its
Right. So Kaido plus would be 4, the Reef would be 4, that's 8, and then 2 from the Drowner would be 10.
Oh, we were counting at 11. Yeah, sorry, I thought you said we were
Yeah.
going at 10. Okay. Looks like this is what's happening. It's end of turn draw. Just gets to untap. In top deck mode, I think that was a spell. It might have been a disdainful stroke. Let me see if that's
That's
even
not bad.
in the list. Is that even in the list? It is in the list.
Yeah, I think Jess has I think Jess has 1 copy.
2 in the sideboard.
2 in the sideboard, okay. But that's a good draw because, again, as we talked about last turn, one of the scarier things for Jess here is if Carter top decks a big demon combined with the Raceway, and the Disdainful Stroke can help cover that, that potential outcome of. I guess Carter could maybe haste a 3-drop to get under the Disdainful Stroke, but most of those are not threatening lethal by themselves. Like, for example, a Karsi Revenant haste would be 3, put Jess to 3, then the 2 from the annex puts Jess to 1.
Milled over a 3 land and a go for the throat. I think that card just drew is actually a land. So now I get to surveil 2, draw 1 because damage did happen. Likes the card they found. Might be another Drowner. Goes
That's
to
a
end
really
of turn.
good game.
Yeah, and this is what you said when you picked this as a production. This is going to be a really good back and forth game. Trading resources, just who's going to be able to have the cards they need.
Okay, that's huge. Well,
go for the front of the demon. Shows just the land left in hand.
So it was not a Disdainful Stroke, but now the Speed Demon with haste. Ooh. I think that's going to be enough.
Ooh. Yeah, let's read it out for everybody as well at home. So, Speed Demon, 5 mana for a 5/5 legendary creature demon, flying trample. Start your engines at the beginning of your end step. You draw cards X and lose X life, where X is your speed. Huge turn of events there, especially as we're now able to get that damage across, and it being a demon means that Annex is going to do the last 2 points of damage. Did we just steal that game over on Carter's side?
Yeah, that was crazy. And the crazy thing about the ending of that game is Jess even drew the go for the throat. So Jess even had the big creature covered with haste, but because Carter ended up drawing the Deep Cavern Bat, that got to bait out the go for the throat, had exactly enough mana left over to play the demon and use the final land to give it haste. Very, very, just a great back and forth. What an awesome game to watch.
When you're playing the games like that, how often are you playing around Speed Demon? Be honest with me.
What's that?
How often are you playing around it?
Oh, I mean, the thing is, it's not just the speed demon, right? I mean, Jess didn't really have a position where they could have played around that because, the deep cavern bat as well. But there's also just more than just the speed demon, right? There's Archfiend of the Dross, there's Shieldred. Giving any one of these cards haste represents a ton of damage, immediately on that big turn. So it's, I mean, you can try to play around it as much as you can, but especially with discard spell into big creature, there really wasn't much that Jess could have done.
Well, they managed to take it down. So now we are going to get a game here, number 3 in round number 4 of 7 for everybody just tuning in. Hope you're, sitting down well, can get that cup of tea ready because we have still got lots more for you. Because we will be crowning a champion today. Because at the end of those 7 Swiss rounds, we have got a cut to top 8. We'll find out who's getting what points, who's getting what money. We've got the prizes, but so put it on the screen quickly while the players are sideboarding. We've already seen what they've got. So this is what the prizes and points are looking like today. 2 RC invites as well. Do break it down from top to bottom.
So, first place, $1,200 and 30 leaderboard points. Those points are very, very precious given how close the race is. I mean, we saw Grayson at 90 and then Jake at 76. So, Jake definitely within striking distance of Grayson here. Second place, 25 points and 600. And then, you see the prize breakdown all the way down. And then first and second also get regional championship invites.
That's pretty key because you get double RCs over in America, so that you want to rack those up as much as you can each season, so you can try and get yourself on that big stage. Of course, everyone here this weekend is trying to get themselves to the championships. That championships comes a PT invite as well. And that's the end goal for all us big competitive players that we like doing it. We want to get to the Pro Tour. We want to challenge ourselves. We want to see how we hold up against the best players in the world. Looks like Jess is going to be mulling down to 6, but we'll be on the play this game as we move into round number 3. Don't know how much time is left in the round. Maybe we can get confirmation of that from our production team. But with these like grindy back and forth games, it's not quick. It's not quick. We're going to maybe have to play a little bit of speed management. I mean, it's got 8 minutes left in the round. So, yeah, definitely not a long time for either of these two players to win the game. You don't really want to be picking up draws in round number 4.
No, definitely not. I mean, we saw, what was that, round 1 match that was, I think, 20 or 30 minutes over time. That one ended up going to a draw. And I believe that was actually Cliff, who we were going to have in our feature match. I'm not sure if we're going to have time to get to the backup match. But yeah, Cliff already picking up a draw in round number 1. We see Jess on a mulligan to 6. Looks like a couple of Spyglass Sirens, the Kaido in there. I think there's a Mastermind and a couple lands. So,
yeah,
or is there 2 lands?
Yeah, I think we've got 3 lands. I think we've got a 1-2-3 curve as well with 3 lands. If we just got a bottom one of these Spyglasses, but Jess is going to know a lot better than I do.
Yeah, pretty good hand for Jess here. If that's the case, you go turn 1 Siren. I think Jess is maybe debating on which 2-drop they want to throw back between the Mastermind and the Floodpits Drowner, and I believe that was the Mastermind going to the bottom.
What's the reason behind that? Why is one better than the other?
I mean, on the play, for example, if maybe Carter has a turn 2 Deep Cavern Bat, maybe just wants to make sure the bat can be unable to block for the Kaido turn. Although I guess it looks like maybe Jess is, I guess in that case, the Deep Cavern Bat would just take the Kaido anyways, but it's a little bit safer, if Carter has like a turn 3 Preacher of the Schism, maybe Jess would rather have, the Floodpits Drowner to tap that down and maybe shuffle it away to kind of get rid of that.
Third land drop off the top, just going to play it, go to combat. And yeah, we're going to get rid of this before potentially going to turn 3. We know the scary things that can happen with Kaito. We don't want to see that on the board early, especially when we're on the draw on Kaito's side. So now the shields are down. Deep Cavern Bat. We get to look at the hand. It looks like we've got Preacher, double Dross, and a Gix command.
It's pretty
What's
good hand.
taking here?
It's a really good hand. I mean, I think you have to take the Preacher of the Schism just to make Carter play off curve. And then you have Floodpits Drowner for the first Archfiend of the Dross, and maybe that can buy you enough time. I mean, I'm pretty sure you just take the Preacher and then maybe next turn hardcast the Kaido, because you ideally don't want to pick up the bat, let Carter have the Preacher back. And then here, even if this like basically just sort of makes it so Carter doesn't have a play this turn, and then in worst case scenario, if Carter draws a kill spell, he's still sort of playing off curve a little bit.
I don't hate playing the Kaito down early, but while we've got the mana, yeah, sure, like it probably makes sense more mana efficient. But Preacher, this was the turn it was going to be played, so we've already took him off tempo here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jess is okay. Well, they drew a disdainful stroke, so now they're thinking about:
Ooh.
do I want to play the Kaido? Do I want to hold up stroke? It's tough because Jess also has a Flood Pit Drowner, so if they decide that they want to hold up mana, does have the ability to play 2 spells this turn. So, I mean, I think if I'm in Jess's seat, it's really tough. I think you just maybe deploy the Kaido because even if you play the Kaido, Carter doesn't really have a window to play the Archfiend into the face up Kaido because as we saw that last game, the ability to just lock down the Archfiend for a couple of turns means that Carter eventually needs to find a way to remove it from the battlefield himself.
Well,
never
going to
mind
slam
then.
it. 4 oil counters going to get added to it. At least
This is risky.
Yeah, because we can what, tap it down. Kaito's a creature, remember, because it's Jess's turn.
Yeah, this is really risky because now the Archfiend's not going to get to attack for 2 turns. Jess is going to be going up to 22 here, and Carter is going to need to find a way to get that Archfiend off the battlefield himself because I can assure you Jess is not going to do that.
Counter's going to get ticked down. 1 stun counter, 3 oil left. Carter on the other side.
Maybe the thought process. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe the thought process was because Carter had the second Archfiend, he was trying to set up a spot where get 2 Archfiends in play and then sort of like one-shot Jess with the Gix's command, killing a bunch of creatures. But I mean, even that wouldn't necessarily work because Jess just doesn't have a wide battlefield here.
Zero the Kaito, surveil 2, draw a card because damage happened. Land's going to go to the graveyard. Draw for the turn. Didn't get a good look at what it was. It might have been in the gate, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. But we're going to play in land. It picks us up to 6. And pass the turn back. Stun counter is now gone, though. Oil count is down to 2. So 2 more turns to Carter, or we'll lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, you say the stun counter is down, but I think Jess might have 2 copies of Flood Pit Drowner in their hand.
Speed Demon, that's going to be the sustainable stroke. That's the handshake. We're going to see Jess taking this one down. Just too much tempo, too much pressure, advancing to a 4-0 record here at the NRG 5K standard trial. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, that was, I mean, a pretty impressive showing. And I think a big part of that game and a big part of that match is specifically the interaction between Kaido / Flood Pit Drowner and Archfiend of the Dross. And I think a huge reason of why the Dimir side of things is so heavily favored against Mono Black.
All right, well, we're going to try and get Jess in for an interview, talk through this deck while they brought it this weekend. And, essentially moving forward, they're realistically 1 game away from being able to get that double ID and get into today's top 8. So going to be interesting to get any questions for them. Let us know in chat. We'll try and put it forward to them. Carter, drop it to a 3-1. It's not going to be all doom and gloom. More than capable now of fighting back, getting into today's top 8. So it might not be the last that we see of the Speed Demons. All right, looks like we've got Jess in the booth. So let's get down. Let's go to our interview. Jess, congratulations on picking up the W there, advancing to a 4-0 record. You're speaking to Will and Devon. I want to know, why did you bring this deck this weekend?
It was a last-minute decision. I was going to be on Oculus for a while, but I've loved Dimir mid-range forever, and the Prowess matchup has gotten substantively worse for Oculus, so I borrowed a handful of cards and could put together a current Dimir mid-range list. It's what I know. It's what I love. I think it's got a great matchup spread, and I think I can play it really well.
But you showed it there, being able to take that down and did it in masterful fashion. Obviously, even in that game too, realistically, just losing to that big Speed Demon off the top was you couldn't really play around it. So being able to take game 3 there in great fashion, using that tempo, using that counter spell, it was great.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, game 2 was a little bit rough because I think if I pick up the Flood Pit Drowner instead of the Go for the Throat there, I'm able to Flood Pit Drowner with haste, but I just didn't consider that line. I was like, wow, what a great learning experience, and I'm glad I was able to kick it up game 3.
Love it.
Yeah, the absolutely just masterfully played on both sides. The card that I wanted to highlight here that you have in your deck list from Tarkir Dragonstorm is Karsi Revenant, which is a card that's been picking up a little bit in popularity over the past couple of weeks with ideally, I would assume, the Rise of Prowess. Talk to me about this card and maybe like the split of you have 4 Preacher, 2 Karsi as your 3 drops here.
Yeah, I decided, I knew there was going to be a ton of prowess in the room, ton of aggressive strategies, and this card has really been a standout for me. I was considering 5 versus 6 3-drops, but Karsi Revenant has just a ton of synergies. The mana base can support it really well. I'm running an extra third Restless Reef, which is not always super stock. To be able to cast it, the life gain swing is huge. The fact that it renews and being able to have flying blockers is relevant versus Pixie. The Death Touch helps versus the Demon Stick. The Lifelink just stabilizes you. It's been an incredible overperformer for me today. It just does absolutely everything you want it to.
I was going to ask you about that, like overperform. What cards have been standing out to you in this? Like, is it meta that we're currently in? That's the deck that everybody's coming this weekend trying to beat. What cards have stood out in that? And I'm guessing you've already answered the question for me, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually faced Prowess yet today, but I mean, Preachers and Corsi Revenants have just been huge because they're stabilizing. They have Death Touch, and this is a meta dominated by Monstrous Rage, all these instant speed combat tricks, Prowess. Blocking is illegal most of the time, but when you have a Death Toucher, you can. And it forces them to commit more resources, you're gaining some life, it allows you to stabilize, and your late game threats, you stick a Curiosity, you stick a Kaido and start down ticking, whatever it is that allows you to start gaining that life and just building back up your board state and grinding them out.
It's great. I love seeing that Kaito.
Oh, yeah.
Kaido's great. Oh yeah. The last thing I wanted to mention here or ask you is you mentioned how the matchup spread looked pretty good. Are there any decks that you're looking to avoid this weekend?
I kind of wanted to face Prowess just for testing purposes. I told myself that I was not going to register this deck for Hartford in a couple weeks, and I might be going back on my word on that one, considering how it's been going today. What am I scared of? Domain traditionally is a fairly poor matchup just because you aren't able to clock them as fast, so I'm kind of hoping to dodge that, but we'll see.
Well, hopefully you get to dodge it because you only got 3 more rounds, and then hopefully we'll get to see it in the top 8 today. So we're going to let you shoot off. I know that was a long round for you. You can have a break, have a sip of water before you end up going into the next round, which might lock you into the top 8. So again, congratulations for me and Darren here in the booth.
Thanks so much. It's great to talk to y'all.
See you soon. Right, we're going to head back to the booth because that is the end of round number 4. We're going to get things turned around. We're going to pick our feature matches, and then we're going to be back for round number 5 shortly. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG 5K trial. We've got 90 players in the room, battling it out across 7 rounds of Swiss before we cut to the last 8 players and see who's going to battle out to call themselves champion. They want to get themselves on the leaderboard. They want the points. They want to get to the championship at the end of the year. This is what the leaderboard looked like yesterday after that modern event. And you see Grayson at the top there, 90 points, and his name in orange because he was able to win one of the showdowns. Talk me through this, Doom. What some of the noticeable names and how doing well this weekend.
Well, funny enough, 2, 3, and 4, as we'll get to players in a watch in just a second. 2, 3, and 4, maybe not having the best weekend here. Cliff is still kind of in striking distance, and then Wesley we saw on camera earlier. Will Kruger we saw on camera earlier as well. Those players are having somewhat of a decent weekend. But yeah, I mean, for the top of our leaderboard behind Grayson, those 2, 3, and 4 not having the best weekend.
If you look, I want you to remember, Will, Ben, 51, 48. Look at Jake, look at Aiden, 74, 57. Let's now go look at how the stands are going. Players to watch, how they're doing so far in today's tournament with all those points on the line and how this could change. So let's have a look at how everyone's doing. And as you said, Ben, Harris, and Jake not having the best day possible. But Charlie, Wesley, Will, still doing well. 3-1 going into this round. If we can get 4-1, start getting ourselves in the top 64, top 32, top 16, even top 8. Bunch of points on the line. That could skyrocket him up into that top 3 position on the leaderboard. Cliff is still fighting there. And then we've got Aiden trying to do their best.
Yeah, Cliff at 2-1-1 still has a chance here. If Cliff can maybe win out the X1-1, likely we'll still have a good chance at top 8. So Cliff still has a chance here. And then you mentioned Will, Wesley, and Charlie also still within striking distance.
Right, this is the last round that we're casting, so let's make it a banger. Let's get down to the match to see who we've got playing and what decks that they are on. We've got Justin on the left of our screen on Jeskai Control. This is going to be the first time that we see it on camera today. And then going to go up against Joseph on the right. And this is going to be the black-white pixie deck that we did see in some of the early rounds today. It looks really good going up against the aggro decks, but now against a control deck, we'll see how it fares out. How is this game going to play out, Doom? Or should it play out on paper?
It's going to be a bit of a weird matchup because if you look at the deck list for Joseph here, the Orzhov Pixie deck, this deck is really built around setting up loops with like temporary lockdown, getting back Hopeless Nightmare, maybe a Pixie or something. But the interesting thing about this matchup is the lockdown. You would normally think that lockdown is maybe not fantastic against the Jeskai Control deck because there's not really a lot of permanents that you're going to be able to kill with it. But you can set up this loop, and because the games will go long, and what you can do is you can get to a spot where if you have lockdown, let's say with a Hopeless Nightmare underneath it, you can, in your opponent's draw step, use Nurturing Pixie to pick up the lockdown, get the card that they draw for turn with the lockdown, with the Hopeless Nightmare trigger, and then replay the lockdown the next turn, getting the Pixie and kind of setting up a loop that way. So I think that is one of Joseph's plans, assuming that Joseph doesn't have the kind of fast Hopeless Nightmare Pixie draw, which given nothing in the first 2 turns followed by an Annex on turn 3, Joseph's hand looking pretty slow. So we're probably not gonna see any nightmares, at least in the near future.
Yeah, it's going to be ideal for Justin in this situation. The land goes really going to favor him. Justin went for the Annex. That got countered. The follow-up was going to be a stock up to kind of refill the hands. But while the shields are down, Joseph's able to deploy a big threat. And that threat is Archfiend of the Dross, one of the biggest ones he's got in the deck. The big 6/6 demon with a little bit of a downside, but we'll talk about that if it gets to it, as Justin's going to play land and go. Joseph going to go to his 5th turn.
Yeah, and looking at the Jeskai deck as far as answers are concerned for the Archfiend, well, Justin's way ahead of me. There's the Get Lost there. There is 4 copies of Get Lost in Justin's deck list. And what I like about that is the Jeskai Control deck also has its own copies of Lockdown. And the cool thing about that is, under some circumstances, Get Lost is kind of awkward, where if you're giving your opponent maps to use on certain creatures, that could be a situation where they get value out of it, but the maps could just get cleaned up by the lockdown on the next turn.
All right, we had a bit of a turn going on there. So the Archfiend was going to was getting lost. In response to that, we tried to bounce it back to our hand. That then got countered as well. So a big exchange there. Justin coming out just on top. Now going to turn 6 and able to start bouncing permanents back as we're going to start getting this river region on the board. 6/7 flyer.
Yeah, this card's awesome, where it allows you to get a little bit of pressure on the battlefield. Joseph doesn't really have anything going on at 20 life. Needs to find a way to get the region off the battlefield. It represents 6 damage a turn. That's going to kill Joseph pretty quickly, and it sort of undoes the work that Joseph did last turn by playing the Preacher and getting rid of one of those maps. As far as removal spells from the Orzhov side of things, typically they play, some nowhere to runs, which better against the aggro decks, not really that great against the 6/7, but does have 3 copies of Momentum Breaker along with a Get Lost to be able to potentially answer those.
All right, so we do have some answers to it. We cracked the map, revealed another Preacher, left that on top of our deck. Do you see a temporary lockdown in the hand here for Joseph? This is not the matchup for it. Justin's going to do a little bit of surveilling. And
run it back.
Which one's the aggro deck again? which one's meant to be turning things sideways?
I mean, yeah, this is the tough part where if Joseph doesn't have those fast, Pixie draws where it's Pixie or Nightmare into Pixie, replay the Nightmare, Kieran, bounce the Nightmare, replay the Nightmare. It's very difficult to sort of get enough pressure early on to pressure Justin meaningfully before he can get to a spot where he's casting these dragons. And yeah, Justin's just gonna kind of run away with this one, I think, pretty easily.
What's happening?
There's not a third one, is there?
Nope. What mode are we using here? Am I missing something?
We're copying the Regent to bounce both Preachers. Oh, my goodness.
I feel like Justin's played this deck before. He knows this and that. This is such a tempo-orientated start, and all it needed was, for the first couple of turns, Joseph to not do anything turn 1, turn 2. If turn 3 is the first thing he's able to do something, and then a Lightning Helix finisher. Justin took we were expecting this game to go pretty long. That was a massively quick game, quicker than some of the prowess decks we've seen so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. So talk to me about these sideboards, Bill. What is Joseph working with?
Like, you talk to me about this sideboard. Well, this is where let's have a little look. What we got? So, Joseph, we've got what we got going on here. We got bears. I don't think we want those duresses. I'm interested in some duresses in this matchup. Seemed like there was a lot of spells on the other side. Get Lost, have a clean answer to this blue dragon that just beat the heck out of me. I don't know what else I'm expecting. Maybe Temple Lockdown on the other side. That's also a good answer to that. Don't think I want Rest in Pieces. The end. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, yeah, basically, I think what Joseph is looking at here, you mentioned in game 1, Joseph's lockdowns aren't nearly as good because Justin doesn't have a lot of targets for the lockdowns. Maybe you want to keep in some number of them to be able to set up the loop, as I mentioned with the lockdown, Hopeless Nightmare, bouncing with Kieran and Pixie. But yeah, Joseph definitely wants to get his hands on those duresses. Those ones will definitely be coming in. The additional copy of Unholy Annex, pretty good against the Just Guy deck, just being able to get a little bit of card advantage that way. The end is kind of interesting where you can you can tag the Sheikah with it, maybe the Meringue River region, remove the copies of those. But then I don't know if I want the Get Losts. I mean, they are ways to kill the big dragons, but it'll depend on how many cards Joseph wants to cut.
Well, let's have a see on the other side. Do we have the other deck list production? Yes, we do. Okay, there we go. That's the 75. That's the sideboard. I do see a Rhea Ripley rocking around in that sideboard. Talk me through it. What did I bring it in?
All right. So from Justin's side of things, it's interesting, right? So we talked about how Joseph is likely to trim, if not board out entirely on the temporary lockdowns. Justin's in this weird position where his lockdowns answer the Pixies and the Kierans. But if you put too many things under a lockdown, say you lock down like a Kieran, a Pixie, and a Hopeless Nightmare, and then Joseph has a way to remove the lockdown, say a Get Lost or something, that could be kind of awkward. So I'm not sure that Justin wants to keep in all of the lockdowns. Maybe you want some number of them just to, as a nice way to clean up the battlefield. As far as cards that Justin is looking towards, Tishana's Tidebinder is fantastic against Unholy Annex, especially if you spend 5 mana to make a demon, and you just counter that with Tidebinder, get a 3/2 body. That one's pretty good. Elish Norn is interesting, where looking at Joseph's deck list, there's not a ton of ways to remove it, because that would turn off Momentum Breaker, and it also turns off all of the like Pixie and Nightmare stuff. So Elish Norn seems pretty good, and could maybe talk me into some number of negates for the annexes. And then other than that, maybe the 3 steps ahead for just some additional hard counters.
All right, well, let's get down to the match. See how the players are getting on, shuffling up. Looks like we're just coming to the end of it. We do have Justin 1 game up. Of course, if he wins this 7 rounds, it's always, if you've got that 5th win, you potentially can just double ID the last 2 rounds and lock yourself into the top 8. But might want to play for, play draw discrepancy. Don't really want to be on the draw against Is It Prowess if that is how it's going to be. But going into this round 4-0, I imagine Justin's probably played against some of the aggro decks so far and has been doing pretty good, being able to pick up the W's that might have something to do with the 3 temporary lockdowns and all these lightning hexes I see floating around in the main deck. Owning hands.
All right, what are we working with? See, this is what Joseph is looking for. I saw a couple lands, I saw a Pixie, and I saw a Hopeless Nightmare. The one thing that was interesting for Justin's side of things is sometimes you will see in these Jeskai control decks, they'll play either Obstinate Baloth or Wildleaf Liege. Justin decided not to play that card this weekend. So normally a card that's very powerful against these discard type enchantments, that card is not present here for Justin.
Pixie, replay the Nightmare. Discard again, another 2 points of damage. So again, Plan A is on track now. We didn't see this in the first matchup. This is exactly why we play this deck. This is the powerful opening it can have. What cards do you want to start discarding on turn 1 and turn 2? We're going to go with Chandra.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get the 6 mana against the deck that's making you discard a card every turn. So that one makes sense to discard.
Getting there for another point, couple of points. It's going to drop Justin down to 14. Then the follow-up is going to be a duress. Let's see what you're working with. Justin's like, you're going to have to pay another 2. Nope, you're going to have to pay another 4 for that. So it's not going to resolve. Somebody in the grip he wants to keep. Maybe it's just the information.
Yeah, man. Joseph
Ugh.
just had, look at this follow-up. Yeah, more Pixies and Nightmares. And what's Justin down to? 2, 3 cards in hand?
2 cards in hand, I believe.
3?
Up to 4 now. There's the land. 3 mana. Stock up. It's going to pay another 2. If your opponent's making you discard cards, this is a good one to get to start casting.
Yeah, so the issue here is, yes, Justin is sort of back up on the card advantage. Basically, the Nightmare got cast a couple of times, and Justin's able to refuel with 2 more cards off the stock up. The issue is he has to tap out to do it, and he's already under the gun. Took a bunch of damage off the Nightmares, 4 power, coming in right now. That's going to put Justin to 8. Maybe a Kieran and another Nightmare that puts him to 6. So he's going to really need some sort of like sweeper or helix to kind of stabilize this battlefield.
Oh, my word. That's the 4th Hopeless Nightmare being cast this game. What we discarded there? I can't quite make that out on my screen.
That was the dragon that we revealed to the exhale.
4th land. Past the turn back. We're at 6 and there's 6 power on the board.
Math checks out. It's got to be a helix, right?
Double get lost.
Oh, God, that is a tough way to do it. Because now you're giving Joseph a bunch of maps to use onto the Pixie. Joseph can just sculpt the draw step for next turn. Still taking 2 damage from the Pixie here. Maybe there's even an Annex to follow. Can you imagine Annex to follow up with after you've used 2 get lost?
All right, we're top decking. We need a temporary lockdown?
Yeah, lockdown to clean up this battlefield would be nice.
Not anymore. Now there's going to be a creature land down there that could potentially get activated.
But this is sort of what I was talking about with the lockdowns, is that you get into these weird spots where like you lock down here, and then if Joseph has a get lost, the lockdown, lockdown dies, the Nightmare and the Pixie come back, and it's just you end up just kind of dying to the chip shot damage there.
The last 2 cards in hand are Flanker and Get Lost, and that wouldn't even do it if it was going to happen, but it's not. We're going to see Joseph taking that game down. Really, both of these matchups games have been really quick as we go into game number 3 here. I think this is just Joseph's deck beat itself, then Joseph's deck did what he wanted to do, and that is the difference. between both of them. Now, Justin will get to be on the play, so let's have a look at his deck list one more time. Remind ourselves what the 75 cards he's got is. This is it. Any play draw discrepancy here?
Not really. I mean, I think the cards that Justin was looking towards, like I said, the Tidebinders, the Elishnorn, the Three Steps, and the Loran, those are going to be good play or draw. The one thing I want to point out about that game is just how different the black-white deck looks when it has turn 1 Nightmare. That was the difference between a limited deck and a standard deck.
All right, let's see if we can go across to the other side. Let's have a little look-see-poo in here. This is the Obzoff Pixies deck. You did say that maybe some things in here might be play draw dependent. Is it still the case now? Now that we're on the draw, going to be a slightly slower. Obviously, you've got more threat of things getting countered on curve.
Not really. I mean, the duresses, those are going to be good play or draw because you want to be able to take like the stock ups and the things of that nature. I guess the number of get losts maybe will change whether your player or draw. Like maybe you you want more or less of that against stuff like lockdown. Probably still wants the annex either way. That one's going to be coming in. I guess like flanker as a flash threat could be kind of interesting just to like play around counter spells and things like that, but it is pretty low impact.
I did think we brought them in for game 2, so I imagine they might be there for game 3. Looks like both players are happily with their own in hands, so we're off to the races. Game number 3, round number 5 of 7 scheduled today. Justin versus Joseph. Jesco Control versus Obzoff Picky, starting off with a duress. It's going to see a couple of get lost and a lightning helix. Is it the helix?
So we have 2 islands, I believe that is.
Yep.
2 islands, a Beza, a Helix, and 2 Get Lost. So Meticulous Archive Island with Lightning Helix, kind of awkward. I think you might just take one of the Get Losts because the Helix can't be cast. But it looks like Joseph is, saying, well, if you draw a red source, the Helix is maybe a little bit better at kind of, but getting you back into the game if I have a Nightmare draw.
No, I like your reason behind that. Yeah, maybe the more that I think about it, I think take one of the get lost because at least it's a spell that could be cast. I also get the other side of it. If it is cast, at least I get the map, so I'm gaining a little bit of advantage, or not advantage, but I'm gaining some resources in this match. If that's the removal spell of choice for Justin, he's going to discard one of them though.
Yeah, no untapped land here for Joseph. Joseph did have the Pixie in hand, but didn't have the untapped land to be able to cast it. And now we're in this weird spot where if you're Justin and Joseph goes to cast the Pixie, he has to think about whether or not he wants to get lost the Nightmare. Never mind, because we're tapping out. That is Rediscover the Way. It's sort of like stock up on layaway, where you end up, getting 2 cards off of it, but you only get 1 the first turn.
So yes, it's one of each. Just go color. For look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. That's chapter 1 and chapter 2. Chapter 3: whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. Now imagine getting one of those dragons double strike.
Well, yeah, that sometimes that comes up in this particular game. That's just flavor text. We're playing this as just like sort of more copies of stock up. The cool thing about this one is it goes to the graveyard, so it's another card that you can get off of Shiko. You can, I guess this deck doesn't really have it, but some decks you can I've seen some decks play this town ain't big enough to bounce it and then get another trigger that way.
Okay.
But yeah, mostly just here is some card advantage that we can play off of Shiko.
It's interesting that we've labeled this Jesco Control because it's just basically trying to control the board until eventually you turn the corner. But a lot of tapping out turns, things that stock up. Same with this. There's a few it's not just the traditional land go, counter magic, kill spell. That I say we're kind of brainwashed into thinking control decks are over the last 10-15 years.
Yeah, this isn't like the what was it? Was it Ivan Flock? When he won the PT with that blue-eye control deck. You remember that one with that
shuffles it all back in?
Elixir of Immortality, Sphinx of Rev. Yeah, that deck had 20 counter spells.
Why reminded me that one? That was a brutal deck to ever play against. The only win con was a 1-mana artifact that just mill your opponent out. Cheers then. All right, Beza is going to come down here. No extra creatures, no little fishes are going to get generated, but I think we've got an extra card and some. We didn't get any life either. But it's still a 4/5 body. That's a way to, like, applying pressure while holding up some of this counter magic and a creature as well next turn to be potentially able to give double strike.
Yeah, and honestly, just like the most important part here for Justin is just getting the card out of it. Because when Joseph has the Pixie Nightmare draws, you definitely want to make sure that you can get cards to sort of get yourself back out of that hole that the Nightmare puts you in. I can't quite get a good look at. Okay, so it looks like we have Annex, Get Lost, Beza, Preacher. I think so. We could maybe Get Lost the Beza if we're worried about that.
No, we're going to go for the Annex here. We don't have a demon, so we will lose 2 life, but we will be able to draw and get an extra card end of turn for it. Question about playing against these decks. If you're playing against the Pixie decks that have, all this discard that's going on, do you have to prioritize when you're playing against it your land drops? Like, as in, always discard spells, never discard lands, unless obviously, of course, you're super flooded. But you want to basically get to a optimal land count and then start worrying about the spells in your hand. Is that like the go-to method against it, or am I completely wrong?
Kind of depends. Depends on the deck, depends on the matchup. It's hard to say exactly one way or the other, but yeah, I mean, usually you don't want to be keeping, like, for example, in the previous game we saw Justin discard Chandra.
Mhm.
It's very on turn 1 or turn 2, it's very difficult, or like it's a pretty lofty ambition to try to get the 6 mana against the deck that's doing this over and over again. So yeah, you want to keep
Ooh.
like your 3 and 4 mana cards that are card advantage stuff. And
Look at the respect there Joseph had on the ability of giving this double strike, chumping with that Pixie there.
it's interesting, and I guess that makes sense because Joseph, if Joseph does end up going to 8 off of the double strike, going to 8 against that, with the Annex in play without a demon, that is kind of a risky proposition. And he figures he has the Get Lost next turn, so that can take care of the Beza, so he's not worried about taking a hit next turn. So kind of makes sense.
What's that? Is that double Beza? What's the card? Oh, it's the sweeper, isn't it? It's a split up.
Shiko.
Is that not a split up?
Oh, you're talking about the non-fancy card. Yeah, I think it's split
Yeah.
up Beza Shiko, I believe, is the holdings here for Justin.
And that's the one that's going to go. Split up's going to go to the bin. Got an Archer and a Dross in hand. I think, or was it a Preacher?
I think Joseph's hand is Get Lost, Preacher, Beza.
Get Lost is going to get fired off. So we need to get 2 map tokens for all the... Well, to be fair, we've got the creatures in hand, so we will have targets for it.
Yeah, now Justin has a really good turn here where he can just go Shiko, back the Rediscover the Way, get a little bit of cards that way, and then the Shiko can start pressuring Joseph, especially with the Annex here. Joseph, I would say, kind of needs to find a land for... Oh, okay. We're going to go for the Lauren here. Just get the... Don't even give Joseph the opportunity to make a demon. I don't think I like that.
Hit a land drop. Go again. Hit another land drop. Okay, these are good. These are, not only us able to hit our land drops, but also some fodder in case any more bouncing effects happen and we have to start discarding again because of these nightmares. Still a healthy life total for Justin at 18. Joseph at 12.
Honestly, Justin is just winning the race at this point.
Yeah.
The Lauren in play. He's got the Shiko in hand. He's got another threat. I guess we still know about the Beza as well.
Is tapped out. Shields are down. So Joseph can resolve whatever you like this turn.
Yeah, so Joseph has left over, I believe, the Preacher we talked about, the Beza. It's not the worst Beza turn. I'm guessing Justin has more cards in hand, or did they both have 3? I think they both have 3.
I think it might be 3, yeah.
Which is interesting. I guess that means Joseph doesn't have a land to play, because we could have played a land first to get the extra card, so that signifies to me there's no land. Oh, there is a land. Interesting. Maybe a bit of a misstep here for Joseph, because I'm pretty sure Justin had 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's a long day, especially if you played yesterday. It was a long day yesterday playing Magic Modern. Now going into Standard. 7 rounds of Swiss today. We are in round number 5. These things can happen, but it's fine. Got a bounce back. 3 mana. Did we draw a stock up?
As the lovely Taylor Swift said, you just got to shake it off.
She said that?
She did.
Okay. Quote,
I mean, I think she did.
2025 Taylor Swift, shake it off.
Don't ask me what year. I lost track of years at this
Look
point.
at you trying to retract yourself that you're not a big Swiftie. We all know it. It's fine. It's all cool. Everyone knows
No
Taylor
comment,
Swift.
okay? I plead the fifth.
Didn't she lose the Super Bowl or something? I don't know. I don't do American sports. All right, let's pass it back. This event is in Chicagoland. 2 mana up here for Justin. 4 mana on the other side. Here's the Archfiend and the Dross going to come down. 4 oil counters are going to be placed on top of it.
Okay, Archfiend's not too bad here. I mean, with Justin at 18, could be a little bit of. I mean, it's just going to be really tough to, once the Jeskai player has gotten to this stage of the game where we've already resolved multiple of these rediscover the ways, we're up on cards, we're not really in any danger of dying to nightmares and stuff like that. I mean, I guess the one saving grace as Joseph still has that Archfiend that could potentially deal a little bit of damage, but surely the stock up is going to find a get lost here.
Stock up is it's been showing its value this weekend, and in every deck we've seen it casting, it just seems so good. It's really been able to get all these decks pulling ahead. Card selection has been key. Finding the 2 cards that you absolutely need in this instance, having an extra 5 mana as well. We might even be able to close the game out as early as next turn, right? If we can give one of these we're slightly off, I guess. Can we give both double strike? How would that work? 1, 2, 3.
At 15,
yeah, it's only 10.
Still not quite enough, yeah.
Archie's going to come across, no blocks. It's going to drop Justin down to 12.
Oh, didn't find a get lost. Okay, I guess that is, like I said, one saving grace for Joseph is that if Justin for some reason can't answer the Archfiend, okay.
Another Archie's going to come down.
Counter spell.
That
one's going to get countered. But I mean, again, if Justin maybe can't find an answer for the first one, depending on, I don't know if Justin has spells left over, but maybe there's no spells. Maybe he can't give double strike to the Shiko this turn. That gives Joseph an extra turn. I have to see what Justin has here.
Is it 2 cards in the grip, I think? Maybe 3?
I think 3 or 4.
Lightning Helix. There's a spell. That's going to go upstairs. Trigger. Give this double strike.
Oh, do we just have lethal? So if we go Helix, Shiko, Flashback, Helix. No, that's not quite enough. 15, 12. That'd be. I think that puts Joseph to 1 if there's a Shiko here or a second Helix. Assuming we have life totals right.
Mm-hmm. Still so many cards in hand as well. We're going to flash in this flanker. So that's got the ability to give us gain 2 life and scry 2 if we want it.
Yeah, I wonder if Justin is thinking about firing off a counter spell here. Justin, I believe, does have enough mana to go 3 steps ahead, counter the spell, and make a copy of the Shiko. That's exactly what he's doing.
Just as you wrote it up. So that's the get lost on the Archfiend.
Yeah, and that, maybe you think from Justin's side, well, I can Helix, gain a little bit of life, put Joseph down to 1, but that is the way that Justin loses this game, is if Joseph untaps with the NX, or excuse me, the Archfiend, and then maybe has a couple of kill spells that could potentially. So Justin just, recognizing that is the one way he can lose this turn, and Joseph really needs to find a kill spell for the Shiko.
Yeah, either way you break it down, it's always going to be a 2-turn clock. So there's no difference between 4 and 1 really going into the next turn. We're still going to have lethal on the next turn. So it makes sense to be able to deal with the board. I think we've got. Are we in the upkeep now? We haven't drawn our card yet. Maybe we're thinking we're going to crack one of these hopeless nightmares and potentially get some scry action on beforehand. Yeah, it looks like what we're going to do. Before I draw a step, in or upkeep, scry 2. Don't like either of them. Putting them to the bottom. Big top deck, 3 mana available.
It's got to be a kill spell.
It's not slamming it. It was a land. So it's a handshake there. Justin's going to take this down. Justin is going to advance to a 5-0 record. That was a really cool back and forth games. The first two were over way quicker than I thought they were going to be, but that game 3 was really cool. I really liked it. And this Just Go control deck seems pretty fun.
Yeah, that, like you mentioned, games 1 and 2, maybe not the most. It definitely were a lot faster paced, and both decks just firing in all cylinders. But that game 3, definitely a lot of back and forth. There were some interesting spots where Joseph had the Archfiend of the Dross, and Justin needed to find an answer to it. And there was definitely some spots for Joseph to come back in. But that was sort of the difference there of not having that the fast like Nightmare Pixie draws that you give the Jeskai deck enough time to eventually draw out of it.
Right, we're going to get an interview with our winner, Justin. We're going to get him in the booth momentarily. So if there's any questions you've got, whack them in the chat really quickly, and we'll be able to fire them across to. If not, me and Devin are going to do our best to try and get that information out of them, because this Jeskai deck's got a lot of spice going on, should we say. And this isn't one I've come across too much into, playing against. Maybe I played against it once or twice, but I've not really done like a deep dive into it or played it myself. But it looks fun. It looks like it's got a lot of like options in there. And I really like these like control decks where you tap out a lot of the time. I'm not one to just sit back on my counter magic. I really do like this is my play. This is it. You do your thing. You're going to overcommit. I then get to do my big follow-up turn from it. What about you? You been playing this much?
No, I'm not a huge fan of the control decks in general, but this one does, like you mentioned, look a lot different than your traditional control decks. It still has a little bit of counter magic. There's the dispelling exhales and the 3 steps ahead. But yeah, for the most part, just a lot about just tapping out, playing, just impacting the battlefield as much as possible, and these like really big haymaker spells like Shiko, and as we saw in game 1, that the bounce dragon, the Meringue River region, just was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. You say you play a lot of Jeskai in this. Is this like a deck that looks like it's pretty set up for it? We've got the Highlighting Helixes, the temporary lockdowns, the Get Lost. There's a lot of early interactions to try and deal with that deck.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, well, down. We've got Justin in. Justin, how are we doing? Congratulations on taking that down, my friend. Going to a 5-0 record, which puts you within touch distance now of that top 8, if not even locks. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. She goes a hell of a drug.
Yes, it is indeed. It looks great there. What was your plans going into that? Have you played against much of the Pixie bounce decks this weekend?
Game 1 was awkward though, because he had a very awkward hand, so I didn't really see a lot of the Pixie stuff. I put him on possibly mono black Orzhov Demons. So game 2, I sideboarded out my temporary lockdowns and immediately got punished for it.
That's awkward.
Yeah, so I played against it a bit. Locally, it's a lot of prowess, and people love playing random stuff for FNMs and such. But I have some reps against the Pixie deck. It seems fine. Like those game 2s where they just like hopeless nightmare you 12 times. Like there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it. But
yeah,
stock up is also very good in that matchup.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you mentioned the prowess deck, and that's one thing that we've been asking. That's one thing that's on everybody's mind this weekend. That was the public enemy #1 coming into the event, and I'm sure you got a good plan for it. How is the prowess matchup been treating you?
I mean, it's a very tough matchup. Like last round I was on against Cliff, and that game 3 was absolutely bananas, which love to see it. Don't like seeing the turn 3, turn 4 blowouts. So it's nice actually having like very competitive games, all 3 games. People love talking about bans.
Yeah, we're not there yet. I don't think it's. Let's have some fun. Let's do the broken bit, or at least try and stop people doing the broken bit. Which makes me want to go into your deck list, right? Like we've put it down as Jeskai control, but there's a lot of turns you just fully tap out. Like turn 3, turn 5, you just like fully tapping out. It's not your traditional control deck where you're holding up this counter magic, trying to be very reactive. You're almost a proactive control deck. Talk me through that and like how and why we're kind of shifting to that at the minute in the standard meta.
I think it's just your turn 3 through 5, your cards are so powerful that like if you tap out for them, you feel very good about where you're at. And like Prowess is the most punishing deck if you do that. And it's just like I have to pull the trigger. I can't just sit here with 3 mana and do nothing. My counter spells are actively terrible. Like you're just gonna double spell and bot me for 12. So it's just playing to the board. Shiko's very good. Beza's very good. Meringue, if you cast the front half, is a very messed up magic card sometimes. Like I was on cover, my round 3, I played the mirror, and I just Meringue, picked up my Beza and my Shiko in the mirror, and just like, this feels very good.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
All the value.
Dot deck.
Yeah.
Last question is going to come from Doom if you've got one.
I mean, I think we pretty much covered everything. I guess the last thing I will mention is, you were talking about prowess. Is there any other what is the matchup that you want to see the least? I'm guessing maybe the answer is prowess.
Is it tough? I think honestly, I've played against this matchup like 12 times. Is honestly probably the Gruul Leyline version of the Gruul aggro deck. Because like they just start with Leyline and just like your gate loss are so taxing that matchup to begin with. It's like, well, if I don't get lost that, I'm dying on turn 2. Like I played at RCQ 2 seasons ago, and I played against the Gruul Leyline deck, and they killed me through 2 Elspeth Smites on turn 2.
You ain't winning that game.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
That's a lot.
That deck is really cool, but again, as I said, it's falling down in popularity, so maybe you're not going to see too much of this weekend. And if that's the only deck you're trying to dodge,
I think Omniscience is the big bad boogeyman and Domain, just because you're so taxed with all these aggro decks. Like Jace can just not exist in your 75. It's very tough, and like you have access to Stonebrain. You can theoretically play one Jace in your 75, but it's Omni's 5-ish% of the meta. Domain's down to less than 5%. Just so they can't figure out the prowess matchup, and it's okay in the mirror, but like I'm not hedging for 15% of the meta in a sideboard slot when all your slots need to be almost modular cards.
that's interesting. Like, let's talk about it. I was going to let you go, but I want to ask you one more question now about preparing for this tournament. So coming this weekend, obviously you bought the deck. You said you were looking at percentages of the meta, and some you're going to pay attention to, and some you're not. Talk me through that process of how you got to this deck and these set of cards going into this weekend. And don't say you just borrowed it and someone gave you the deck and you're just doing really well.
If you saw, I'm on fully blinged out Jessica. I'm riding to this till the wheels fall off.
Let's go.
But I played Minneapolis last week for the RC. I started day 1-3. I rattled off 4 in a row, got to 5-3, felt really good. And then I played against Oculus, which if you stumble, they will punish you almost as hard as Is It. Mulligan to 5 game 1, got blown out. Game 2 is a competitive game, but like so it goes. You're a control player in a very proactive format. Like sometimes they just don't line up, and got to live with that. But preparing for today, my day 2 I played in the 10K at Minneapolis. I got absolutely rail-rotted by red aggro decks. I was start off 2-0 against Is It, felt really good, and then I just wheels fell off the bus, finished 2-4, dropped, and had to recollect myself. And was like, I played well. There's nothing I can do. And like there was 3 different rounds against Prowess where they're hellbent, top deck the Flood Maul, blow up a lockdown. You're just like, I guess I'm dead. But
I think that's a good like skill to learn, right? Like, and it's only one of those things you can learn by doing it, is accepting the bad beat story. Sometimes you play a perfect game and you still end up losing because it's just out of your control.
Yeah, that's why we love Magic. It's the variance. Like
it's
sometimes
exactly
it's
why
just
we love Magic.
You get low rolled and it's a bad day, but there's other times like today. I could very easily be 1-4. I'm 5-0. It's feeling awesome. I'm doing the same stuff. I'm making the correct plays and just recognizing when you punt it. Like I 2-0 at day 2 at Minneapolis. I played against Is It for the 3rd time in a row. I got aggressive. I didn't respect the top deck. He top decked Flood Maul and just killed me with a dominating board presence. It's like, I guess I don't attack, but like just taking those little lessons. And like it's tough. I'm a very competitive player. Like I love my control decks. I play Scepter Chant in Modern. I play Blue-White Control in Pioneer. It's all I know. And it's just like whenever it's competitive, it feels so awesome just to tell people no.
You got a big t-shirt. I know you got one of those. You got a t-shirt that says "Nope" on it somewhere, haven't you?
My girlfriend actually last Christmas got me the Nope sweatshirt. So
there you go. See, they all have it. They all have it. Right.
She's looking at the t-shirt for our anniversary gift, so that'll be in the mail soon.
Well, I'm going to let you go, my friend. Chill out for the rest of the round. Start looking at the breakers, and maybe potentially we'll see you in the top 8 a little bit later on. So again, congratulations, as we're going to head back to the booth.
All right, bye.
See ya. And on that one, we are coming back to the booth. Me and Dune, this is our last round. It's over, my friend. It's done. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling a little tired? I know it's Mother's Day. I know you're going to go out for some big Italian food, which has got me thinking maybe I need to order some pizza in a minute.
Well, I don't think we're done yet, Will. I think we're going to take a look at a backup match real quick.
Have we got one?
Yeah,
okay.
I think we do. So this is going to be game number 2. Jess Williams, who we saw last round, up a game against Justin Nelson, Jeskai Control, and Demir Midrange. This is an interesting matchup. So, you see from the Jeskai Control side of things, I don't know if we're live or if this is time shifted. Maybe we can get word on production. But yeah, this is okay. This is
Live.
actually live, so we'll have to see how this one plays out. But yeah, very interesting matchup from the Demir side of things, where you're trying to go under all their big spells and counter spells, and then Jeskai try to maybe land one of those big haymakers and then kind of ride that to victory.
Looking at Justin's list, it looks pretty much the same as what we just saw. So there's maybe a couple numbers difference, but the cards are all the same here. Definitely don't want to be drawing cards in the face of that Shield Dread on the other side here for Jess. We saw that they were able to take down the last round and do it in spectacular fashion, but now one game up does look like we might be going to a game 3, but 8 life is not a lot for Justin Nelson on the right of our screen.
Yeah, the nice thing about for Justin Nelson is that from the Shieldred side of things, stock up does not. It's kind of like drawing cards, but it's not really drawing cards. So that one does not actually trigger the Shieldred. It's a way for Justin to get some cards into hand without having to take a bunch of damage. And that Shieldred is kind of a big threat. This is a weird staring contest where, Jess is at 7 facing down the Shiko, the Tidebinder, and the Whitleaf Liege, but then Justin doesn't want to attack with everything because Justin wants to make sure there's enough blockers for the Shieldred. So there's also the Soulstone Sanctuary to take into account. So this kind of weird staring contest here, which usually favors the person with Shieldred, although I think we might just have lethal this turn, especially with that Jeskai Revelation. Yeah.
Whoa. I was about to say the one of Jeskai Revelation off the top. I'm going to tell you what what it does in case you don't know at home, ladies and gentlemen. This is 7 mana. 4 generic, 1 of each Jeskai color for an instant. Return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Does 4 damage to any target. You create 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with price. You draw 2 cards. And you gain 4 life. A lot of text on that card, and that is exactly why it's able to win you a game like that.
It's a lot of words.
It's a lot of words. I'm going to have
no notes. That's all I got. A lot of words.
Got you right. Well, let's look at the deck list again. We got Jess's. Let's get that up on the screen first. Going to be on the play as we go into game number 3. That's the 75. That's the sideboard. Anything you like here as we head into 3 on the play?
Yeah, we saw Jess play last round, and this is their sideboard. So from against the Jeskai control matchup specifically, the Fairy Mastermind's pretty good. Cheap threats that you can kind of get under the blue-black side, and it's very likely that Justin's going to board out a lot of his removal spells. The Shieldred we saw came in, the Kaidos for additional threats. Dreams is kind of interesting where against the control deck, there's only 8 creatures in the deck, but they are pretty powerful, especially Shiko. Mm-hmm. And then the counter spells as well. Disdainful Shuriken Negate seem like pretty good for Jess.
All right, let's see if we've got Justin's list, and we move across to it. We do. So this is what he's got. That's the sideboard. We've seen a couple of these, but anything changed now? He'd be on the draw.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw from the other Justin, the other Justin who was also playing Jeskai Control. And what we have here, some Tidebinders, pretty good to get. That card is really good against Kaido because you have to pick up the creature and then the Kaido stays in the hand. What's interesting to me is we saw when we came into that game, we saw a Wiltleaf Liege on the battlefield, and Jess is not playing the bounce version of Dimir. Jess is playing just regular Dimir, no Nightmares, no Lilianas. It's possible that Justin didn't know that and boarded in the Wiltleafs, assuming that maybe Justin had a different read on the situation. Mm-hmm. But given how long that game went and there was no Nightmares, wouldn't be surprised to see those come back out for game number 3.
Maybe just wanted to, get a board presence to start to a little bit of flexing going on, but that is it. We are off to the races. Both players like the opening hands. Jess is going to be on the play. Justin starting off with his Surveyor Land. Likes the card, keeps it on top. What do we have on 2? Main Phase Pixie.
Love it. Oh, I love Will.
It. Or Fairy, sorry.
Love it.
Talk to me why. Why did we do that?
So the Jeskai control deck has Dispelling Exhale. Now, Justin only has 2 copies, but Jess doesn't know that. But some lists play 3 or 4 copies of that card. So getting it under the counter magic is something that Jess really wanted to do there, and I love that play.
Yeah, I like it. I think we kind of get laser focused on if someone says instant speed or flash on it, I have to do it in my opponent's turn. Sometimes that's just not the correct line to do to gain max value out of your cards. Here comes the 4th land drop. We're going to turn this Preacher sideways and get the coveted double trigger. So we're going to get a 1/1 white vampire token with lifelink, and we get to lose life and draw a card. All the value.
And look at that too. Justin was so afraid of the Fairy Mastermind that he decided to use the Get Lost on the 2/1, and now just resolved the Preacher of the Schism. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's bad.
Whew.
Okay.
So we get to draw the card and put the Kaido into play and draw another card off Kaido. Whew.
Well, we get to surveil as well first. Surveil 2, and then we get to draw a card. For people that maybe just watching coverage for the first time, getting used to standards, some of these old mechanics. Ninjutsu, talk me through it.
It is it's a weird ability where if you have a creature, it has to be an unblocked creature. So you cannot use ninjutsu until after after blockers are declared. And then you return an unblocked creature to your hand to put the ninjutsu card into play. Notably, that gets around counter magic because you're not casting the spell, you're just using the activated ability of the ninjutsu card.
And that is how we now have a Kaito on the board. The follow-up, though, is going to be this Beza, but you see how it's kind of laid out. You'd think there's 2 creatures on the board when it was cast, but there actually isn't. Kaito is only a creature in Jess's turn, so that's why there was no extras being made. We're going to lock that down, put 2 stun counters on it, which means we're clear to start turning these sideways. That's going to be another 5 damage going across to Justin's face. Shields are still down, still have a land drop here over on Jess's side.
Yeah, and Jess, no, we can't do that. We already used the Kaido, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, can we get the table spotter to just pause real quick? I believe Jess used the Kaido pre-combat, so we can't plus there.
I will
have somebody check that out real quick.
It's nothing huge right now, but yeah, if we can get it down to the table, I'm sure they'll get that sorted out. All it is basically that the dice is going to go back to 2, and we're going to lose that emblem. On the other side for Justin, do see some counter magic, do see some things. There you go. We're going to change it. Yeah, you need
no harm, no foul.
There we go.
Yep.
Easy mistake. Easy mistake. We're good.
All good. So yeah, just redeployed the Preacher, and now I believe they still have the counter spell, because wasn't there the Disdainful Stroke from one of the previous maps that both players knew about? So I believe Jess still does have a counter spell in hand.
So how can Justin navigate around that? Of course, Disdainful Stroke, remember, CMC 4 or greater, it can discard. Looks like we've got judges coming across for some reason here. I'm not entirely sure what it could be. I know the stun counter got removed a little bit late. Is the stun counter meant to be removed in the upkeep before the card is drawn?
I think what happened is we asked the judge to come over and have the Kaido fix situation, and I think they realized it before the judge came over. I think that might be what happened here.
Well, again, this is why we have judges, and we're so thankful for having them as well, keeping it nice and clean the board states that we want. So just explain it. Jess is going to go, this is what happened. This is what I think should happen. If Justin needs to, Justin will give his side, and then the judge will make a ruling. This happens quite, I'd say, a lot in paper magic. This isn't uncommon to have judges coming across. People can sometimes have things, their cards in different languages. Even wizards print cards in different languages for us, like Phyrexian, which is the other one. He's like, Judge, I don't know what this card does. Can you talk me through it?
Or sometimes they'll put the artwork all over the text box or whatever. Chandra, the Chandra that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I literally had no idea what that middle word was. I was like, it's Chandra something. I can't see it. She's got loads of fire going over the hope part.
Yeah.
Looks like it might be resolved. I think the judges have gone away. So now Justin's thinking about his turn. 5 mana available plus land drop.
Yeah, so what is Justin looking for here? I mean, he needs a lot of stuff to be able to answer, but we got to start with the Preacher and the Kaido. Presumably, if he can only answer one, would probably want to answer the Kaido first. But I mean, this battlefield is just going to get worse and worse, because not only does Jess already have the 2 threats in play, they have the Soul Stone as well. They still have the map token that can find more gas, and both players know about that Disdainful Stroke too. So Justin's one of Justin's better plays here would just be Shiko, Get Lost the Kaido. Can't really do that in the face of that Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, it's really, you don't really want to commit your 4-5 mana spells. One, because it's going to get done, but also it's going to get countered. But secondly, also it's going to take your whole turn up.
Right.
And it's like, how do we navigate around that? Is there a way to navigate around that? Like, especially with all this pressure that's currently on the board. Is that high noon? That we have pit mana aside for it.
I don't know. I believe the hand for Justin is land, Meringue River region, and Beza, and then that one card that's face down in the. Was that really a high noon? I didn't see it.
I think it might be a high noon.
It's a weird one to bring in this matchup.
Having a little read of all the extra modes.
Yeah, I believe we're still awaiting on a fix for the judge call. I mean, we've already fixed the Kaido and the emblem. I'm not entirely sure what the other fix that we're discussing is.
It might be the stun counter, honestly.
Okay.
I did see that, like, you know, once the Kaito dice sort of changed, then I think a card was drawn, and then the stun count was kind of changed. And maybe just a little bit confused.
The Beza should have one stun counter on it, right? Because we just used the Kaido on it, and then Justin untap the first turn, that would be one counter removed. So, I mean, from what I could tell, the board state looks the way that it should.
Maybe it's like because they drew the card and then did the stun counter. Is the stun counter going to come off first? Like, is the argument here that should have 2 on?
Well, the thing is, no, because I don't know how this is ruled, but I'm pretty sure you can't miss the stun counter because it's not like a trigger that goes in the stack. It's just the art of untapping your permanents. You can't miss untapping your permanents. You know what I mean?
Well, Joe's just going to sit down and explain it. Maybe we can get some confirmation of what that is once this is resolved. We don't want to like interfere as much as we can while this is going on. But Joe's is definitely going to be explaining something. So maybe we can start talking about some of the future events that we've got going on while they kind of resolve this. So we do have future events coming up. You know what I mean? We've got announced all next year's ones as well. You can take part in Indie by looks like that's going to be Final Fantasy Team Sealed. Now, Doom, I think that this format's lost on me and you because we've not played the computer game yet. But in chat, if you are hyped for some of this Final Fantasy stuff, let me know who is your favorite character in Final Fantasy. Because this is one thing I've seen across the board that no one has got a favorite. It's not like the one character they love because there's so many different games. There's so many main characters and side characters. We were talking about that. And excuse me, chat, when I say this, a golden chicken that everybody was raving about on the internet that's now in different colors. And we have no idea what it's for or what it means. So
yeah, there's also 77 of them, and I'm sure that means something to the people who play Final Fantasy, but I have no idea why there's 77. So
maybe chat will let us know. Maybe there's been 77 across all the games. Maybe one of the games has got 77 of them. Not entirely sure. But we'll find out. But that is what we're going to have on June 28th. It is going to be a Team Final Fantasy Sealed. You see all the fun everybody's having in there. And, of course, it is a trial. So if you win that, you will also get a custom token made of you and your friends. What token do you think me, you, and Mason would get?
I mean, it's got to be Monk token, right?
All 3 of us?
Oh, well, I mean, so I guess you're saying there's like, oh, you know, it'd be a cool one, Crash of Rhinos, because I think there's 3 rhinos in the art.
You look at you there, like, oh, I want a rhino too. But I allow it. I would allow it. Like all 3 of us, a rhino each, or riding a rhino each. Maybe we're jousting on rhinos or something along those lines.
I just want to play rhinos again, man. Just let me do it.
You can. It's just not the crazy tier 1 deck that it used to be. That's all. Right. It looks like we have got a fix. Justin's passing the turn. Or if I
think Justin already said go.
Didn't have a land drop.
Yeah. So I believe the hand was Beza, Meringue River region, 3 steps ahead. Apparently that was a high noon. And something else I'm not sure about, but
all right. Let's have a little look how we're going to get on. So we're going to go for some. Is this 4 mana? This is going to be the draw to. What's 4 mana in this card? It's either 3. Oh, it's going to be make a token. Create a token that's called a type creature. We've got the Beza.
Oh, right. So we can copy the Beza, and then that'll give us some tokens to block with. That's a pretty heads-up play. So make the Beza. We get a little bit of life. I don't know how many cards Jess has in hand. I'm going to assume that Justin has more, but I could be wrong on that. And what's interesting about this is well, actually, now that I look at it, just probably has more cards. But the interesting thing about this is that the 3 steps ahead, even though Justin paid 4 mana for it, cannot be hit by a Disdainful Stroke because the spree is an additional cost. So the mana value is still considered 1 on the stack.
What I'm confused with is did we block with that original Baser? No, it's got. I'm so confused. It went to the graveyard. It's now come back. Where's the stun counter? Did we block with it already?
This is not confusing at all, but I believe Justin is using the Beza just to represent that it's a copy of Beza, which is a little confusing. I think we should maybe just have the copy, put the Beza back in the graveyard, but it's
what's put it in the graveyard? That's what I don't get.
Legend rule. It's a legendary.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Nah, okay. Come on, don't say that.
That makes so much more sense. I was like, I don't understand this part. You're like, obviously, it's legendary. Legendary will 101 magic will get a grip. It's been a long day, dude. I haven't eaten in a long time. I need food. I'm looking. I've gone with your instinct. We're gonna get Italian. I'm on pizza after today. It's cheat day after all. Right. How can we rebuild? Let's get back to the match. Justin, looks like we might have found our 6th land drop.
It's going to be really tough because we still know about the Disdainful Stroke in Jess's hand. I don't even know if they care about this card, but all right. Well,
we'll get play Wildleaf into it. Why not? It's going to be a 4/4 creature. It's fine. Get it on the board.
It also could be a situation where Jess just has more counter spells and they're just like, well, I mean, anything you play, I'm just going to counter it and then counter whatever you play next turn. And I believe we can. And there's a good chance that Jess even has enough for a 2-turn clock here. So the Kaido, if they make another emblem, that'll be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I believe Jess can deal 17 this turn.
Well, if Jess can do 17, got another Kaito in the hand. So if we plus this one, oh no, we can't.
Well, it's 17 including the Soulstone activation because Soulstone, don't forget, is a ninja.
Yeah, it is.
So if Jess makes another emblem, the Kaido would be 5, right? The Preacher is 2, that's 7. The Token is 3, that's 10. Drowner is 2, that's 12. And then 5 from the Soulstone, that's 17.
Remember, so that is High Noon that's on the board. So only going to be 1 spell. Deep Cavern Bats is what we played. We were able to nab a dragon out of the hand, showing a hand of land at Beza. I think they're going to tally this up. It's going to have to be a really good top deck for Justin here, especially in the face of how many cards has Jess got at the minute? 5?
5, but Jess has a Disdainful Stroke, so I think they have everything covered. I like looking at Justin's deck list. I don't know if there's a card that Justin can draw that gets under Stroke. Yeah, the split up's not good enough though, because there's still the Kaido that survives, the Drowner that survives, and the Soulstone Sanctuary. So I don't think split up's good enough.
This is pretty rough.
Like 2 4-mana plays, but Justin only has 6 mana, so can't even go like Beza into Shiko. There's also a High Noon in play, which you wouldn't even be able to do that. So there's multiple reasons why that don't work.
High Noon can do 5 damage, but here's the tap 2. That's the same full stroke. It's gonna counter it. Justin 2 mana now, kind of doing the math himself. Like, okay, right, if I block that, how much do I take? I'm at 7 life. Gonna make Jess go through the actions.
I will attack you.
There you go. There's the handshake. Jess was able to navigate through it. And now at 5-0 with this Dimir tempo deck. Look really, really good. Every time we've seen this on camera, it's looked really impactful. Lots of game decisions. Sometimes you get that crazy, breakthrough, draw a bunch of cards as we saw earlier on and win the game. But that one there was really cool back and forth, but never looked like Jess was never in control.
Yeah, absolutely. And very, very good showing there from Jess. And they move on to 5-0, probably blocked for a top 8. We'll have to see.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Right. Now, let's go back to where I was going about 20 minutes ago. Me and you, this is going to be our last round in the booth before we hand over to Ross and Mason. It's been a pleasure as always, my friend. Thank you for carrying me through this. Get the shoulder rub in because you're going to need it. Go eat healthy and big Italian food and fuel up ready for next time when you see me and you in the booth. Any last words for the beautiful people out there before we go?
Don't forget, text your mothers today. If you're down for Mother's Day, be sure to let them know that let them know that you're there. So
there's so much motherly love in this. I love it. All right, we're out. Me and Doom. Have a good one, chat. See you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. I am Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and we are here today to bring you the last 2 rounds of Swiss and the entire top 8 today. Ross, we just had some amazing matches in that. I got to see that last one there with GS versus Control. It was a great time seeing blue-black mid-range. But let's check out on our players to watch and see how they're doing, as a couple of them have been having some nice weekends here, with Theo Jung at 5-0. Great spot. Might be able even to draw into top 8 here. Sean Gallagher, Wesley Will, all at 4-1, excuse me. Then a bunch of 3 and 2s as well. Eldon, top 8 yesterday, dropped today. You hate to see it. But Ross, our players, they cannot wait to play Magic. So we're going to head right down to the future match area here, as Justin Brickman is starting things off here on the left with Is It Prowess versus Azorius Omniscience on the right here from John Silmack. Now, Ross, I know you've been playing a lot of this Is It Prowess deck. How do you feel about this matchup?
This matchup, I feel, is quite close as far as the lockdown decks go. It's sort of unique among the lockdown matchups because it's the one where they have the least disruption for your aggro plan, but they are the most punishing if you try to slow play around temporary lockdown. Because if you slow play too much, they just combo and kill you on the spot, sometimes even through a counter spell or a bounce spell on the Omniscience. So you really have to find the right balance between aggression and holding up your potential answers for their combo. Now, here in game 1, there's no counter spells in Brickman's main deck, but he can interact with an Omniscience via a removal spell or a bounce spell. So he's going to want to apply some pressure early and then start holding up a couple of those. But there's a little bit more impetus on him to end the game faster here in game 1, because those removal spells eventually become dead as Slimak makes land drops and can Abuela's Awakening for high X values and make an Omniscience that's outside of burn range.
All right, so the first couple turns here, Brickman sleight of handed into Surveil. Then we played a Drake Catcher. Now he's stocked up. Not exactly the speed you were talking about winning in this matchup, but we have a lot of cards and 2 counters on that Drake Catcher. If you've been a little disconnected from Standard, this has been one of the cards that's popped up in these Is It decks as a little bit of a mirror breaker and, just a fine-ish prowessy creature to have. Yeah. As Omniscience hits the graveyard here.
It is a little bit weaker in these lockdown matchups because it doesn't apply as much pressure as Slickshot Show Off. It's not as good to get back from underneath a lockdown when you bounce one of those. So not the 2-drop that Brickman would have wanted to start on, but still perfectly capable of carrying this game by itself. Really, if it makes 2 Drakes, that'll be plenty of pressure here.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to start with a slide here for Brickman. Now, we mentioned Brickman has no counter magic in the main deck. John doesn't know that, so we might see Brickman posture something like a Spell Pierce, even if we don't have it. But to see if John thinks they can or can't play around it. Monster Swift Spear is the play here, and the attack for 3 as a Farah's Dispersal will bounce the Drake Catcher.
Yeah, and even if Brickman did have a Spell Pierce in the main deck, Slimak saving his Dispersal until turn 3.
Yeah, a lot of bouncing going on in Standard. Not as, surprising how many different bounce spells we have as 2 lands hit the bin there from the Surveil.
The format is so fast, you really need to answer creatures at 1 mana, and that means the 1 mana removal spells have a lot of holes, and it's turned out to be better to fill those holes with bounce spells rather than more expensive removal that might be size agnostic or answer a greater range of potential threats.
Yeah. All right. In a turn here, John's going to sculpt the hand a little more. John knows something is up as Justin didn't redeploy the Drake Catcher that we bounced. So John knows Brickman can interact, or at least is saying I can interact. The question is, can John beat that interaction?
So looking at John's list, does have 3 Spell Pierces as counterplay if he wants to go for an early Abuela's Awakening. But here, his life total is still relatively high. I think he can afford to slow the pace down here, maybe interact another time or 2, make some more land drops, and then go off from a safer position.
All right, so Justin's figuring out how he wants to play this turn. I'm going to start with the Corey Shield Cutter. Spell Pierce from John. Brickman can pay, but if he does, he'll be tapping low.
Yeah, and I think there is a 5th land in hand for Brickman, but that he'd have to pay, then play the land, then play a second spell to get a token, and he'd be completely tapped out.
John falling to 14 as the one Swift Spear did get a prowess trigger, even though the Corey Silk Cutter got countered.
I guess my eyes deceived me there. No 5th land for Brickman. I just wanted to see more copies of those gorgeous islands, you know?
Those are some good island choices. There's a lot of good land choices in play here right now.
Yeah.
You know, I like those full art plains as well. As Abuelos is going to be cast.
Okay.
All right. And you see Brickman sort of being like, all right, now there is a moment where John can cast a spell before Brickman has priority.
And then we'll see Brickman probably cast Into the Flood Maw on the Omniscience. And the question will be, does Slimak have a removal spell? Oh, just a naked Omniscience?
Yeah, interesting there. Looks like our table spotter accidentally gave the fish, forgot the Omniscience was a creature in that moment. Gets the best of us.
No bargain necessary.
Yeah. It would be nice though if Brickman gave him a fish, a little friendly gift on this Sunday afternoon. As more stock ups from Brickman, doesn't have the flurry of spells we've come to expect from this prowess deck.
Well, he does still have, multiple Swift Spears, could make a land drop and have 2 more spells after this stock up. That is not a bad start to this turn for Brickman, especially after having the Draycatcher bounced early and the Corey Steel Cutter spell pierced. He just needs more total card volume in order to turn his prowess threats into real attackers.
Yeah. Looks like we're figuring out what we want off the stock up. Looks like Monstrous Rage is being thumbed. Trying to figure out if we want that card or not.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a bad turn for it since Slimak is tapped out. And Brickman could get in for a big chunk. It looks like he has a Monstrous Rage in hand. Didn't really want the second one.
Makes sense. As we attack in here with the newly casted Slickshot Show Off, John down to 9. Basically knows we have to do something this turn or things are going to be bad. Can have some interaction as it's just a land and a passing of the turn here. Brickman trying to figure out what he can and can't beat here.
Mainly have to think about FR's dispersal. So you really want to do the math here, assuming the Slickshot Show Off is gone. And with Slimak at 9, 4 spells would do it. Or Monstrous Rage on Swift Spear would allow your Slickshot to live. Because now the Swift Spear is the biggest threat. So
yeah.
This is currently 10. You have a 5-power Swift Spear, a 2-power Swift Spear, and a 3-power Slickshot. So that's lethal. This will force some action from Slimak, and wow.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Slimak, this actually was getting flooded out a little bit there, and that's probably why we saw the Abuelos, was just hoping to get a little lucky, and unfortunately didn't do it there. As Brickman with a slower start, but still gets it done.
Yeah, once there's no response to the bounce spell on the Omniscience, you have a pretty strong idea that Slimak's hand is quite bad. Maybe there's another Abuelo's Awakening in it, and he's thinking, okay, they might Burst Lightning my Omniscience, but then I'll just get it back later, and the Burst Lightning will be gone. And that's why he decided to run out the first one. But you really just you can't have any other spells at that point. He would have cast Coil and Catch, would have cast Moment of Truth, would have cast Stock Up, would have probably even cast, an Aphara's Dispersal for free there if he had it. So you basically did know that your opponent's on empty at that point.
That makes a lot of sense. Let's take a look over here at Slimak's sideboard and see what we could potentially bring in. As we have a Cathar Commander, 2 Voice of Victory, 2 Clarion Conquerors, a Kotsul Flanker, 2 Beza, 1 Boonbringer Valkyrie, 2 Overlord of the Mistmores, 2 Get Lost, and 2 Negates. Ross, what do you like in this sort of matchup?
So it's a lot of options. It really depends on how Slimak wants to approach it, how fair he wants to get. Because now with Voice of Victory and Clarion Conqueror as common sideboard cards, you can almost approximate an Azorius mid-range deck. You could bring in basically every threat here in the sideboard and have those and your removal spells and be very minimal on the combo and try to brick your opponent's counter spells. Or you can go minimal, just have maybe some Bezas. Maybe you want Clarion Conqueror to stop Ghost Vacuum or Soul Guide Lantern. Maybe you want Voice of Victory to stop counter spells, but not over sideboard and still be more combo heavy. Given that Slimak's sideboard is so heavy on these threats, I'm guessing he favors a more mid-range post-sideboard transformational plan, and that's what we're going to see here in game 2.
That makes sense. Let's quickly check out Justin Brickman's sideboard and see what he has for his cutter sideboard. As you know, there's a lot of different 1 and 2 you can play here. So another Drakecaster, Enduring Curiosity, 2 Ral Crackling Wicks, 1 Into the Floodmaw, 2 Lithmantic Rush, 2 Spell Pierce, Torch the Tower, 2 Stroke, 1 Rebel Salvo, and 2 Ghost Vacuums.
So the cards that you definitely want are the counter spells, Spell Pierce and Disdainful Stroke, the Graveyard Hate, and those 2 copies of Ghost Vacuum. Those 100% come in. The extra Into the Floodmaw will definitely come in a lockdown matchup. And at least, 1 or 2 of the 4s will come in, maybe all 3. It depends on how much Brickman wants to raise his curve. And then the real questionable cards are the 5 damage removal spells, Barrage and Salvo. How many targets are you expecting your opponent to bring in? This is the cat and mouse game that exists. The more Bezos and Voice of Victories and Clarion Conquerors that are in the post-board configuration for the Omniscience player, the more you want access to that removal. The fewer there are, the less you want it. And so it'll depend on how Brickman is anticipating his opponent to sideboard and what cards he's really fearing.
That makes a lot of sense. One of the spots, too, where the open deck list of things like the RCs, you maybe have a little bit, you can hedge, right? You see this, you're like, all right, I'm going to bring the Rebel Salvo in, especially in this spot. Maybe I think, the way I'm sideboarding versus them, it makes me want to do it. Here in, these closed deck list tournaments, you kind of have to, infer and figure out and really stay in tune with stuff. So advantages and disadvantages to both here. But Brickman is mulliganing to 6 as we can head back down to our feature match area. The players are getting ready. I have to say, Ross, I think Enduring Curiosity is great in this deck. But it is so funny to me to see, the 8 creature deck, even though obviously you have more than 8 creatures. And it's like, yeah, I really need Enduring Curiosity. That's the card for me.
It's, you don't need you read the card and you think, oh, this is great with, wide battlefields. You really don't need more than 1 or 2 creatures on the battlefield when you play Curiosity for it to run away with the game very quickly. It's sort of like the blue Craterhoof behemoth in that regard. You think oh, they only have 1 or 2 creatures. How much damage could that be? Actually, you're just dead.
The blue Craterhoof behemoth. I like that a lot. Commander players, we're reaching out. We're trying to create bridges, meet us in the middle.
Hey, that card is standard legal now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's in Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the next couple of years / whenever Pioneer comes back. Maybe it'll be a thing. And it looks like a little bit of a tank here from John. Started to want to keep the planes, decided to get rid of it. Maybe a sign that John has like 3-ish total lands, but wasn't sure if we want to keep the 4th as Swift Spear comes down and attacks for 1 off of Shivan Reef.
Could also be a landlight hand, but he really wants more blue mana. And he's like, well, I kind of want that land, but I don't want a plains.
Makes a lot of sense.
Although Island here suggests that that's not the case.
Yeah, it could be slow rolling the temporary lockdown. Like, oh no, I don't have it. Brickman taking a second to think. I like this, being really methodical with his play. Brickman and a couple other regulars who play a lot of control decks have really adopted this prowess deck in both modern and standard. I know Sean Gallagher is another one who really sort of typically only plays blue-white control. And Brickman's range is wider than that, but he really likes, Teferi, for example. But they're all sort of admitting like, hey, this Quarry Cutter card might be, the best way to actually play Magic right now.
And the prowess deck in either format, modern version or the standard variant, is not an all-in 100% balls to the wall aggro deck. You can play long games and grind it out with stock up Storm Chaser's talent, card advantage from Cutter as well. So you get to play a little bit of both styles, and that probably makes it an easier transition for players that are more used to playing control.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. As we do see Slick Shots plotted into another stock up here for Brickman. And taking a second to really make sure, and this is one of the hard parts of playing a card like Stock Up. It's very powerful, and it's hard to go too wrong, but you are given a lot of choices that really matter.
Yes, and playing with the cantrips, trying to anticipate what is going on over the few turns that you have, and play multiple turns ahead is very difficult. Because sometimes, you want the monstrous rage because your opponent doesn't have the removal spell. Sometimes you want more card advantage. It really depends on what they have. And you've got to play this sort of risk assessment game where you are saying, if I take this card and get punished, how bad is it? If I take the other card and get punished, how bad is that? And then what are the likelihoods of getting punished or getting rewarded in either scenario, and weigh all of that in your head. You're just doing algebra all day long.
Yeah. And we're seeing John surveil, decides to keep some on top here. Notably, in the moment of truth, decided to bin the temporary lockdown. Did not want that card in the moment.
Yeah. No threats on the other side of the battlefield. Maybe already has one in hand. Plenty of reasons to ditch it. Maybe has Abuela's Awakening and can buy that back, which is a nice trick that is even better in the post-sideboard games when you're less dependent on the combo.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it looks like Abuela's Awakening hitting the graveyard here. As we are going to see a Verge from turn for Brickman, making that 4th land drop. Slickshot Show-Off's going to get cast. Like you're talking about, this is a deck that is very proactive, but it doesn't mind drawing its 5th, 6th land in lots of games as a Ghost Vacuum gets played and attacking here a Slickshot for 3.
Yeah, and that is especially true in the post-sideboard games against the lockdown decks. You're playing all 4 stock-ups in that configuration. You're planning to play long games and potentially even use the value from Storm Chaser's talent. So, yeah, making 6, 7, 8 land drops can even be beneficial in these matchups.
All right. Gonna see John sculpt a little more. Play a Meticulous Archive. You mentioned how he might turn to more of a controlling deck post-board. We saw a Cathar Commando come down earlier on blocking duty. Sort of a way to answer some of the problematic cards in this matchup, but also, just blocked. It might be a sign that we did go more in that direction as we are binning a land off the Surveil land. And removing that lockdown with Ghost Vacuum. Brickman does not want to have to deal with that.
Yeah, he knows there's very few cards that the Omniscience deck can actually recur from the graveyard. Might as well start by exiling all the enchantments.
5th land here for Justin. Quickly taps 2 mana. Another Slickshot Show-Off. Uh-oh. This could be a huge turn. A sleight of hand starts it off. Quickly bottoming the 1, and it looks to be taking a moment to double check something. I wonder if this is because we have some interaction, or maybe we think we could potentially push depending on how our opponent plays here for lethal. Another Afaras to answer this Slickshot Show-Off back to the hand.
And okay. Letting this resolve, that likely suggests Brickman has some interaction for the combo or for something like a Meringue River Regent. So be surprised if there's a Disdainful Stroke being held back here, and he's just going to try to grind through the removal from the Omniscience deck.
Yeah, and really showing just how powerful this Prowess deck can be. I mean, the big thing behind this Omniscience deck, right? Is we have the 4th one. Well, maybe this is part of the reason also we were down to get into that lockdown earlier, Ross, is we just had a bunch of these in our hand. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
As we're topping 2 immediately. But yeah, this Prowess deck, it's putting up a great fight against this opponent who has a lot of removal and is sidestepping a lot of, the traditional cards that people have for them. As it looks like we are going to plot this Slickshot Show-Off now that we're not worried about cards like Meringue River Regent.
Okay.
All right, Meringue comes down. Just going to bounce her.
You still have to be a little worried about this thing. It's a 6/7 flyer. It's hard to get Slick Shots up to a level where it can even trade.
Listen, sometimes you just have to send them into the Flood Maw,
Yeah. If there is, replay the other Slick Shot, play the one from Plot, bounce your Regent, hold up Disdainful Stroke, that would be an excellent turn here.
Yeah, that would be a lot. And also put John basically dead to any 2 cards on the next turn. So, if Brickman has anything like that, we're looking to be in a good spot. It's also a pretty good moment for John to know if the coast is clear, right? Brickman, could have held up something like Disdainful Stroke on that previous turn and still pressure a lot, but might be a sign he doesn't have that or just isn't afraid. This turn will be a big deciding one in this regard. Stock up. Going back in the deck.
Interesting to see stock up without playing the Slick Shot from Plot. Because presumably you're digging 4 into the Flood Maw here. wanting to bounce the River Regent.
Yeah, it did look like there was an Into the Floodmaw in the stock up pile as well. So I wonder if maybe Brickman is just setting up here for an end of turn, bounce the Meringue, potentially even doing it on our own turn, if you have like a negate to back it up.
Yeah, and you might not want to do it end step because you could run into a Spell Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
That's a card you don't want to make live once we get to these mid-game scenarios and both players have 6+ lands.
Yeah. Lucas Horn Village. The name of that card was just discarded. The make my spells uncounterable land. Yeah, and you see Brickman sort of like, sure, whatever, man.
Surprise Silmac could discard the utility land if he has anything else, any other land, right? Because I guess it does enter tapped, so maybe you just can't.
Yeah, it looks like we have a stock up in hand, so this might just be a turn where we were hoping to get some interaction. If we fail, we just go land stock up.
Yeah, just needed to use all his mana. Okay.
Yeah, and this is one of the things, right? When you turn into that blue control, you mentioned making cards like Spell Pierce live. Well, there's Brickman's post-board Spell Pierce, and I think we might see some swift movement here because I know there's an Into Floodmaw in hand.
Okay. So here's a cutter. I think this might have been a turn where you wanted to cutter after the slick shots, but because that's worth 4 damage. Here it's worth 3. Another spell would make it 4.
Yeah, it is one of those weird spots where maybe this actually is the right thing.
Okay, so this is the same, but you have an extra creature now. And is this lethal? So the slick shots are 5s. The cutter token is a 3, and then rage deals another 3. So
yeah,
exactly 16.
It does look to be exactly that, and I think Brickman, has 2 mana up, so potentially could even cast something like an opt if we're a tad short here. But that seems to be it. And yeah, Justin Brickman moving on to 5-1. Impressive stuff there from this Is It Prowess deck, and really showing why I think so many players, this is their weapon of choice for all the regional championships we've seen. While it maybe didn't win the Australian one earlier today, Demir took that down. It still had a great presence there, and all the USRCs and the rest of the world has just been the most dominant deck.
Absolutely. And, game 1, a little fortunate with the opposing draw not panning out well. But game 2 was textbook. That's exactly what you want to do with the Prowess deck. You want to play a longer game, cast your stock ups early, and set up for 1 to 2 really big turns. And Brickman was able to do that. The first big turn got, countered by double Ephraim's Dispersal, and the second big turn was completely lethal. And that's really the power of Slickshot Show Off in these matchups and why it is much better than Drake Hatcher against the lockdown decks.
And speaking of powerful, let's talk to Justin Brickman here. Justin, how are you doing?
I'm feeling good. Yesterday was a little disappointing, so I'm just glad to be playing Standard, glad to be playing the deck I've been practicing for the RC and Forward, and yeah, Blue-Red Spell's great.
Everybody loves a nice Is It Mediums deck. And taking a look over your list here, the one thing that really stands out to me is 3 copies of Monstrous Rage. This is often an auto 4 of in most lists, and a card that many players have called to be banned. So what's the reasoning behind trimming there as opposed to some other card?
So I found myself boarding out Slickshot in most matchups leading up to the RC. Obviously, I added Enduring Curiosity to my sideboard since, so that kind of changes how I wanted Drake Hatchers or Slickshots in various matchups because the haste creature matters. But I just found myself boarding out 1 a lot in most matchups where I'm just trying to hedge my deck to be pre-boarded well for the mirror, but not giving up percentages too much in other matchups, like Omni specifically was one I felt really poor against last week. And I don't think Rage is that good in that matchup either because of Ephraim's Dispersal. I just had one in my hand for 4 turns, just kind of holding it, waiting to get my spot. And yeah, I've just been kind of underwhelmed in it as I developed. I probably would go down to 2 at some point, but I think that might be illegal.
Yeah, sure. It might be. I haven't checked. We'll have to look at the books, but I think that makes a lot of sense. To be honest, it's a card I definitely trim in sideboarding as well, and it does look like the way you've built your deck, you're trying to be a little bit more pre-boarded. In certain matchups, it looks like you're a little bit more threat dense with 5 2-drop threats, 2 Hatcher, 3 Slickshot Show Off. I think you're set up to play the sort of trade removal game a little bit better without having Monstrous Rage that only really plays well in the racing games.
Yeah, I'm a control player at heart. Combat math is not my specialty, as those last couple turns probably showed. I had to triple check, do the math and ass, but I don't have a math degree. So I just built the deck to lean into my strengths, and I've been saying this for the last week and a half. This deck is basically Cobblade. So you have these especially the mirrors, you have a lot of intricate decisions to make, and it just leans into a tempo-oriented game style or play style that I tend to prefer.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, normally when I think of you, I think of controlling decks, right? And, we saw Casey Miller win the United States RC, playing Jeskai Control. Was that tempting? Is that something you tried out? Or have you kind of stayed true to, like, this deck is the truth? I mean, comparing it to Cobblade, if you weren't around for that time, maybe you're, an Arena Zoomer, that was one of the most dominant decks in Magic's history, sort of, hailed as, like, the best standard deck ever. That's a lofty comparison. So have you stayed the course? What led you to this spot?
So I was originally going to play Mono Red because I liked mice after the last NRG where I played it in Pioneer, and I'm just like, okay, Pioneer felt great. I'll try it in Standard. Was doing well with it. Then Prowess became a deck, and I was just getting demolished by everything, and because people were just more ready for red decks.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of was like deflated. My friends talked me out of my butt, for lack of better terms. And I was just like, okay, I'm just going to play Prowess. I'm not going to mess with any of these 3-colored mana bases because they are god-awful. And, yeah, the rest is history. I haven't thought about playing any other deck in Standard, which, when a control deck wins a tournament, it's really tempting. This one took a bit of self-control.
All right. Well, I like knowing ourselves and naked self-control. Thank you so much, Justin, for taking a second to talk with us. Go have some fun between the next rounds, and hopefully we'll see you in our top 8.
Right. Thank you.
No problem. Ross, now I think we actually have a backup match, so we're not done just quite yet. We're going to actually head over to Time Shifted Magic, but it was good to see. I like how honest Justin was. He's like, listen, I know I have a weak spot for control. It was tough, but this deck is Callblade. I'm going to stick to it. I'll have to see, eventually kids are talking about Corey Steelcutter as the new Callblade.
Yeah, it's nice to see Magic players make a disciplined decision. This is the deck that clearly I should be playing, and he gets rewarded for it. 5-1, very strong chance to be able to make this top 8.
Yeah, well, let's head on down and see if we're going to get someone else in top 8 here, as we have Will Krauchik on your left versus Justin Nielsen on your right. We saw Justin actually in the backup match last round as well on Jeskai Control. Started off 4-0. Got beat by Demir, but still very live here for top 8 as our players are going to get started here with Mono Red Cutter on your left. So not Is It Prowess, Ross? What's the reason to play Mono Red?
Well, you're more explosive, and a lot of the games in the Prowess Mirror end up being races. Mono Red tends to be favored in those races because of the power of Heartfire Hero, Manifold Mouse, and that combination with Monstrous Rage. You still have the cutter draws that can run people over. And then this build is playing Demonic Ruckus as a way to just increase its racing potential. So it's about being very explosive and then using Cutter to give yourself resilience in the face of heavy spot removal. We just heard Justin Brickman talk about how he didn't like the traditional mice deck that he was thinking about playing because Is It brought all this anti-red, cheap removal and other hate cards into the metagame. Well, the mouse deck, by adding Cutter, gives itself similar resilience that the Is It Prowess deck has.
Yeah, and we're seeing what was the scourge of old Standard here, Heartfire Hero into Manifold Mouse, and a huge attack here on turn number 3 for 7, knocking Justin down to 9. Now, there are a bunch of temporary lockdowns in Justin's deck here, along with the spot removal, but Will showing, why this deck is still a totally reasonable thing to do as Lightning Helix comes on down.
And now, does Will have anything that can target this Heartfire Hero? Would have to be a Monstrous Rage.
Oh, and it looks like Justin, with a small misstep here, got the Verges backwards, so we can't Lightning Helix down the Heartfire Hero. But instead, we're going to split up. It might be better to do that anyways, so it worked out pretty well for Justin here. As he will take 3 from the Heartfire Hero, excuse me.
Does temporarily drop down to 6, but still has the Lightning Helix now in reserve to answer a follow-up threat and gain the life back.
Yeah, and Will, lost an extra creature on the turn, but gains the info of Lightning Helix, so has that on Will's side. Will, someone we've seen here for the last about 2 years in NRG series, has really come into their own and has been doing quite well. Qualified for the Pro Tour back at RC Charlotte, playing Breach, and has just been really having some great performances here. As Corey Steelcutter in to Emberheart Challenger, come on down and attacking for 4.
That is a great follow-up to the sweeper. Knows he's going to lose one of these creatures to Helix, but should still have one back to try to close out this game.
Okay, I think that's a blue Verge. Is that not blue on the? I always get that one mixed up. Okay, that is the red.
Fire Verge is red to start.
Okay, all right. I'm very lucky. I always have an island when I play the Instant deck, so it's not a big issue. But okay, so we took down the Emberheart Challenger. Back up does Justin go, but not out of the woods yet. An attack for 2.
Ooh, looks like I had no spells back, so a very weak follow-up turn for Will Kowalczyk, and now Justin has a window to start slamming these haymakers.
Oh, and Will, as soon as we tap over the Shinko, kicks a Burst Lightning, 4 damage. Justin at 3 life. That's more than enough. Tight play there from Will, playing around any sort of counter magic there. Whew, you love to see it.
Yeah, made it seem like his hand was weak. It was not weak at all. Had the lethal burn spell and demonstrated some great patience there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and spots like that are very important too, right? Like, very easily could have tried to fire that off on our own turn, try and get the win immediately, right? Don't do anything. We'll just kind of do like, hey, if nothing changes, I'm fine. What card can they play that's going to be that big a deal? I'll just wait here. Let's take a look at this sideboard really quickly here to see what Justin Nelson has over there. Looks like we got a bunch of Kotsul flankers, 2 Cheshire Tidebinders, 2 Whitley Leech, 2 Exercise, 2 Negate, a Pyroclasm, and Authority of the Council, and 2 High Noons. Ross, what do you like here?
I certainly like Authority of the Consuls and Pyroclasm. Those 2 look excellent. I'd be a little tempted by High Noon since this is a cutter deck, but much, much worse against the rest of the deck, the Mice Shell, than it would be against a pile of cantrips. So that makes it questionable to me. And you could play Kutzel's Flanker, but this is not like 3 mana, 3/1, try to block, gain 2 life. That was a play.
And Scry 2. All right, let's not forget the Scry 2.
That's the kind of card you played against aggro decks in like 2008, and it
wasn't good there. Speaking of aggro decks, let's check out Will's sideboard. As this is a time shifted match, we're gonna get you back there as soon as we can. But first, we have 4 Torch the Towers, 4 Sunspine Links, 2 Scorching Shot, 3 Lithomantic Barrage, and 2 Case of the Crimson Pulse. Ross, what do you like here?
I like a lot of this sideboard. The Barrages and Scorching Shots are good against all the big creatures, Biza and Shiko. The Case of the Crimson Pulse gives him some additional card advantage, and Sunspine Links is a haymaker of a threat. I would certainly be bringing in the Lynxes and the Cases, and then some number of the 5 damage spells. I'm not sure if Will is going to want all 5 of them, but at least 3, I would say, of the 5. At least the Barrages will be coming in, maybe the Scorching Shots as well. That'll mainly depend on how many cards he feels he wants to cut from his main deck, so how much space he has he can afford to those removal spells.
That makes sense to me. Well, let's head on back down to our feature match area as our players should be ready here for game number 2. Looks like they're mulliganing right now. Will doesn't like it, going to go to 6.
And is that an Authority of the Consuls in Justin Nelson's opening hand? I think it is.
A little one of fun of on turn 1. Easy.
That's the turn you want it.
Yeah, well, we didn't put it in our deck to draw it on turn 2. We didn't put it in our deck to not have it. So obviously, when else are we going to have it? It just goes without saying.
I love it. It's my favorite thing to have a one of in my sideboard and just draw it. Like that's what I need. The second one would be bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that. That'd be silly.
Yeah, they can't enter double tapped.
It is funny that Authority has become kind of okay in doubles because of Into the Floodmaw, where it's like, okay, well, at least you can't Into the Floodmaw this, where in the past it's a card that, aggro decks are just cold to, right? Like Will has no way to interact with an enchantment. But as Into the Floodmaw has become, a 4 of in these prowess decks, it's sort of like, oh, actually, Having the second one isn't great by any means, but it isn't awful.
But once you have 2 of them, you're so down on resources, your opponent doesn't need to bounce them. They'll just play slow and kill you because you're on 5 cards.
Nah. As hard, I don't know why. Okay, we put it forward like Will was attacking. I was like, I don't think Will realizes his authority. It was just putting the card out there kind of aggressively. I like that. We are going to gain a life here from Justin. And Manifold Mouse coming down. And I mean, this is really the start that, really sold me on the mouse deck. When you have this sort of thing here and your opponent can't interact, it is a really powerful start. Torch the Tower is going to answer the Heartfire Hero. No damage done since it does exile.
Yeah, we saw this same start in game 1 was excellent for Will, but this time Nelson has interaction for it. Authority and Torch greatly limiting the explosive damage output. But if he doesn't have a 3rd land, it might not matter.
Yeah, and it looks like Challenger is going to come down. We're going to get rid of a Higher Claw thanks to the Valiant trigger. I bet we choose Trample.
Yeah, so Will choosing to forego a damage to try to get an Emberheart trigger because he did not have a 3rd land either. So both players stuck on 2, but that is advantage red aggro deck.
Yeah, this is a huge spot to be. As it looks like Lightning Helix is going to be used in the main phase 1 before we get a chance to trigger. If you go to combat, Will will get to put the trigger targeting the Valiant, which means you will get the top card regardless. So you have to do this in main 1. Authority of the Consuls, though, makes it not as big a deal. Typically, this would be a spot where your opponent can maybe play something and kind of punish you a little bit. But looked like Justin maybe said, I'll do it in response, thinking that we get there and didn't. And then Monstrous Rage, Ross.
Yep. And this is why you want to main phase your damage-based removal spells.
Yeah, and the old instant speed tricked us here, as now this is huge. We are still going to get the top card. It's another Manifold Mouse.
Yeah. When it comes to whether or not to main phase your removal spells against a tapped-out opponent or wait, you have to weigh the benefits of waiting against the risks. And there was no benefit to waiting. You're going to be forced to kill the Emberheart Challenger before combat anyway to stop that trigger. And so Will doesn't have to make any sort of move and give you any additional information, show what maybe a better target. So all you're doing is letting Will untap and potentially blow you out with Monstrous Rage. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we see here, Will took a second to do the math, decides that the Burst Lightning is better here, gets the Prowess trigger and the double strike on this Emberheart Challenger, and knocks Justin down to 5 from at the start of the turn at 22, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, your control opponent misses a land drop, and you're a red aggro deck. It's go for the jugular time.
Excuse me, 8. We had not quite factored in the Lightning Helix. That is my bad. Sunspine Lynx, unfortunately, here, getting exiled. Not a land. Both players stuck on 2, but like you said, this really favors Will.
Yeah, this is a 7-point attack already because the monster roll pumping Challenger, presuming it got double strike from the Manifold Mouse. So, yeah, Nelson does drop to 1, and now all Will needs is another Burst Lightning.
Yeah. Manifold Mouse enters. It should be tapped, and Justin should go to 2, but it's more than enough as Will is the victor here. Moving on to 5 and 1, and likely to see Will here in our top 8 at this rate. We're going to have to figure out all that here in a second as we still have round number 7 to be played, but in a great spot. And speaking of a great spot, Ross, we're going to some great places in season 2 here on the NRG series. So let's take a moment to see where we're going in the back half of this year. As July 19th to the 20th, Ross, we're going to go to St. Paul, Minnesota, and we're going Modern Showdown on Saturday. It's a 10K. You win one of those, you go straight to the end of the year championship. And then Sunday, 5K Legacy Trial. Legacy players, we hear you. We know you love to play some Paper Magic. Come on out. It'll be a great time there in St. Paul. August 23rd to the 24th, Lansing, Michigan. Standard 10K Showdown on Saturday. Sunday, Team 10K Trial. Standard, Modern, P format that people love, Pauper. We're giving you more Pauper. We came out, listen, we had some bad times during Breach. Not all of us loved it as much as Ross did. And we ran a Pauper event, and you all really loved it. And so we're trying some more Pauper to see how people like it. So if you're a Pauper lover, please come out. Show the support as we are still trying to figure out our next event, Sunday event. I'll get to that in a second here. September 13th to the 14th, we're back in the hometown of Mundelein, Illinois. Modern Showdown 10K on Saturday. And Sunday, we're figuring out what the trial is going to be. We're going to have that ready for you probably by the time our next event happens in June. We'll let you know. We might wait a little bit later and see how some of these other formats go, but we're going to figure that out, and we're going to give what's best for the players. Here on the NRG series, we love to put you first, and we want to pick an event that players are going to love. And November 1st and 2nd, we're going to be in Elmhurst, Illinois to round out the end of the year here on the NRG series. Saturday, Team 10K Showdown, Standard Sealed Modern. We also heard the love of Sealed. We have a Final Fantasy team event coming up in the end of June. We'll talk about it in a second as well. So we're putting more Sealed in there. And then Sunday, to wrap up the year, Modern 10K Showdown. The winner of both those events in November are going to go straight to our championship, which will happen in early December. We'll be streaming that as well, a $30,000 PTQ going on. And really quickly here, we can show our last event here for Season 1. That's going to be June 28th, Final Fantasy Team Sealed. Now, June 27th, or the Saturday that, we're also going to have a standard event going on. So it's not just Team Sealed, but we are doing this. We've heard from players. We used to do a lot of Sealed back in right before the pandemic and right after, lockdown sort of ended. We had a lot of Sealed. We stepped back a little bit, and we heard from y'all that you really missed that. So we're trying to work it back in and how it makes sense to do. And what better set to do it than Final Fantasy, already the best-selling set of all time from pre-orders. We hope it's going to be one of the best limited sets of all time as we bring you coverage as well. So make sure to follow along. You can scan the code on your screen to get more info on that. And Ross, speaking of info, we have side events at all our events this year from Value Vintage. That's right. Value Vintage is a pretty cool format that has been going around to a lot of events and has been at all of our events. It's basically the vintage format with a $30 limit on how much a deck can be, Ross. So there's a QR code on screen if you want to scan and get more of a information there. But it's super interesting. Vintage legality, you can play with anything. Now, technically, if you had a Mox that was under $30 for your whole deck, you could do it. Typically not have the Mox in play, but it's a very interesting format that's also kind of interesting, self-correcting, right? Like if a deck in this format got really popular, then in theory, the deck has to change, even if maybe the whole core of the deck doesn't, right? Will and I were talking about this yesterday, Ross, where it's like, well, let's say, Lurrus becomes the best deck and Lurrus increases in price by $3 or $4. That doesn't ban your deck, but it might make you want to make card changes so that you are still under that $30 legality. Very interesting, very fun format to play with your friends, and they have side events going on at all the NRG series. And these players bring a lot of extra decks, so if you're new to the format, they know players are still picking it up. You can just walk over there, and I've seen them have a wheel where they'll just give, you spin the wheel and you play whatever deck you get, or they have a big box you can grab out. So really awesome. We'd love to see them at all our events and other events around the world. So thank you all so much for that. We are going to take a quick break right now as we're going to set up for our round number 7 and figure out who's going to be in our top 8. And we're going to bring you all of that here today. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and today we are covering the round 7 of this event, along with the rest of the top 8, to see who is going to get a bunch of NRG series points and some hard cash dollars. And our players are ready, Ross. There's no filling for time. They want to battle in this very quick standard format. They want to get to battling quickly, as we have Wesley Hickman on your left here with the Is It Prowess deck, Will Grouchick on your right playing mono red cutter. We saw Will in our backup last round. Unfortunately, these two are two of the 5-1s who could not draw in, and they have to play it out, as we're going to see a sleight of hand to start things off here for Wesley.
But for the winner of this match, getting to move to 6-1, that'll jump them up the standings a little bit. Both of these players playing aggro decks, they will enjoy, the winner will enjoy having a higher chance of being on the play during the elimination rounds.
Yep. Speaking of hired, we have a hired claw hit the board here for Will, and a plod slickshot show off for Wesley. Beautiful mountains here from Will, as he's figuring out what do we want to curve out to on turn number 2.
Yeah, Hickman playing a 4 slickshot, no hatcher configuration in his main deck, so this game 1 is going to be fast and furious.
Hickman has a second slickshot in hand as well. Taking a second to think about what exactly we're going to do on this turn. All right, it looks like we're going to start things off by casting a slick shot and then cast a sleight of hand. Looks like we do have a Verge in hand. Stock Up in another card. Decides to put Stock Up in hand.
Mismatched sleight of hands, though. That's a flavor fail.
But, maybe it's because we're trying to get a bunch of the original sleight of hands and we just couldn't get them, And then at that point, we just gave up hope.
That's reasonable. The Portal Second Age ones are so nice. It's hard to play any others.
Yeah, I wonder if it's more on flavor with sleight of hand out different ones, because then it's more confusing to your opponent. It feels like a sleight of hand,
You got me there, Mason.
Yeah, I see all the lines. As this slick shot's going to stay plotted, I like this, playing around the potential double burst lightning. Wants to get a better chance of a slick shot actually getting pumped up here.
Wesley clearly was trying to dig for some interaction there with that sleight of hand. That's why he played it before playing the other slick shot. He wanted to hold that one for later. Didn't find what he was looking for, and now just plots the slick shot after it. And he's got to feel like he's behind in this race.
Rin's Resolve gets cast. Finds another one in a mountain, going infinite here. As we are going to see that burst lightning on that slick shot trigger the prowess. Higher Claw's going to get the trigger in as well. So that's going to be 6 damage coming across there to Wesley.
And only 1 burst lightning is a small punish for Hickman. If he just played the other slick shot, could have gotten in for 1 damage, and he'd still be in the same position here.
All right, Stock Up going to come on down very quickly. Monstrous Rage, a bunch of lands in a Swift Spear. Monstrous Rage in hand as well for Wesley Hickman.
So currently the slick shot is a 3-2. Rage will make it an 8-3. And then another Rage next turn. When it's a 2-4, we'll make it 6. So that's 3 damage short still. With a Swift Spear, that's another 2.
Swift Spear might be on blocking duty this game.
Yeah, that's another option for the Swift Spear. Hickman is close to having lethal next turn, but he also has to hope Will doesn't have much left over. Staring down the Rin's Resolve still for next turn, multiple creatures, and a good number of lands.
All right. And it looks like maybe we took a different card than the Swift Spear. I might have also missawed here, as we are going to pass the turn back. Have Monstrous Rage in case there's a Burst Lightning on this slick shot. Looks like we're going to start with the Rin's Resolve.
That could have been the play for Hickman. Just wants to hold up Monstrous Rage to protect the slick shot, knowing that it's his only chance of winning this race. But he is costing himself more damage every time he slow plays.
Yeah, and a Braid is the find here with the Mountain to wrap it up. So that would beat Monstrous Rage here. 2 damage is sort of the inflection point for a lot of players. Removal of Braid, obviously catching Corey Steelcutter, but getting around the Rage here is pretty huge. It's just a matter of Will wants to spend the mana to do it. Could be walking into a Spell Pierce.
Will effectively playing these Abrades in the main deck over Lightning Strike, saying the ability to answer Corey Steelcutter is more important than going upstairs.
Mm-hmm. All right, it looks like it was actually Corey Steelcutter, not Monstrous Swift Spear. That is my mistake.
All 3 were in the set. It was 2 lands in those 3.
Oh, gotcha.
5 cards.
Okay.
So just decided to go for the more powerful Corey Steelcutter there instead of the Swift Spear. And now at 4 life, it's hard to envision him staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, you can push some damage this turn. You can trigger your... I mean, I guess you could play Corey Steelcutter. You can, bounce something, and then you can double Monstrous Rage in order to get another token in order to block and stuff. But I don't know if you can ever win a game where you're doing stuff like that.
Yeah, if he has a land, he can play all of those and just try to rip stock up and get back into it. It's probably the only way forward.
Yeah, it does look like, looks like a fancy Shivan Reef. And I mean, this is one of the things, this is also why you saw Wesley try to, split the difference on the slick shots the turn prior. You need to have some pressure going, but if one player can just keep answering all your threats, it can be very tough in these red matchups, even when you're on the play. Into the Flood Maw is going to bounce the Challenger.
Yeah, interesting that he wants to bounce the haste creature. Could have bounced the Hired Claw and make sure that's not attacking this turn. Does tie up an additional mana of Will's, and Will does have plenty of cards in hand, so that mana is valuable.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot. We're going to lead on the mountain, then play the Challenger. Currently a little bit short of lethal. The Hired Claw could grow if it goes unblocked. Now, we know there's a good chance that we might getting a little ragey here and getting a lot of monks on the board, but we'll have to see.
Important to note that Hickman does have another Shivan Reef untapped among those lands, so if he wants to double spell here, he's going to take a point of damage.
Oh, and another Hired Claw is found, Ross. That means another ping.
Yeah, but that still leaves Hickman at 1. You play this second Hired Claw attack, 2 Hired Claw triggers will put him to 2. Playing the 2 rages will ping him to 1, and he'll have 2 blockers for 2 attackers.
All right, so we're taking the 1 from the Hired Claw attack trigger.
There's got to be something else for Will in hand. If it's a Monstrous Rage, I don't think Hickman can live.
I agree. Looks like Wesley's going to start off with his own Monstrous Rage. Down to 2. Burst Lightning is lethal. And yeah, you see Will show the Monstrous Rage. All rage, whichever one, the token blocks. And then, boom, on to game number 2 there. Fast stuff there. And, even though Wesley was on the play, could not keep up with sort of Red just playing a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and then interacting every single turn of the game and drawing some cards with Run Resolve. Yeah,
Wesley tried to play that game a little bit slower because he was on the draw, but he didn't have the interaction in order to do that. I think his best chance was likely to just try to ignore what Will was doing and race with double Slick Shot. I understand him wanting to go the more interactive route because he had a card like Stock Up in his hand that's going to help in that kind of game. Unfortunately for him, just didn't find any of his main deck removal, just the 1 copy into the Flood Maw over the course of that game. And without the ability to interact, he's just not going to be able to win these races against the mono red deck.
Makes sense. Let's check out the sideboard here for Wesley Hickman, see what we could be bringing in. We have 2 Abrades, 1 Drake Hatcher, 2 Eddie Merc Crab, 1 Negate, 2 Row Crackling Wit, a Scorching Shot, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, Spells Pierce, Sunspine Links, Torch the Tower, and Woodstalker Frenzy. What do you like here, Ross?
So I like Drake Hatcher in these red decks more than against the red decks more than I like Slick Shot Show Off. Just a more difficult card to kill. The Drakes are relevant in racing, and Vigilance, being able to play offense and defense with it, all come up in this matchup. I think Eddie Merc Crab is a very good one against these red decks. It's a very good threat at winning you races. Being able to tap down things like Screaming Nemesis, Emberheart Challenger that's been given double strike, and develop a 5/5 that can crack back is excellent. And then he's probably going to want some additional removal. The Torch the Tower will certainly come in. The Abrades will come in as long as Hickman is aware that his opponent is on a Cutter version of red. And even outside of Cutter, so 2 mana, 3 damage spell is fine at dealing with some of the reds of the mice creatures. I don't think he's going to want to bring in the big removal spells. There's no big creatures that you really need to answer. You don't want to be that mana inefficient, spending 2-3 mana on a removal spell. And the main big creature you would want to kill, Screaming Nemesis, really punishes the extra damage that they deal. So Abrade, Torch, Crab, Hatcher are the cards I'd be looking to bring in.
I like it. Let's check out Will's sideboard again. We did see Will last round, but New matchup, new sideboard plans potentially, as we do have 4 Torch the Tower, 4 Sunspine Links, 2 Scorching Shot, 3 Lifted Romantic Barrage, and 2 Case of the Crimson Pulse. Ross, what are you bringing in here to slay some? Is it?
Well, honestly, this could be a same 60 scenario. It'll depend on how much Will knows about Wesley's build. Only 1 copy of Dragecatcher in the 75. You're likely going to want to upgrade your Burst Lightnings into Torch the Towers anyway. The burn spells rarely go upstairs, and the mono red deck is not very good at bargaining, but it can sometimes. And anytime you get to torch a Dragecatcher, it is a huge win. And sometimes you need to bargain just to play around Monstrous Rage on Slickshot Show Off and similar plays. But outside of that, you're looking at cards that are like Barrage that really only line up that well against a Dragecatcher. And then maybe you want Case of the Crimson Pulse if you think you're going to have to play more of a grindy game. But I think Will really wants to just race in this matchup.
Makes sense. Well, let's head on down to the feature match area. Maybe those Demonic Ruckuses can help a bit with our bargaining. We get in a little points and then throw them away later. As we're going to start things off here with the Storm Chaser's talent for Wesley. Into Will, wanting to just torch the tower, take down the Otter.
Notably, the talent cast off of a Shivan Reef, so that is going to deal some damage and suggest Hickman is a little land light.
Makes sense. Mountain, plot the Slick Shot. Will has a second land, but has a lot of spells we can cast. Looks like a bunch of Emberheart heroes in hand.
Yeah, ideal for him to have a threat plus a 1-mana removal spell for the Slick Shot. That would be a great turn for Will.
Wesley draws a Torch to the Tower for turn. Does have a Quarry Steel Cutter in hand, so we can do the kind of classic play we've seen of Cutter into Applaud Slick Shot.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the 3rd land, though. So just going to deploy his threats.
All right, Monstrous Rage is going to grow this Emberheart hero, Heartfire hero, excuse me.
Yeah, that counts as a removal spell, and it's a removal spell that even improves his own battlefield. So great use of Monstrous Rage there on defense for Kowalczyk.
Yeah, and we're going to pass the turn back. No 3rd land, like you mentioned. We were a little land light. Does have a bunch of spells, though. It's the nice part of, missing on your land drops. Now Will needs to figure out, how am I going to win the game from here?
Even though he's the faster deck, being on the draw for Will in this game meant he wanted to be a little bit defensive. But now that he's gotten the good tempo play of double, 1-drop, kill a creature, I have a Heartfire here that's still pretty big. I think this is the turn the corner turn. This is where you really want to start being aggressive. And Will has a great way to do that in this Manifold Mouse.
Yeah, Manifold Mouse. We talked about it last round, just presenting a ton of damage, doing the same thing here, triggering that Valiant, gaining a counter there, and then attacking in for 8, knocking Wesley down to 11. Wesley does pick up a Spire Bluff Canal for the turn.
That's probably the card he most wanted. Notably, the Manifold Mouse also grows the Heartfire hero to 4 toughness, so it is out of range of a bargain to torch the tower, which is in Hickman's hand. So that missed land drop looming large would have been able to deal with this Heartfire hero before it got too big, and now likely going to have to use that to take out the Manifold Mouse to prevent any future double striking shenanigans. But Will does have a copy of Rockface Village to keep triggering Valiant if he wants to use that on these later turns.
Yeah, and I think we have a Witchstalker Frenzy in hand, so we might also be able to do a little bit of, finagling in order to get that online, but it's definitely not clean here for Wesley. As we're leaving the card on top. It's Monstrous Rage.
Okay. This might just be race time for Hickman. Could take out the Manifold Mouse, rage the Slick Shot, and make a big attack and just try to win next turn.
Oh, it looks like we have Burst Lightning and Torch. So we're bursting down the Manifold Mouse and then potentially holding up this Torch the tower to kill off the other hero.
And this is a pretty good turn for Hickman. If Will doesn't have a removal spell for the Slick Shot or something like a second Monstrous Rage, Wesley could definitely win this race.
Yeah, I mean, this Slick Shot show off right now is 5 power. It is guaranteed to connect if Hickman wants to attack with it. I think the real question is, am I supposed to torch the tower now, get in with this monk token? We're trying to figure out that. And so we're going to hold for now. Slick shot show off, gets in for 5, knocks Will down to 14.
Once again, Will trying to play the more interactive role here. He's not going full aggression.
Yeah. Will's going to take a second, figure out how exactly we want to navigate this turn. Will knows there's a bunch of spells in hand because we missed on land for turn, and Wesley took a minute to think, so could think Monstrous Rage, could think another Torch, could think another Burst. Lost to consider, could even be an Into the Flood Maw. Wouldn't be unreasonable for Wesley to bounce, that big Heartfire hero last turn, getting a couple extra damage. Will decides it's time to go to combat.
Okay, so no use of the Rockface Village. Certainly suggests there might be some shenanigans afoot.
Yeah, I wonder if Will maybe has something in combat here, because that's what we're considering, putting the Heartfire here there. For now, we're just attacking for 4. Taken.
The Hickman potentially considering using his Monstrous Rage defensively, but that would still end up losing the monk token, and you would take 4 from the Heartfire hero. Plus, you would get completely blown out by, I guess, not quite. I was thinking another Monstrous Rage, but Hickman's Monstrous Rage makes a 6 power monk, so that would still take down a 6 toughness mouse.
Interesting. So we're chump blocking to save a little life, and we're going to abrade the Corey Steel Cutter. Going to leave the Slick Shot show off in play. This is going to force 1 more damage.
Yeah, just getting his extra point through if he was going to cast it anyway, and you definitely want to do it before Hickman untaps so he can't play 2 instants in response and trigger Flurry again.
Yeah, probably a sign Will doesn't have a land in hand either. Took a second to think. Would probably want to play around a card like Spell Pierce if you could afford to. Torch the tower. Bargain to getting rid of our Storm Chaser's Town, and going to trigger Prowess here.
And this is a little risky if there's a removal spell in response, and there is. So Hickman could have just let damage happen. He would have taken 3 instead of 2. But if damage happens, then the Burst Lightning doesn't save the Heartfire hero, which is more important.
Yeah, I think that's a moment where Hickman kind of got a little in the head and didn't consider what could have happened here. We're now scrying. We see a Verge, I believe, on top of the deck.
But Will down to 1 card in hand. You can be confident that it's a spell since there was no land drop made this turn.
All right, Corey Steelcutter was the draw.
God, this Witchstalker Frenzy is just looking so awkward. Hickman hasn't been able to generate a big enough battlefield in order to take advantage of the cost reduction.
Yeah. And neither has Will, actually, for that same matter, right? Like, it does cut both ways, but both players have just been, interacting a bunch. And it seems like having your 1 mana kill anything in the matchup would be great. It's just been so awkward, though. As you see Wesley trying to figure out, how am I going to win?
So if he just makes the aggressive line of Cutter, Rage, the Slick Shot, that is a 10-point attack. That'll put Will to 4, but then you'd be dead on the crackback. So you'd have to leave back a creature, and Will could pump the smaller Heartfire hero, you chump the bigger one, and you take exactly 5. And you just have to hope the card in hand is a brick, something like a Hired Claw. And there's nothing on top. That is a tough proposition to be in. I think Hickman's other option is to, I would say other option is to use the Witchstalker Frenzy, but at this point, there's no good target for it. All the Heartfire heroes will just deal you damage when they die.
Yeah, it's sort of a no-win situation here.
Yeah.
As you see Wesley do it here and tack in, put Will to 6. We are on the final turns of this game. Both players with a bunch of spells in hand. And you see it can kind of just laugh like, yeah, this is all I can do. Don't kill me.
Yeah, This game, we saw both players have some interaction, but the story of it for me is that Will's interaction was a lot more effective. Had a braid, cleanly answered cutter, had burst lightning, which blew out Wesley's torch the tower. Wesley's torch was awkward to try to time because of the missed land drop, and this Witchstalker Frenzy has just been stranded in his hand, unusable because it's been too expensive. Had Hickman been more patient with the torch, he'd be at 5 here, but the big Heartfire hero would be gone. Then maybe he'd be able to win this game. So that misstep also really looming large for Hickman.
Yeah, Screaming Nemesis comes down. That one always gets some damage across here. If it is blocked by a cutter, it would be 2.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. Everything always does damage on the board. The Heartfire hero dies, it does 1. We have Trample over here. We got Nemesis trigger over there.
Yeah, Kowalczyk is just doing the math, and it is lethal. He's got to attack with everything, though. So,
yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this does not look lethal.
Yeah, I don't know why. What's the point of leaving back the Heartfire hero?
I mean, maybe we have life totals wrong. It looks like Hickman fell to 2, which would imply that we had life totals wrong here in the coverage booth, which is our mistake.
Okay, so just playing around a haste monk, I suppose.
Yeah.
But now, God, if Hickman could only cast this Witchstalker Frenzy on the 1/1 Heartfire hero, he would have lethal, but he doesn't have enough mana. The top deck Slick Shot, that's only going to be 3 damage coming across.
Yeah.
You could cast Frenzy and attack for 4.
Not quite enough. So congratulations there to Will Kowalczyk, moving on into the top 8 here at 6-1, playing mono red cutter. We're going to see, we're going to interview here with Will and talk about both this deck and their recent, success here, both NRG series and Magic in general. And Will is sitting down immediately. So let's just hop right into it, Ross. Will, congratulations on top 8. How you feeling?
Good. Thank you so much. Feeling great. I had to play for this one. I was expecting to be able to draw.
Yeah. Well, the benefit now is that your record is better. Your seeding will be higher. You'll get to be on the play.
Yeah, I love to be on the play. This deck does a lot better on the play, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah. Speaking of this deck, Is It Prowess has been the talk of the town in Standard for several weeks now. You are opting for Corey Steel Cutter in a very different shell, this mono red mouse shell with Demonic Ruckus. Why do you favor this deck over the Is It build?
Losing all the mana issues is kind of like one of the shining things about it. I think most of the time the deck is doing better is when you're casting more red spells and testing with the team. That's kind of what we found. And the blue spells, while they're great, Into the Floodmaw is great, Drake Catcher's great. I just think the red spells are where you want to be with all the mice package makes you a lot more resilient to removal as well as kind of having a pivot where you're not weak to all the same things that Corey is weak against while still playing Corey Steel Cutter and kind of being able to pivot around that. And I like the sideboard cards out of mono red, like Sunspine Links. I get to play 4 of and never complaining about playing that card. So.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So a lot of testing, a lot of metagame choices led us to here. And speaking of leading us to here, you've been on kind of a killer path these last couple months when it comes to Magic and everything. How has it felt, over this sort of recent, you've had a lot of success recently. How's that stuff been going?
Oh, it's been great. Yeah. And I earlier this year qualifying for Vegas through the Vegas PT through Hartford, or not Hartford, Charlotte. I was playing Breach, obviously the broken deck, but was able to pilot well enough to lock in an invite for that. And then for this last RC in Minneapolis, I played the same deck, didn't do too hot, dropped out of the main event to play a side event, top 8 of that with the pretty much same list, just moved around where the braids are sitting, put them in the main board for this event, and have been liking it. So overall, I'm pretty happy with this list and happy with the performances recently.
Awesome. So you said the main deck of braids are really the only changes you've made between Minneapolis and now?
Yeah, for what it's worth, the 75 cards are exactly the same. It's just I was on a torch and a Scorching Shot in the main board. I moved those 2 to the sideboard and replaced them with the Abrades that were in the sideboard, and I've been having pretty good success with it, killing lots of Cories and 3 toughness creatures along the way.
Interesting. I had assumed that those upgrades replaced lightning strikes, which we typically see in the red decks, but replacing some different removals. What was the motivating factor behind making that swap?
So I was off Lightning Strike earlier with like early iterations of the mono red deck with Cories, just because it's being a 2-mana burn spell that most of the time just went face or to creatures anyways. Not face. Being able to destroy other Cories and just being a better Cori Steel Cutter deck overall, trying to double spell as much and interacting with the board in a less aggressive way, but still being able to play the aggressive role in the matchup if it requires it.
Gotcha. That makes a ton of sense to me. Well, Will, thank you so much for taking a second here to talk to us. Congratulations on top 8. We'll be seeing you some more later in the top 8. But now we're going to go cover our backup feature match and give you some time to breathe. Thank you so much there, Will. And yeah, it's cool to see Will sort of talk about the process there, right? We put in some time. Feel like, the red part of my deck is what I really liked with the is it didn't love having all the, sort of card selection and ability to pivot the game plans. Really wanted to stay streamlined. Makes some sense to me. You know what else makes sense, Ross? Us checking out more Magic. So let's head on back to our backup feature match and see what's going on here. As we have Sean Gallagher versus Garrick Alford. Both players on Is It Prowess, both 4-2, both good friends who normally are control players at heart, but they are playing the Is It Prowess deck today.
Control players that have resigned themselves to their fate.
Mm-hmm. As we see, the 2 different types of lands you could be playing these days. Great old lands with style. Also SpongeBob.
It's a very nice invasion land. I like the classics, so I'll go for Garrick's side of things here.
I'm gonna see how I feel about the whole Bikini Bottom cycle before I make any choices. As we see, these players sharing tokens here. Friends, Cori Steel Cutter comes down and attack here for 2 with the Otter.
Okay, big turn 2 Cutter. That is the strongest play. So we'll see what Sean has to try to either interact or race back.
All right, we're gonna plot a slick shot show off, and we're gonna figure out: do we want to get in for a point or potentially have a chump blocker here?
Attack.
I like it.
When you're plotting slick shot, you're saying it's time to race. So get in your damage. Now the pressure is put on Garrick. Does he want to go all out aggression and maximize the value of his Cori Steel Cutter? Or does he want to hold back and potentially have a removal spell up for the slick shot? Because if he goes all out aggression, the slick shot could win the race. It is definitely the most explosive card in terms of damage output in the mirror. The issue that it has in the mirror is that it is quite fragile, dying to things like Burst Lightning and Torch the Tower that cost 1 where it costs 2. So now we get this cat and mouse game.
All right, Monstrous Rage is going to get cast on the Otter. It's going to grow. We're going to trigger a Flurry as well, so our Cori Steel Cutter triggers. And excuse me, now it's time to smack in for a ton of damage here.
So this is, 8?
I believe so. And then our life totals are a little slow to update here. Sorry that sometimes it's happened with the time shift to match. We did get in 2 on turn 1 as well. Yeah, so Sean is at 10 life.
Okay.
Halfway.
That's a great turn for Garrick. He's able to establish a bunch of pressure while still holding up the mana, make Sean at least think about a potential removal spell on the slick shot.
All right, Opt is getting cast here to start the turn after we deplotted a slick shot. We'll see if Sean can assemble 19 points of damage this turn.
19
Mountain.
is going to be tough, but a good chunk with a removal spell for one of these creatures, that would go a long way.
Yeah, and we saw Garrick tank last turn on winning stock up or not. Decided to keep it. Does have Spell Pierce in hand, so for now on, every spell is counterable. And you're seeing Sean do some math here. Sean played the Is It Prowess deck in a Modern yesterday. That one actually can sort of win from these spots. Double strike spell available, so sometimes you do just sort of burst your opponent down.
Yeah, plus a lot more free spells. Flashback Lava Dart, Mishra's Bauble, Mutagenic Growth, yeah. Looks like a couple Burst Lightnings in hand for Sean, so I think he's doing the math of whether or not he wants to send them upstairs or kill creatures.
Yeah, it looks like in response to the Prowess trigger from the Spell Pierce, we're going to Burst Lightning. That's going to give us a third trigger on the Slick Shot and the Otter.
Yeah, this is exactly what Sean needed. A big burst of damage here. This is an 11-point attack plus a removal spell to minimize your chances of dying on this turn. Now, he could very easily still die here.
Yeah. I want to point out, Sean could have got, Garrick down to 3. We were really close to 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One spell plus a monstrous rage should be, that'll be 8. So we need 2 spells into a monstrous rage. That means the stock up is going to prevent any potential for lethal. This is the downside of stock up in the matchup. If you're just racing, the fact that it costs 3 is a liability. If you're trading, then it ends up being quite good. So Garrick will likely be looking for a removal spell for the slick shot show off here, so he can prevent himself from dying at 7 and get in another big chunk against Sean.
It looks like there's a land and a monstrous rage. So that will grow the monk, and we have the ability to cast another spell if we want to.
Yeah. The rage only leads to 8 damage for Garrick. He'll have a 3/3 monk and a 1/1 monk that's equipped. So that's 5, and then the rage represents 3 more.
Yeah, so it really depends on what this last card in hand is.
Yeah, I don't think he found a removal spell for the slick shot, but I think he found an Into the Floodmaw.
Yes.
That could either permanently answer the Otter token and let Garrick get a monk that can attack this turn. It can try to tie up Sean's mana by bouncing the slick shot so he can still attack and make another monk this turn. Or he could try to wait for Sean to commit some spells on his own turn, then bounce the slick shot. That's the maximum defense play, but will prevent him from flurrying.
Now, yeah, you're seeing Garrick pulls out a monk token. He hasn't triggered flurry yet, but he's implying he's probably going to do it. I wonder, I kind of like Into the Floodmaw here, just on the slick shot, tie the mana up for Sean.
You would be dead to a monstrous rage, but you would also just be dead to rage plus any spell if you bounce the Otter. So I think at this point, Garrick has to say either if I want to make a monk, I can't beat a rage. The only way I think he's beating rage is by holding up the Floodmaw. And even then, it might be tough. Because Sean could just play spell, rage the Otter, and now I guess that would still only be 6 if you bounced the slick shot. So yeah, he could play defensively and beat a rage, but it's just so hard to beat so many other things if you slow up that much and don't trigger flurry this turn. Very important to trigger flurry every turn when you're the player with the cutter advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we're not triggering it at this point, so
Garrick going for max defense. And stock up might be the best card against the max defense play.
Yep. Everyone gets big. Into the Floodmaw on the slick shot show off before we get to choose what's going with the stock up. So that's back in hand.
Yeah.
Double Quarry Seal Cutter.
It does give Sean information about how this turn is going to play out. That might inform his decision of which cards to take from the stock up, but it plays around him potentially finding a Spell Pierce. Now, I know that Sean has no Spell Pierces in his main deck, but Garrick does not.
Yeah. You also notice Garrick also in a team flex slot, like Will. Double feature match, got their friends behind watching. Everyone's super interested. And Sean and Garrick are good friends you see at all these events as well. So probably friends with a lot of people back there as well. As we're trying to figure out what exactly we can do here. It looks like we have a Burst Lightning as one of our cards in hand already.
Yeah, but the Floodmaw has been cast, so that monk is a 3/3.
True. I'm thinking about Burst Lightning Garrick.
And then you're down to 2. You would be dead to a triple spell turn because then you have 4/4 monk and 3/3 monk attacking for 7, even if none of those spells generate extra damage. This is a tough spot for Sean without any way to profitably interact. Oh, he has a land drop left to make. That makes a difference.
Yeah. So now this is 3. The Burst Lightning is 4 from the Prowess trigger, 5, 6. So we're 1 short here on killing Garrick.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought Sean was on the draw. I was confused by that land drop, but Garrick correcting the game state.
I thought Garrick just held a land the turn prior. All right, we're just going to hold and pass it back here.
Okay, both players going for max defense. So now the top decks matter a whole lot. And I think Garrick's hand is land, Swift Spear, Rage after drawing Swift Spear for the turn. So
Gotta be.
Can make a 5-power monk, a 2-power Swift Spear, and a 2-power monk, and attack for 9. And Sean will have to block with both otters.
Yeah.
This is. Oh, but Sean's at 6. Okay,
I think that might have been a moment where our production marked the wrong player on the ping land there, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, I think so too. So Sean's still at 7. And the monk is the only thing that's not trampling. So you chump that. You soak up an extra damage with the other chump on the otter, and you go to 1.
Yeah, and then Slickshot show-off's in hand.
Show off plus rage is only 6. So that would be 1 short. But if you can draw something like cantrip into rage, that would do it.
Corey Steel Cutter in hand for Sean as well.
If he has 5th land, Cutter plus Slick Shot, make a token, then play a spell would just be 6. So it would have to be like a Burst Lightning or a Rage.
Looks like these control players, they're not used to combat math, you know?
Yeah. Swift Spear is a 5, so you take 4 trample. And the equipped monk is just a 2/2. It hasn't had any prowessing. The other monk is a 2/2. It had 1 prowess from the monster's rage. So
yeah.
A 2/2 trampler, a 2/2 no trampler, and a 5-power trampling Swift Spear. We jump the 2/2 no trampler. We take 4 trample from the Swift Spear, 2 from the monk. That's 6.
Yes. Yeah, and remember, from our perspective, I think this is lethal. Yeah.
Yeah, land 5, Cutter, Burst Lightning is lethal. That's
does the job well. A wild game there. You know, our blue-white control players, they're getting used to attacking and blocking. Listen, everyone told them, stop playing control, stop countering my spells all the time. That's what we have to get some learning pains there. As it looks like the players are sideboarding here. Are they sideboarding out Corey Steel Cutters? Like agreeing to play a non-cutter game in game. Who knows? Let's check out the sideboards from our side real quick here as this time shifted. We're going to quickly just take a look. We're not going to go too much into detail here. We're talking about Garrick's and then move on from there to get back to our players. As we have 2 Abrade, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Drake Catcher, 2 Ghost Vacuum, a Lithomantic Barrage, a Obliterating Bolt, 2 Row, 1 Spell Pierce, and 2 Torch.
So normally I would like the Abrades. I would like the Drake Catchers. I would consider some number of torches. They're certainly better than burst lightnings. So as long as there's a bunch of bursts in the main deck, those will at least come in over those. I would also consider Lithomantic Barrage, depending on how many Drake Catchers you're expecting from the opponent. Same deal with Obliterating Bolt. Spell Pierce is a maybe. I tend to not like it in the mirror. Other players do. Unsure how Garrick feels about it. That said, if our players are in fact going for this funsies no cutter sideboard plan, I think that makes the matchup a lot slower and a lot grindier. And I may even consider something like Ral in a game like that, because without the very difficult to interact with aggression of Corey Steel Cutter and the threat of it, it becomes a lot easier to just sit back with removal spells and then win with stock ups and other card advantage.
Makes sense to me. Now, for the case of Sean Gallagher, it's basically the exact same sideboard with 1 Witchstalker Frenzy over an Obliterating Bolt. So we're probably expecting the same situation there. So let's cut back to our time-shifted magic. Let's get back into the action and see what these players... As I see the Steel Cutters off screen, it looks like, you know, these players both know they are most likely dead for top 8, but they are playing for points. There's an outside chance, and, you know, this is some of the fun sometimes of playing in these meta tournaments with your friends is, you know, you get to have fun little moments like this.
This is fun Magic where you're trying to figure out a different puzzle on the fly. I really think this completely reshapes the texture of the mirror.
I agree. Like, I wonder, Garrick here has Spell Pierce. Like, how much better or worse is that now? Like, completely different sort of equation.
Yeah, now you probably want Spell Pierce more to counter stock ups and maybe even rals. That said, this game is getting off to a very aggressive start still with a bunch of 1-mana threats on both sides.
All right. Sean draws return, has a hand full of cantrips. Just opt, sleight of hand, stock up.
Yeah, I would really like a Corey Steel Cutter. We'll see if you can find one off this slight.
Yeah, we might need to do some real sleight of hand if we're going to do that. As there is an island. Would be a crazy thing to have happened if one of these players drew a Corey Steel Cutter. You would just be a bad omen in the booth at that point, Ross. We would have to have something.
Let's call the judge over and we'll sort them out.
Yeah, exactly. As we attack in here for 2 with the Otter. Sean has opt in hand, but decides to hold it for now. Wants a bit more information instead of getting the damage. Sleight of hand. There's a famous Yu-Gi-Oh story where there's basically a Corey Steel Cutter type format where they had a gentleman's agreement to side out all of their main deck copies of Steel Cutter, but one of the players who agreed to it had a sideboard copy. And so they brought in their sideboard copy of Corey Steel Cutter. They basically had a 3-1 split.
Yeah.
And, none of that going on today, but, fun little story as we see this coming on here. As into the Floodmaw, acting like a Doomblade right now in this Otter.
Yeah, that's one of the recent developments in the mirror. Players have figured out that Into the Floodmaw is often better than Burst Lightning because they're usually targeting, Otter tokens or Monk tokens, and with Burst Lightning, you have to worry about them pumping it in response. Floodmaw also better against Drake-Hatcher. Sometimes just bouncing the 2-drop can put you ahead of that card.
Yeah, and it looks like Garrick Burst Lightning the face, decided not worth killing the Otter.
Yeah.
Gets into Floodmaw.
Monastery Swift Spear is the exact threat where Burst Lightning is better. So Gallagher getting punished here for having the Floodmaw, but generally it is the better removal spell in the matchup.
Yeah, and you see Sean here with the Drake-Catcher, slams it, has Spell Pierce up.
Yeah, Drake-Catcher, a.k.a. Corey Steel Cutter at home.
Yeah. Huge in the non-Corey Steel Cutter game. Sleight of hand starting off the turn. Finds a Braid. Yeah. Worse in the matchup. If you're on the
play with Hatcher, you beat Cutter generally. But as long as you're on the play, it doesn't matter which one you have.
All right. Looks like we're bottoming. Something I think maybe took an op there. I was going to say a Braid's interesting. It does potentially kill the Drake-Catcher if there's no spell in response. But also worse now that we don't have Corey Steel Cutters. Into the Floodmaw looks to be targeting Drake-Catcher. Spell Pierce going to go there. Spell Pierce back. A lot of prowess triggers.
So that is a 4 spell turn? Yeah.
Yeah.
So an attack for 10?
No, attack for 8 because one of them was Swift Spear.
Swift Spear. Okay. So
yeah.
Still.
Yeah, a great turn. I mean, now Sean's down to 2.
And
I like this.
Yeah, having opt back is ideal. You want to be able to play at least 3 spells here if you're Garrick, so you can potentially force the Hatcher to block. That said, you have to expect some form of interaction, which will both potentially deal with an attacker and pump up the Hatcher.
All right, opt off the opt, a classic.
The perfect option to find off your opt. I would take a third one.
Yeah. What are they going to do? I take a sleight of hand here too. I'm not picky.
Garrick in the tank almost took this card. Now almost bottomed it.
Yeah. I'm really curious what it is. He's been keeping it close to the chest. Now he drops it. He plays a mountain that was in his hand before. All right. These are 3/4 Swift Spears.
Yeah. And for Garrick, you probably just pass priority to Sean. Make him blink first, because right now this is just a double chump.
Garrick forgetting his, control deck ways. Is now also the Drake Catcher pumps up to 2/4, but this is the fourth spell. So now, the third spell. So we're up to 4/5. We don't have a red spell from Sean to clean it up.
Okay. But Sean able to effectively trade Floodmaw for Monstrous Rage and all those prowess triggers.
Yeah, and Garrick has no cards in hand. Those are just lands we're shuffling.
He lost the Hatcher too, but has a replacement. And this is a big turn. Garrick really needs something here, or Sean can start using the Storm Chaser's talent to pull ahead, and then the Drake Hatcher will build out his battlefield.
Yeah.
This is the turn where you want to draw stock up.
All right. Garrick taking a look, asking what's in Sean's graveyard. We do have a Storm Chaser's talent on the board for Sean with 5 mana, so we could pick up something like Into the Floodmaw on the next turn. It looks like I'm passing back.
Oof.
End of turn opt.
Sean wanted to save that to make his Hatcher as good of a blocker on this turn as possible. Would have also allowed him to see what Garrick did before making his decisions off the scry. Love that patience.
I love it too. Draws an opt,
Yeah, both players opting for opt. It's what you want to do.
Yeah, and now, this Drake Catcher is growing. If it connects, we're going to make a bunch of Drakes, as a Storm Chaser's talent is in Sean's hand there from the opt. He looks to be picking up Into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, at this point,
Or opt, excuse me.
He is incentivized to play a spell here, so his Hatcher gets up to 3 power, enough to make a Drake if it connects. But if he's going to play a cantrip here, he'd be better off playing Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, I won.
With the instant, he gets to decide whether to cast it if Garrick wants to chump, but I doubt Garrick is jumping in this spot with Sean at 2.
Yeah. Might be a situation, you're right, where Sean thinks he's going to chump, because if you don't, right, then I'm going to opt, and I'm going to get a Drake. But Garrick says, no, I kind of need this Swift Spear if I'm going to win.
Yeah. Garrick will still win this game with his cantrip. Yeah, just a Monstrous Rage is enough, because Sean has 6 toughness. He can put 3 toughness on both Swift Spears, and Rage makes them 5 power.
All right, third Swift Spear.
That is not going to be good enough.
Yep. There's a land in hand for Garrick. It's a Shivan Reef. So now a Drake comes down here for Sean at the end of turn.
Probably wants to play the Shivan Reef. It's pretty easy for Sean to suss out that it's a land, and you cut yourself off of some outs that are like stock up into land stock up, cast another stock up, make land 7, play a spell.
Yep. Makes a ton of sense to me. Sean Gallagher has Burst Lightning and Into the Floodmaw in hand. We mentioned before how Burst Lightning, a bit better at killing these Swift Spears, might lead to this Drake Hatcher actually connecting and making another Drake here.
And it's hard to envision Garrick having any spell here. So if you're Sean, you have to think that your Burst Lightning is live. Because any spell Garrick would have attacked last turn, because it would have made all 3 Swift Spears lethal, and you would have forced Sean to chump with Drake and chump with the Otter. So Garrick would have been able to trade his 1 spell for 2 creatures. Any spell that would have been, he would have cast it. Obviously, Canter would have been awesome. Removal spell would have been lethal. Rage would have been lethal. I guess he could have Spell Pierce. That's the only card that, only spell you could be running into.
All right, Garrick has drawn a Verge. Passes the turn back. Still doesn't play a land. Another Drake hits the board.
And Garrick had the early advantage of this game. Just petered out with a couple extra lands and didn't have the tools to survive the mana flood. Needed something like Storm Chaser's talent or stock up. Never found a single copy of them. Just had a pile of cantrips, removal, and Swift Spears. Looks like he's going to fall just a couple points short here in this no cutter mirror.
Yeah, as we're going to level up our Storm Chaser's talent to 2 into the Floodmaw, this Swift Spear. Sean wants to set up lethal and has the second Into the Floodmaw in hand that we've known about, and that's going to do it. So congratulations to Sean Gallagher, moving up to 5-2. We believe probably dead here for top 8, but both those players are making a run at the end of the year. series where, every point on the leaderboard matters. So getting, a slightly better finish means a little bit more cash and a little bit more points. And as we saw, like in our 2022 race for Player of the Year, Connor Laley won by a single point. So this could be Sean Gallagher's single point moment. We saw Garrick also sort of beat Connor in the race for the for Player of the Year before, doing a similar thing. So we'll have to see how that plays out, as we're going to take a look at what the players were playing for today. First place, $1,200, 30 points in a regional championship invite. Remember, this is not a showdown. It's a trial. Showdowns are the winners going to go straight to our end of the year series. There's just a bunch of points on the line here. And, our top performing players from season 1 of the 2025 year, which is the first half of the year, the top 3 of them do go to the champs. So this is, kind of down to the wire. Those 30 points could be huge for players here. Second place, $600, 25 points, and an RC invite as well. Third and fourth, $400, 20 points. Fifth through eighth, $200 and 15 points. And what we think we just saw Sean Gallagher and Garrick battle out over was the difference of $100 versus $50 and 10 versus 5 points. And, Ross, you've competed in a lot of series that have leaderboard points like this. The 5-point difference is, pretty huge. It's the difference between allowing yourself to have a good weekend and a bad weekend near the end of the year.
Yes, and grinding out those points is a staple of these series, and it really makes a difference and adds up over the course of the year. I mean, you've talked about several scenarios here in the NRG series where 1 point made a difference. I've been on the wrong side of tiebreakers.
Yes.
We were even on points. So
I remember learning about that live in the moment of who was going to win. That was I'm sure a different experience for both of us. As we're going to cut to our leaderboard real quick to see where our players are at points. This is updated. We don't have anything from today, obviously, because we haven't finished, but for all the past events. So Grayson Nimitz in the running for, our Player of the Year already at 90 points, but already won the showdown.
He's almost lapping the field at this point. He's got all but 8 other players doubled up.
Grayson isn't doing a lot of losing, so at this point, it's going to be hard to catch up, but Grayson does need to commit to all of them. 90 points is pretty huge. Honestly, Jake at 74.
The most surprising part to me is that he's only ahead of second place by 16 when he has 3 trophies.
That's true. Yeah, 3 trophies. It is. That's a great point. Jake here making a good run there at 74 points. We saw Alden yesterday, top 8. Had a bad showing today, unfortunately, but 57 points in a great spot. And like we talked about, end of the season 1, so that's going to be with our next event where we do Final Fantasy Sealed and Standard 10K. After that, the top 3 players who don't have orange names are going, which means if you look at this leaderboard, if it were to end today, Jake, Alden, and Harrison would be there. But notice, Will Krawczyk down here in 10th place, 45 points. We know Will's in our top 8. That's going to guarantee a big chunk of points. And if we win, for example, we're jumping the pack here.
Yeah. So we've got, all these players really, in the top 10 are in position to strike and get into the top 3 for the season with another weekend still to play. And that's why the points are so important on these Sunday events. A 5-point difference could make a several place jump with the players bunched up so close between 3 and 10. The difference right here is 12 points. But as you noted, Will is going to jump a bunch of players with his finish today. Not sure how Ben Unger did. So that this group of players from 3 to 10 on this leaderboard are so bunched up. These are players that really need to grind every tournament, grind every single point that they can.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sean Gallagher as well. We just saw the Future Material 1 in 11th place at 35, obviously a little outside the striking distance. But if Sean has a good weekend, in our last event, could easily jump up, and that 5-point difference we just won could make or break. And speaking of that, let's talk about our last event here for season 1 of this year. That's going to be June 28th here in Indianapolis. Now, we're really showing off the team sealed part of this. There is also a standard 10K on Saturday, the day before. But Sunday, Final Fantasy team sealed. It's going to be great. We're going to be streaming it all here. You can scan the QR code on screen for all the details. And you can watch it on Twitch here. So if you can't go to that event, make sure to follow along, as well as the YouTube channel where all these VODs are uploaded. And then we have the second half of the year's events announced here. So for season 2, we have a couple events coming up. First, we're going to St. Paul. We're going to have a modern 10K showdown on Saturday, and then a Sunday 5K legacy trial going on there. Legacy players, we know you love to play some Paper Legacy. Come out and have some fun. August 23rd to the 24th, we're going to be in Lansing, Michigan. Standard 10K showdown on Saturday. Team 10K trial on Sunday. Standard modern Pauper on there. So we know there's a lot of Pauper lovers. We ran a Pauper side event. It went great. Right there, Ross loves Pauper. and you can't wait. You know, are you going to play in that one? Are you going to commentate it? We're going to let the people know when the time comes. But we have some Pauper events, and we want to see, you know, are y'all really, really loving Pauper? We'd love to have that be a part of the series. So come out, show support, and that way we can definitely make some decisions as well for 2026. And speaking of making decisions, September 13th to the 14th, on Saturday, we're doing the Modern 10K Showdown. It's going to be great. On Sunday, we're figuring out what we want the event to be. That could be Pauper, it could be Standard, it could be whatever. We're still figuring that out, and we want to pick what's best for you, the players. So come out to these events, let us know, and you know, sort of show it and talk to us. We'd love to hear your feedback, and we'll figure that out there. November 1st and 2nd, Elmhurst, Illinois, though, we're going to be the last event of the year. Saturday, Team Showdown, Standard, Sealed, Modern. So we're also trying out Sealed. It doesn't mean Pauper's gone forever. Just means we're giving some Sealed some love too. We used to do a lot of it here. And then Sunday, to cap off the year, Ross, Modern 10K Showdown. The winner of both those events there in November and all our Showdown events are going to go to our end of the year championship event where we are going to have $30,000 in prizes, Pro Tour invite, and free entry for the next year of events all on the line. And we can't wait to stream that to you in early December. So follow along there for all the action. But Ross, we have more action coming to the players today as it is almost time for top 8. We need to set that feature match area up, and we'll be ready to go in just a few minutes. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. I am Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and today we are covering the top 8 of our standard trial. Let's head on over to the top 8 bracket real quick and see who's playing and what they're battling with here. So in the top left here, we have Hunter Hansen on Is It Prowess versus Justin Brickman on Is It Prowess. We put the Prowess players in the corner. They can have their fun. They can do their thing. We'll talk more about that matchup when we have to. We know you at home don't want to see it quite yet. Jumping down here, Justin Johnson on Jeskai Control versus Joseph Geralds on Orzhov Pixie. Ross, what do you think about that matchup?
I'm inclined to go for the Jeskai side of this. The Pixie player has to play in a very specific way. They got to set up those temporary lockdown loops. And as long as Johnson can play carefully and stop that from happening, he should be in good shape.
All right, we have Will Kowalczyk versus Theo Jung. That's actually going to be our main feature match this round, so we're going to watch it here in a second. But to give people a little sneak peek, what are you thinking about this matchup?
So typically, Jeskai Oculus plays quite well into the mice decks. That said, the cutter element in Kowalczyk's deck, I think, plays well against Oculus. You really want a card that can help you play to a wide battlefield, really make your monstrous rages effective. So I do think Kowalczyk is better in this matchup than a typical mono red deck, but I would still err on the side of Theo and Jeskai Oculus.
And our backup feature match is actually a repeat of a feature match we saw in about round 5 of the tournament. Jess Williams, they made top 8 playing Demir midrange. They beat Carter on Mono Black midrange, but Mono Black crawled back in. What do you think about this matchup, Ross? As we're going to have that as our backup this round.
This is a strange one because my head says Demir midrange should be favored here. It seems like things like Flood Pit's Drowner and Enduring Curiosity and Kaido should all play well in the mirror. But for some reason, every time I've played with Demir, and I did a good amount of testing this week with Demir midrange, I struggled a lot with this matchup. So my experience is not matching up with my read. And so I'm curious to see if Jess Williams is taking a different approach to the matchup, doing something differently, because we know that they won it earlier in the day. They might go for a clean 2-0 sweep. So this is one where I think it's a toss-up.
Definitely. I want to point something out too, Ross, here, as we're going to cut back to us before heading down to our feature match area. There are less Corey Seal cutters in today's top 8 compared to yesterday. We have 16 copies of Corey Seal cutter today. We had 20 yesterday. I think that's really telling on just how good Corey Seal cutter is, but also, listen, there are decks you can play in standard that aren't, Corey Seal cutter, right? You can play non-Seal cutter decks. Steel cutter, I think you and I are on the same page as sort of the best deck, right? But you can win with other things, and it's not like you have to play Corey Steelcutter. It's just sort of, your Vegas odds, right? Your best bet.
Yeah, certainly not. I think Cutter has established itself that even with a target on its back, it's going to be a strong choice. But every single week, it seems like there's a different non-Cutter deck that emerges that was well-positioned for that weekend. In Bologna, it was a Jeskai Oculus. Then the Cutter decks adapted. They have more bounce spells, more graveyard hate, things that play well in that matchup, and they're able to beat the Oculus decks. Well, then they suffered a little bit against some of the lockdown decks or against these Demir midrange decks. So you really have to pick your spot and find which deck is in the blind spot that week based on how the Is It lists are being built. And if you can do that, you have a really strong chance at beating them and doing well in the tournament.
I agree. And speaking of strong, let's cut down to our feature match players because we have 2 very strong players in our feature match area here as they are reviewing deck lists. It is open deck list for the top 8 because we are streaming the event. We have Theo Jung on your left, our current champion. He won our 2024 series. On your right, Will Kowalczyk. Both these players very strong. Will just qualified for the Pro Tour the other day. Theo has been sort of a staple of the Pro Tour since, really hitting his stride in Magic here post-pandemic.
Yes, and I know Theo played Mono Red at the last Pro Tour, so he should be quite familiar with the various tricks that Will is up to. Though that said, it's another reason to have that juke with the Cutter plan that's a little bit different. So Theo's going to have to adapt his tactics to the threat of Corey Steel Cutter and Demonic Ruckus, along with the card advantage of Ren's Resolve.
Yeah, and that's something I really want to talk about here. That I think a lot of players underappreciate that one of the big advantages of knowing all the decks and sort of learning how decks play, even if it's just big picture wise, is when you're in these open deck list situations and maybe you run into something a little bit more off the beaten path, right? The Demonic Ruckus build of Mono Red Cutter here, for example, you got to sort of think about the adaptations and sort of what does this mean being in the deck versus the cards it's replacing, right? We talked to Will. You talked about how you normally expect Lightning Strike, but there was a Braids. Even that small change has huge implications in a game.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest implication I see from Kowalczyk's list, though, with all the Ruckuses and Ren's Resolves and other spells in the deck, he doesn't have any room for any main deck 5 damage removal spells. No Witchstalker Frenzies. Those are very important in this matchup. So game 1 for Will, I think he has to be aggressive. He doesn't have the appropriate interaction for the big creatures out of the Oculus deck. He needs to get on the board fast, end this game quickly, and try to steal a non-interactive game, then get to his sideboard where he's loaded with good interaction.
I like that. Will also on the play. Remember, Will was one of the few foreign ones who had to actually play this round. So now number 2, meaning there's only one person in top 8 who's going to be on the play versus Will today. Super important for any format, let alone this very aggressive one with a mono red deck.
Yeah, and one of the weaknesses of Jeskai Oculus is its mana base. If Theo on the draw here and a Mulligan to 6 stumbles, Will could win the game by turn 4.
Yeah, and we're seeing Theo really tank this. It's a 1-lander. It has a Spyglass Siren. It has a Helping Hand. It has, a Sheltered by Ghost, but it is a 1-lander.
Yeah, it's a 1-lander. It has Shelter, which is one of his best main deck cards in the matchup, but he doesn't have any sizable creature to put it on. Doesn't have a way to get an early Oculus. Doesn't have Prosthetic Memory to start growing his creatures. Doesn't have any ways to discard cards to grow the Marauding Mako. So his hand needs a little bit of help, but if it does come together, it could be very powerful.
Oh, and we drew Seachrome Coast for turn number 1. That's huge. That guarantees us that second land.
Yeah. And it leads with the Spyglass Siren baiting out a removal spell from Will. I think that's really smart. Will not playing a turn 1 drop likely has a removal spell. Theo wants the Mako to resolve. He'd rather have Mako map onto that, because then if he draws something like a Steamcore Scholar or a Tursa, he can make a really big Mako, and that'll be a great target for the Sheltered by Ghosts.
All right, Amberheart Challenger is the play. Mako comes down off the Shivan Range. We are going to lose 1. We are going to pop the map, just like you said. Let's see what's on top. It's Torch the Tower.
Not a bad card in the matchup, but not exactly what Theo is looking for here. He did not draw the 3rd land for turn. And so, yeah, that goes to the graveyard.
Yep. Needs to hit that land drop. Will might be able to infer something like that here. Maybe you might think there's another Torch in hand. It's obviously a card that's typically pretty nice here. Will's going to play a Rockface Village to start the turn.
And I think that was a Tursa drawn for Theo's turn. So if he can find a 3rd land, that is an ideal sequence of draws for his hand. 2 lands and a Tursa to turn on the Mako.
Demonic Ruckus here's the play for the Emberheart Challenger. Going to trigger Prowess as well. Triggered Valiant. We didn't hit anything we wanted to play. Hired Claws to follow up.
Okay, big turn. Theo needs a land. I don't think he found it. And now, yeah, he found a Profs. He's too far behind. Has to run out the Shelter here and hope his Marauding Mako lives. And then he can start pumping it next turn, either with Profs or Tursa if he finds a land.
Yeah, so not exactly a perfect curve out, but a pretty good place to be. That Shelter by Ghost does grant lifelink as well as removing that mouse. So we're going to be back up here. Going to pay the ward on the Shelter by Ghost. The Challenger is going to come back. Notably, the Mako is actually exiled as well. We'll get that fixed here in a second. That can matter with hard casting Oculuses. And we found the Adhikar Waste finally.
Just, I think, a turn too late here.
I think the might be some discrepancy about life totals. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. If it was the graveyard thing with Torch the Tower, it'd be fixed pretty quickly. So it makes me think, oh, maybe it was that, and just the judge is just confirming some stuff.
Looks like they've set everything straight.
Yeah, it's all good. Maybe does Will have Torch the Tower in his main deck as a 2 of? I think actually this is the problem here. So we're noticing it right now. We're just catching it. Will is not supposed to have Torch the Tower in his main. He sideboards that card, and I believe that is sort of where the judge call is going. Let's cut back to us real quick as we figure this out really quickly here. This might be, a very simple situation where both players messed up. I mean, it's open deck list, right? And Theo looked over the deck. We saw that. Theo doesn't even catch it here for a second. I'm glad we did catch it here so we can figure all that out. I imagine a situation where, Will won, very excited, ran over to talk to us in the future match area and just didn't de-sideboard and was sideboard for the mono red deck. Or excuse me, the Is It deck, right? So we had a lot of cards very similar to that there.
Yeah. failed to sideboard, and we'll see how the judge rules this. Normally these things are caught earlier in the game.
Yeah.
So oftentimes if it's caught early enough, especially like in your opening hand, they can just make the swap and you can move forward. Here, a torch previously resolved in this game, and now we're casting a second one.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to just make the swap and say no harm, no foul.
Yeah, and it's awkward too, right? Because Torch is also a card that lots of mono red players are main decking, and Will, in an interview with us, actually talked about how we move some of those numbers around, right? Like last weekend, this actually was what our main deck looked like, and now it is not, and has been kind of a huge sort of part of this game in the development. We are going to figure that out here to the best of our ability. Maybe what we can do is it possible we can check in on our backup feature match and check out, how the mono black versus Demir game is going. We're going to let production look in there. But Ross, what I will say is this has been a pretty interesting game so far. A lot of back and forth, and really shows just, I think, the power of both of these decks that aren't quite into the deck that people are running for, but they're real decks.
Oh, very much so. And I think Theo keeping that risky hand on the draw came very close to paying off. And sometimes those are the risk that you have to take on 6 cards. It's very difficult to win on 5, and still would have been in strong position without the Sheltered by Ghost dying, or if the Sheltered by Ghost didn't die, I should say, because he would have been able to start pumping the Marauding Mako. But the game really, as it played out, came down to, do you have an answer to this Marauding Mako right now? Will did. I think, unfortunately, he had it out of his sideboard.
Yeah, exactly. So just behind the scenes, we can actually always see our main feature match. We have a little itty bitty camera that we can see on our back end here. And it looks like our players are picking up their cards. So we're going to get confirmation on what the ruling is here. My guess is that we're issuing a game loss to Will for, a misregistered deck or whatever. It's the best we can do in this sort of situation. And we're going to move on to game number 2, as it looks like both players are sideboarding. And yeah, you see Theo was awarded the point here. And we're just going to have to go from here. This is, a thing that does happen. Both these players know each other. They play a lot of these same events. There's no ill intentions, whatever. These sort of things, unfortunately, do happen. I'm going to say for Will, though, looks like the Torch Towers are pretty good. Maybe keep those in as we take a look at the sideboard here with 4 Torch the Tower, 4 Sunspine Links, 2 Scorching Shot, 3 Lithuanian Barrage, and 2 Case the Crimson Pulse.
Yeah, the good news for Will is, even though he has to win 2 sideboard games here, he has a great sideboard to do it. The barrages, the Scorching Shots being removal spells for bigger creatures are excellent. Torch, at the very least, is an upgrade on Burst Lightning, being able to kill 3 toughness creatures like Fear of Missing Out, or just creatures that have been slightly pumped, is quite relevant. And then Sunspine Links is also a solid card in the matchup, can deal huge chunks of damage because the mana base is very non-basic heavy for the Jeskai deck, and is almost completely asymmetric with only 2 non-basics in Kowalczyk's list in the 2 copies of Rockface Village. Typically, these mono red decks pre-Cutter had more non-basics in them, maybe a 3rd Village, maybe a couple copies of Soulstone Sanctuary even, but hard to play those when you have Corey Still Cutter in the deck, because then you really need to double and triple spell, and then stumbling on mana when you want to play a bunch of 1 mana cards, and you have a Colorless Land or a Rockface Village that doesn't cast your non-creature spells, can be very punishing. So he has to sacrifice a little bit of utility as mana base, but he makes his Sunspine Links that much better. So a really strong sideboard here from Will, and the only thing he has to be wary of is potentially over sideboarding.
Definitely. Well, let's take a check over on Theo Jung's sideboard and see what he's bringing. We have 2 Abrade, 2 Destroy Evil, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Exercise, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Lorn of the Third Path, 1 Negate, 2 more Sheltered by Ghosts, and 2 Winter Night Stories.
So the 2 Sheltered by Ghosts are the real coup here. They will certainly be coming in for Theo. Everything else gets a little bit trickier because this is not a typical mono red deck. So you have to prepare for both the Mice package and the Cutter package. One card that I think can play well there is Exercise, specifically because there's 4 copies of Sunspine Links in the opposing sideboard. So you have a card that can deal with Cutter or Links. You can bring in the Abrades, which are a decent removal spell, but also give you an answer to Cutter. And maybe you want access to a 4th removal spell for Cutter in Lauren of the Third Path that can also potentially trade in combat for an opposing creature. or come back with a helping hand if you need to trigger it twice. So those would be the cards that I'd be considering. It'll just depend on exactly how many answers to Cutter Theo wants on top of the Sheltered by Ghosts.
Makes a lot of sense to me. And you know what else makes sense to me, Ross? Checking out our future events as these players are still sideboarding, because we have got some coming up for you. First, we have this team sealed event. You can scan the QR code on screen to get all the information. We have a Saturday portion of this as well. It's not just Final Fantasy Team Sealed, but we really want to show this off. We've heard from you all that you love Team Sealed. And Ross, you were talking to me between breaks about how much you love Team Sealed.
I do. I think it's one of my favorite things in Magic is the build portion of a Team Sealed tournament. It's a very unique puzzle, very different than regular Sealed, because regular Sealed, you're mainly just looking for your best cards and hoping that it lines up with the depth in your pool. Because it's in Team Sealed, you're able to take all the best parts of a huge pool and divide it up. You almost always get to play all of your best cards, and finding the right way to pair them becomes the more important part. You're not limited so much on power level. You're really just trying to use every single ounce of it. And so the decks are more powerful. I think the gameplay is more fun, and the build portion is a unique aspect of Magic that I think is really fun to experience, and one that players don't get a lot of opportunities to do so these days.
Definitely. Well, let's check out some of the other events here, as we have announced the second half of our year's events here. So July 19th to the 20th, we'll be in St. Paul, Minnesota. We have Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday, and then a 5K Legacy Trial on Sunday. Legacy players, we know you love playing Paper Legacy. Come on out and have some fun. We'd love to see you there. August 23rd to the 24th, we have Lansing, Michigan. Saturday, 10K Standard Showdown. Sunday, Team Trial, Standard, Modern, Pauper. Now, Ross, I know you really like Pauper. I want to hear a little bit about your thoughts with this.
I am so jealous of the Italians and all the Pauper events they get to play, and I see Andrea Mengucci tweeting every time he goes to a Pauper event with his sweet Pauper decks. The format is so fun. I love the idea of being able to play competitive Magic on a budget. I always feel sad when people ask me, what would you replace this card with if you can't afford it? And I just kind of look at them and be like, your deck's just going to be so much worse. And so having a format that is much more accessible to players, I think is great. I would love to see more support for it over here on this side of the Atlantic. And I'm really excited to see it on the NRG series. I don't play very much Pauper, but I really want to. There's just so few opportunities, Mason.
That's fair. Well, hey, here's an opportunity if you're like Ross. Come on out. We had a Pauper side event during the Breach era. It went really well. We had a lot of people really like it. We'd love to see you there. Really quickly here, as our players are shuffling up and dealing up, 13th and the 14th in Mundelein of September. Modern on Saturday. Sunday, we're figuring out. Could be Pauper, could be Sealed, could be Legacy. Who knows? Could be Pioneer. That's what I'm pitching for. November 1st and 2nd, Elmhurst, Illinois. Team Showdown, Standard, Sealed, Modern. Once again, we're trying out some stuff there. Let's get to the feature matches. Those players are ready.
We'll start.
Fire Hero.
Drop.
Spirebluff can now pass. Looks like.
I think there's a torch in hand for Theo. And
yeah,
it does take a risk there. If Will had played something like second 1-drop attack, hold up Monstrous Rage, it becomes very awkward to try to use the torch. But was that not a torch?
Yeah, I think it might actually been a fear of missing out. I thought it was a torch too, but I think Theo just did a little flicking, and there's a fear of missing out. Discard an Oculus.
And we know Theo has the helping hand, so that Oculus will be entering the battlefield next turn. The question becomes, does Will have an answer to it? He has 2 Scorching Shots, 3 Lithomantic Barrage in his 75. Likely brought all 5 of them in here for the post-sideboard game, so good chance he's able to answer it, but Theo will at least get a Manifest Dread for his troubles, and the Oculus will always go back to the graveyard where he can reanimate it later.
Yep. We see just a land for turn here from Will, a trigger, and the Heartfire Hero, giving it almost assuredly double strike here. Could be trample technically, though, but I don't think that'd be the best play we've ever seen. And we're doing a little math.
Yeah, very strong start from Kowalczyk. Heartfire Hero Manifold Mouse is the ideal for these red decks, and even has the Monstrous Rage as well. So that's going to turn this into a 12 power attack. Theo soaks up 3 of it with the FOMO. It's going to take 9 and fall to 7.
Yeah, I like this there from Will too. You could have attacked with the Manifold Mouse, and that could have also gotten the Monster Rage, excuse me. But Will was trying to, I think, get the FOMO off the board. As Prophetic Memory is going to come down, here's an Inspiring Vantage. We do have Helping Hand, but look on Theo's face. He clearly doesn't love it. He has Torch the Tower. Could bargain the Torch the Tower, but it's not enough thanks to the Monsters roll.
He would love to be able to just Helping Hand the Oculus and put a counter on it with Profs so that it is outside of Scorching Shot barrage range. But the 2/2 is just not good enough defense here. He has to deal with one of these threats if he wants to live through the turn.
Yep, and we're seeing that as he torches the tower down. Manifold Mouse. It's funny, Manifold Mouse is secretly almost always the right one to get. Obviously, it matters, but the double strike granting to all these mice makes it so that it's like, yeah, you're getting hit by the Heartfire hero, but we know who is behind it all. As here's Sunspine Links coming down, dealing 3 and attacking for lethal. That was a quick one.
Yeah, very strong draw for Will Kowalczyk, and Theo really needed that Torch the Tower on turn 1. If he had had the torch that we saw on turn 3, on turn 1, is able to deal with either the Manifold Mouse or the Heartfire hero early, then he has enough breathing room on his life total to be able to Helping Hand on turn 3, get back the Abhorrent Oculus, and go from there. But just too much pressure, too quick for the red deck, and Theo didn't interact at all on the first 2 turns of the game on the draw. That is just not something you can get away with against the strong mouse draws.
Yep. We're taking a look here at this sideboard really quick, just like Theo did. Theo pulled out his sideboard, rippled through it for a second, shook his head no, put it back in the deck box, shuffled up like it. Theo decides, you know what? It's going to be good enough for game 3. We had good enough here for game number 2. Will Kowalczyk doing the same thing quickly here. We'll show this deck list. But I also want to talk about one of our side events at all the NRG events this year. We talked a lot about Pauper and Team Sealed, but we have Value Vintage going on. This is a really cool format that's been popping up recently. You can scan the QR code on screen to get more information about it if you want to get into the details. But the too long didn't read is basically vintage legality. Your deck can't cost more than $30. Super fun. Lots of cool things going on. Let's cut back to our feature match areas. These players are dealing with their hands. Looks like a very fun format. I really want to try it out at one of the events coming up.
First card I saw on Theo's hand here was a Torch the Tower, which is a good sign, but I guess the rest of the hand was not very good since he sent that one back in a hurry.
Yeah, it looked like it was Torch, Shelter by Ghost. I think the only land was an island. kind of not what you want there. The one of fun of basic coming back to bite us. Looks like Will, though, very happy with this 7. Fans him out, sits down, and thinks about how I might be one step closer to winning this event and locking up a bunch of points that I need. Because Theo, he's our champ. He won last year. He's already invited back. He's playing for the love of the game. We're in his hometown right now.
Hashtag shrink the game.
That's right. Grayson Nimitz has been doing it a bunch, so Theo thought, I can't let Grayson have all the fun.
Can't let anybody else get too big for their britches here.
Ronnie Maka. Theo was, also the player that our player of the year last year decided to dodge. We have a perk if you're the player of the year at our champs. You get to pick one person you don't play in the Swiss rounds. Theo was his pick. And lots of players agreed that was the right pick at the time, too. Heavily respected here. Torch the Tower, answers to Mako. Land past the turn. Corey Steelcutter comes down. Nothing here for Theo.
Theo's hand is some lands, a Steam Core Scholar, and a Sheltered by Ghosts. So gets to turn those lands into something. Found a Braid Helping Hand. Sends the 2 lands away. So he has an answer for the cutter next turn. And can limit the damage to 1 monk. But what he really wants is to find a big creature that he could put this Sheltered by Ghosts on.
All right. Lithomanic Barrage on the Steam Core to trigger Flurry. And getting in here, we have a Hired Claw as well hitting the battlefield. Only 2 lands for Will.
Yeah. And this Lithomanic Barrage is honestly pretty good for Theo. I think he's pretty happy to Helping Hand the Scholar and get deeper into his deck for only 1 mana. I think he might have found a second Sheltered by Ghosts. So I wonder if we'll see Theo try to play 1 here, hope it lives for a turn, and then get a second. Could also try to keep land 4 of the Seacrum Coast and just go for a double shelter next turn, but that would require him to discard the Abrade.
Yeah, and it looks like Theo's maybe thinking about discarding one of the sheltered and keeping a Marauding Mako. All right, decides to discard the Mako and the
Deal with the
Seacrum
Abrade
Coast.
this turn and try to find another land next turn for the double shelter. Oh no, goes for the shelter. So he's taking the risky line. Limits his risk a little bit by dealing with the token and not the cutter. So that won't come back if Scholar dies. He also knows that if Kowalczyk spends a turn killing the Scholar, then he's not going to double spell. So
Yeah.
And then he can abrade the cutter. So I like hitting the token.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it isn't the ultimate safe line when it comes to the cutter, but it is the one that I think gets the best chance of winning this game in a timely manner, because his hand does kind of fall apart if the Steam Core Scholar dies. It might be a classic moment if I can't respect it living either way.
And he also knew that Will missed his fourth land drop or third land drop the previous turn. So even if he has the 1 mana removal spell, he'll have to draw land in order to be able to cast it. So I like the sheltered line. Really would have, Theo wanted a fourth land here, didn't find it, it looks like. So still going to leave the cutter around because he has the abrade for it and just deal with the more pressing threat in Emberheart Challenger.
Yeah, remember, Lithomantic Barrage is uncounterable. So if that had come down here, we would have dodged all the Sheltered by Ghost stuff. But Corey Steel Cutter and another Higher Claw, but this is a very large Team Score Scholar. 4/2 lifelinking Vigilance.
Yeah, large in power, but not in toughness. So it's not going to be getting into combat on Will's turn. Looks like Theo did find a prosthetic memory. That is excellent here because it can start pumping up the Scholar.
Like this, get a card, drew Glacial Dragon Hunt.
Yeah, and then now his fourth land enters tapped. These are some of the issues that the Jeskai deck has. Its mana base, is very awkward. Theo had his pain lands early, his fast lands late, so he took extra damage early, and now he has to deal with tapped lands. You need to draw your lands in the other order to be able to curve properly, and it's just an added bit of inconsistency that the Oculus deck has to deal with that other decks in Standard don't.
Yep. We see life totals basically swap here, up to 17 for Theo, down to 11 for Will. Next turn, we might see Glacial Dragon Hunt, answer something, and grow the Oculus, but Will could find Lithomantic Barrage here, and the house of cards would tumble for Theo.
Yeah, this game is very much going to come down to whether Will can find the Barrage in time. Though, if he keeps triggering Cutter, he might be able to go wide around this Scholar.
Yeah, I mean, the Heartfire Hero grows. Scholar is, 3 toughness now, and we played 2 creature spells, not any non-creature spells, so we couldn't attack with any of the monk tokens there.
And that's one of the weaknesses of Mono Red Cutter relative to Izzet. So many of your spells are creatures. Your monks aren't actually all that big.
All right, Theo, Glacial Dragon Hunts. Reminder, you don't even have to discard if you don't want to.
So this can deal with a creature if Theo wants it to. Oh, he's, discarding the Abrade.
Yeah, interesting. Really says, sort of where Theo feels the game is going. Kind of maybe wants to keep the land so we can do something like try to flash back this Glacial Dragon Hunt on the future turn. Typically, I think this deck does, the 5th land is kind of like, that's sort of where you tap out, most of the time.
Yeah.
So keeping it here, very loud.
But if Theo doesn't have anything else going on, his only other play would be casting that Abrade, which would cost him a point of damage. It would kill the same thing, presumably. If Theo wanted to kill a Cutter instead of the Manifold Mouse, he would have done that. He decided that Manifold Mouse was more threatening. And in that case, he'd rather just discard, save himself the point of life, and have 2 mana up that Will has to think about. Maybe Will plays around a card that could be in Theo's hand here, and that gets him some equity in this game as well.
Will has only 3 lands, so cards like Sunspine Links, which could have been sort of nice at different points, scored. And then you see Will sort of check on the ward. Theo remembers at least one of them. That's all we need, as Theo Jung's going to move on to our top 4. Congratulations there to Theo. Putting up a good run here with Jeskai Oculus. And congratulations to Will, putting up, a great run as well in top 8 here, playing the Mono Red Cutter deck. Talked about top 8ing the 10K over at the RC just the weekend prior with this deck. Definitely has legs.
Definitely. He's been on a good streak. I think with that match, you can obviously point to the failure to D-sideboard in game 1. Things could have played out differently. But in game 3, if I'm Will, I'm looking back at that decision to be really aggressive with the Lithomantic Barrage on the Steam Core Scholar. That not only meant that the Sheltered by Ghost went unanswered, it also kind of unlocked Theo's hand because he had the helping hand. I don't know if Will had any other way to trigger Cutter that turn, and that was his motivation for being aggressive with the Barrage. But that's definitely a decision that in hindsight, he probably wants to take back.
Definitely. And speaking of take back, let's cut down to our feature match area because Jess here on your left, Samir mid-range, played against Carter on your right with mono black mid-range. Carter lost in the Swiss. That meant Jess got to double draw in. That's why they're in third place. Carter wants that revenge here. As we see at Gix's command, it's definitely getting cast. We're just a little unsure on exactly what mode we want to do. As I'm going to try and catch you up to speed here. We have a Soulstone Sanctuary, which seemingly has a bunch of counters on it. I don't know what those could be, but they're on them. We have a Shieldred and then a Deep Cavern Bat with the opposing Shieldred underneath it, and an Enduring Curiosity that seems to be in creature mode. As I noticed, Jess likes to de-sleeve the Curiosity when it's not a creature.
I would wager that the 3 counters are from Carsey Revenant.
Flying Death Touch Lifelink. That makes sense, Ross. That's why we pay you the average bucks. All right. It looks like we're going to go for the big mode and then sack a creature. And I guess the Curiosity is going to do that as a huge attack comes in here.
This is for 14.
I think it's 8.
The Archfiend's not getting in.
Yeah, the Archfiend's on defense. But it could have been for 14. We could have attacked. We decided not to. Shieldred's going to gain us 2 life up to 14.
Interesting decision to not attack with the Archfiend because Jess doesn't have to attack the Shieldred into it. I guess at 14, this is now lethal, so maybe they do.
Yeah, I was going to say it might have been a situation where, the ramifications of every play has led us to this point.
But also, Carter was not under threat of lethal on the way back here. Him being at 15, this attack is only for 8, and then you'll take 2 on when you draw off the Shieldred.
It could be Carter trying to force Jess to attack so that Carter can answer this Soulstone Sanctuary, or the Shieldred. Both are pretty good. And then if you trade off the draw, so you don't have to worry about it potentially killing you, as you are pretty close to that actually happening here. And if Jess has something like a bunch of Flood Pit Drowners, it could be disastrous.
Yeah, I think it's the Soulstone that's really gumming up the works. The fact that that is a card that can trade with these demons in combat and gain Jess a little bit of life. So that's been driving all of Carter's plays. Didn't get a great look at Carter's hand here. I did see a cut down, so that can answer the Deep Cavern Bat and unlock Carter's Shieldred.
Yeah. This is the spot where you do the Deep Cavern Bat build of this deck. There are moments where Deep Cavern Bat is great for sure, but the Cruel Claws Heist being able to sort of steal something and kind of take it in these kind of greedy mid-range matchups, that's where the Bat, you're a little sad to have it.
Definitely.
And it looks like...
Yeah, it looks like Archfiend traded for the Soulstone here, so 4 going to come across to Carter, 3 life for Jess.
Now, Jess talked about how they almost played Oculus, but decided to switch back to Dimir because they've played it a bunch historically, had done well recently, and made sort of, a spur-of-the-moment thing as Oculus's matchup versus Prowess has dipped. And it's been working out for them as, they are undefeated on the weekend.
Yeah, undefeated, up a game here, and not looking like in that bad a shape here in game 2.
All right, dueling Shieldreds are about to happen as this demon slams in for 8. Looks like Jess has a Fairy Mastermind. We could get a little chump blocking going if we wanted to.
I think we'll chump block a little bit later. Want to play around the potential for Carter unlocking the Unholy Annex.
Agreed. I also think that the Fairy Mastermind, if your opponent plays Shieldred, flash it in, get your extra cards, gain some life back, is going to basically do the same as chumping it.
Yeah. Jess has enough mana to play and activate in response to Shieldred, so they would draw 2, Carter would draw 1, and you would gain 4, deal 2 to Carter. That'd be pretty nice.
Definitely. It's hard to believe how Fairy Mastermind has sort of dropped in play. It was such a strong and powerful part of Standard. I mean, it's a great card, don't get me wrong. But the context of the format has just changed so much. Yeah. As Dreams of Steel and Oil is the play.
Fewer Unholy Annexes and Beanstalks and a lot more Shocks.
Yeah. A recipe for disaster. As it looks like nothing in hand, you do get to snag something from the graveyard. I can see at least a Deep Cavern Bat.
So that's a bad sign for Jess. I knew they had 3 cards in hand, but 2 of them, the other 2 being lands on top of this Mastermind, puts them in rough shape because Carter's hand is pretty well stacked.
Yep. This Fairy Mastermind is going to need to do a lot of work here. Now, the activate to draw extra cards could be great. And Enduring Curiosity even, it's going to maybe get you cards. But Deep Cavern Bat actually, does block the Fairy Mastermind here.
Carter had the option to play Shieldred or go for the double discard, and given Jess's hand, I'm sure he would have much rather go back and go for the Shieldred.
Yep. As we do see Jess end of turn, activate Fairy Mastermind. That's going to cost Carter 2 life and gain them 4 life. Thanks to old Shieldred. And then another 2 here. So it's only like we've lost 2 since the last turn cycle. Another card, by the way, I think those are all lands. That hand is 5 lands there for Jess.
That's what we in the business call an oof.
Indeed. We collect them. As Carter's going to go up to 10 with the lifelink here. Now, we do have a creature land in the Restless Reef. So that's, if we're going to have a land, that's a good one to be.
Now another shield trigger.
Yeah, Carter is falling down to 8. Another Deep Cavern Bat. Suck it, Deep Cavern Bat. You're useless.
Oops, all lands.
Yeah, Carter's going to write down all these lands. Remember, for the next, X number of turns, as here comes Shieldred. Land has been played for turn for Carter, so Fairy Mastermind's going to get activated in response with no worries.
So now Carter will take 2. Jess will gain 4.
And Jess picked up a Flood Pit Drowner.
Carter gets in with the demon. If Jess has another removal spell, Drowner plus removal spell will set up a lethal attack, but I don't think they do. Or actually, no, just the Drowner with the Reef.
Yeah, the Drowner on the Reef is lethal. So I think, you just let the attack happen here. Maybe you need to tap down the bat. I don't think the 1 life matters, though. But yeah, I think you're right. This should be lethal here. Shieldreds cancel each other out. Gix's command. Well, we had something going here. So it looks like Jess has been, you talked about this before. You've been struggling in this matchup a little bit as Demir. We need to go back and watch more of these feature matches from Jess here. She's cleaning it up.
I guess. I mean, Fairy Mastermind is excellent. And it is a card that has started peaking back up. You occasionally saw like 1 in sideboards. I'm starting to see 2. And because this demon deck is here, Domain is around. And it's just a really good mana sink in these long games. And it looks like it just carried Jess through this that flood. Hard to win games in these mid-range mirrors when you draw 4 or 5 lands in a row in the mid game, but Fairy Mastermind undid all of that.
Yeah, really impressive card. And great play there from Jess as well. They really sort of shown us time and time again in this matchup, right, and others as well, that this deck has a lot of play to it and does have a lot of power. So we have 1 match left, and it's going to game 3. So I think we're going to try and see if the players were literally picking up their cards, we can move them to a feature match area. If they've already started playing, we can't move them. Sort of just how the way the world works. I am thinking that we're going to get them over here. Looks like we actually cannot. That's our mistake. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back as soon as the last match of top 8 finishes with the first match of top 4. So we'll be back soon. See you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and we are on to the top 4, Ross. Our players have finished playing. Let's check out that bracket and see what's happened here. So, in the Is It Prowess mirror, Hunter Hansen has come out on top. Orzhov Pixie won its matchup versus Jeskai Control. We talked about that maybe being a little tough for Pixie, but Pixie pulled it out.
Yeah, pulled it out and now gets its bread and butter matchup in Is It Prowess. This is a matchup that Pixie is famously advantaged in. A lot weaker of a deck against the rest of the field, but beating up on the most popular deck is a really strong place to be. And Geralt's gets the matchup that he wants here in the semifinals against Hunter Hansen.
Yep. So we're going to be watching that as our main feature, as we have already watched the other side a little bit here. We had Theo Jung, who we saw win versus Will on Jeskai Oculus, and Jess slayed Mono Black twice here on coverage. It's going to be our backup match versus Theo. What do you think of Jeskai Oculus versus Demir Midrange?
One of the reasons that Demir Midrange has re-emerged in recent weeks is the strength of its matchup against Jeskai Oculus, which has been the second most popular deck in a lot of the major events recently to Is It Prowess. So this is a matchup that I think squarely favors Jess Williams. That said, Theo Jung, one of the more decorated players on the NRG series, so you can never count him out.
Nice. Well, with all of that being said, we have our players shuffling up in the feature match area. So we're going to quickly talk about our upcoming events for the remainder of the year, as those players aren't quite ready. And we can talk about what we have here. So June 28th, we're going to have Final Fantasy Team Seal. We also have a standard 10K going on Saturday as well. You can scan the QR code on your screen to get more details there. Ross, I know you're excited. We're going to be covering this event. All our events are going to be streamed, but you and I are working this one when it comes to commentary, and it's going to be fun.
It is going to be a blast. Looking forward to it.
All right. For the remainder of the year, though, we have 4 more big events. So July 19th and 20th, St. Paul, Minnesota, Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday, Legacy 5K Trial on Sunday. Paper Legacy is hard to come by these days. We don't see as much of it as we used to back in the, gosh, when I was starting to play in 2012, 2016, but we have some going on there, so we'd love to see you there if you're a big Legacy head. August 23rd, 24th, Lansing, Michigan. We have Standard 10K Showdown on Saturday. And then Sunday, Team Trial, Standard Modern Pauper. Ross, you were lamenting not being able to play Pauper. I'm sure there's lots of people like you. And here it is, your chance to do it.
Got to take advantage of this opportunity. Get the Pauper people out. I want to see this format spread over here in the U.S. like it has in Europe.
Yeah, and just transparently, we're trying to figure out what we're doing with Pauper here. We did a Pauper side event because there was a lot of love and want for it during the Breach era, where some of our players were saying we don't really want to play the modern format on Sunday. So we're trying to incorporate Pauper where it makes sense. Come on out, let us know, and give us feedback, whether pro or con. We want to hear it. We want to create the best series and events we can for you. And that's also why you notice on September 13th and the 14th in Mundelein, Illinois, Saturday, we're doing the tried and true Modern 10K Showdown. You love it. We love it. Sunday, we're still figuring out what we want our trial to be. So that could be anything. It could be, standard, could be Pioneer, the thing I'm always trying to push a little bit of, could be the other P format and Pauper. Who knows? Could be Legacy. We're going to figure that out and let you all know. We're going to get some feedback from everyone and try and come to a decision there. November 1st and 2nd in Elmhurst, Illinois, we're doing a Team 10K Showdown on Saturday, Standard Sealed Modern. So we're trying out a little bit more sealed there as well. And then Sunday, Modern Showdown to wrap up the year and see everyone who's going to go to our champs. And speaking of champs, let's head on down to our feature match area, as one of these players has a good chance of being our champ today, as Hunter Hansen on your left with Is It Prowess is mulliganing 2-6. He is our number 1 seed. He'll be on the play every game that he wants to be in the rest of the top 8, while Joseph Gerald on your right is playing Orzhov Pixie. And you said this was very excited probably to run into the Is It Prowess deck.
Definitely. This is the reason to play Orzhov Pixie right now in Standard, the strength of its matchup against Is It Prowess. I will say Hunter's list pretty well set up in the main deck. He's on an all slick shot build. This is one of the matchups where Show Off is better than Drake Hatcher. Also has 3 copies of Into the Flood Maw. That's on the high side, and those are very important against Temporary Lockdown. So well set up in the main, has a very solid sideboard. So Hunter definitely not out, but he has his work cut out for him, especially with this game 1 mulligan.
All right.
It's close to needing 2 mulligans, but the last 2 cards were 2 copies of Spiral Buff Canal, and that made his hand. Unfortunately, his hand doesn't have any threats. It looks like 3 sleight of hands, Flood Maw, and he tucked the Monstrous Rage. So going to be casting these gorgeous Portal Second Age Sleight of Hands trying to find a threat.
Yep. Finds a Slickshot Show Off. That is a good threat and is going to pass the turn back.
The exact card Hunter Hansen was looking for sets him up to plot on turn 2, and he has multiple cantrips to punish a tap out from Joseph.
All right. Hopeless Nightmare comes down. The Scourge Standard about 6 months ago, discarding a Sleight of Hand here. Picked up a Monstrous Rage for Hunter.
Now, checking out Joseph's list, what kind of removal does he have for the Slickshot Show Off? There's 3 copies of Nowhere to Run, 1 Get Lost, 1 Anoint with Affliction in the main.
Okay, so we have a little bit.
Are any of them in hand?
It looks like there is a Nowhere to Run in hand. So this tap land here, going to buy us a little bit. As Corey Steelcutter off the top for Hunter.
So could go for the very aggressive play against an opponent who stumbled, but that would potentially expose Hunter to lockdown. That said, he does have the Flood Maw for a lockdown, so this might be a risk worth taking.
All right, looks like Hunter's going to instead try to push a bunch of damage on this turn with the Slick Shot, and like you said, maybe play around the temporary lockdown and not have it be as big a deal. Swift Spear goes to the bottom off that Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, Island goes to the hands, so Hunter has his 3rd land.
And we could see Corey Steelcutter here just to, get a little bit of power on the Slick Shot.
Hunter declines. No 3rd land here for Joseph Geralds.
Sun Pure Kieran in hand. Could be a flash and another Slick Shot Show Off here for Hunter Hansen.
Now, if you're Hunter, you're really regretting not playing the cutter last turn because he has a very awkward sequence to try to trigger Flurry this turn. He'd have to play the Monstrous Rage on Slickshot Show Off into a Nowhere to Run.
Looks like we are going to start with a 2-mana spell, and it's going to be Slickshot Show Off.
Love it.
Playing around Nowhere to Run. And if that's the card we have in hand and we have a temp lockdown, it's the next turn play with a land. It won't be that big a deal. Nowhere to Run answers one of the Slayer Offs. Really, question is Hunter going to cast a Monstrous Rage just to push a bunch of damage this turn?
Hard to want to do that with Cutter in hand, but Hunter says, yes, I do. So this is going to be 6 coming across.
All right, that's going to knock Joseph down to 11.
And now the way Hunter has played this game, he's kind of gone for a mixed bag of lines. He held back on turn 3 with the cutter, and now he's played aggressively on turn 4, and that's stranded the cutter in his hand. He doesn't have a lot of resources left over to use it effectively.
Anoint with Affliction was the draw here for Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph's stumbling on mana, but this 1 Anoint is going to take care of Hunter's entire board. The cutter not really doing much of anything at this point, and so Joseph has all the time in the world to find his 3rd land while Hunter tries to find a stock up.
All right. Immediate pass it back here. Joseph just cannot find that 3rd land. Finds a Verge for Hunter, passes back into the Flood Maw in hand. Joseph can, pick up this Hopeless Nightmare with Hunter only having 1 card in hand. You can assume it's something like Monstrous Rage, maybe, a land we're holding. Either way, we're going to get it here. Into the Flood Maw. We're going to maybe bounce the Kieran. Looks like we're figuring out what we want to do here.
Save yourself a little bit of damage. You give Joseph an extra card later, but Joseph is not hurting for cards. He has a million cards in hand. He needs to draw lands. So that bounce spell is almost as good as a removal spell because I doubt that Kieran gets cast anytime soon.
Yeah, like you're saying, it might see I go to Discord here. Here comes the Pixie. Curious to see what we want to pick up. Nowhere to Run's the pick this time. Maybe not.
Can't imagine Hopeless Nightmare is getting another card this game.
Yeah. All right, we're going to discard Preacher.
Yeah, Joseph has like 3 of those in his hand, so easy discard.
All right, another Cutter.
So Hunter aggressively playing his cards to not lose any more to future Hopeless Nightmares, but that's going to leave him needing to top deck a cantrip or a stock up in order to trigger Flurry. If he can do that soon, he'll get back into this game in a hurry. The double cutter is incredibly powerful, but He needs to probably do that before Joseph can find a third land.
Yeah, and Joseph's hand is just full of powerful 3 and 4 mana cards. There's a Verge for Hunter. Probably do want to play it. Like you talked about in some of our past rounds, there's a lot of weird lines to this deck sometimes where your stock up hits a stock up, which hits the rage you need.
Yep.
Archfiend of the Draws here is the draw for Joseph.
And you gotta feel like if Hunter had just played the Corey Steel Cutter on turn 3 and triggered it, this game is completely different.
And there's stock up, and this is why this deck is such a dominant force. It has so much resiliency despite being an aggro deck that's run out of resources.
Okay, just take any spells that turn into more spells.
Yeah. It looks like Slick Shot and a blue spell was the pick. I couldn't make out if it was another, stock up. Could be a sleight of hand. It looks like it was the stock up into the stock up. And this is what we were talking about previously, where this deck can hit 6 lands and be aggressive and it not be the end of the world. Plays like this are just something you want to do anyways with your stock ups. It's just have them in your deck when you run low on resources, and then you just have so much you can do. And Stormchaser's Talent hasn't even been found yet, which is another stock up essentially.
Yeah, looks like you found Sleight of Hand and Into the Floodmaw off of that stock up, which is a great pair of cards. Insulates him from a lockdown if Joseph does find the third land. Gives him another cantrip to keep triggering Flurry. And he is now in the driver's seat in this game because Joseph just can't find that third land. There it is.
All right, we found it. Conceal the Courtyard. We have Lorna the Third Path. That can answer a Corey Steel Cutter. And we're going to slam it.
Okay. This is a big turn for Hunter because Joseph is tapped out and he has plenty of mana, a cantrip, a way to remove a blocker, and the Slick Shot show off. So if you bounce the Pixie, the Slick Shot is a 5 and you'll have 2 3s, but only one of them is trample. So chumping the non-trampler means that Joseph will only take 8. He just needs any spell off of this Sleight of Hand. Even a Monastery Swift Spear or another show off would do it.
Stormchaser's Talent.
That'll do, Pig.
And now, it looks like Hunter kind of agrees. We're doing the math. All right, you're at 9.
The monks are 2/2s. The new one doesn't have prowess. The other one got prowess by the sleight. So now they're both 3/3s, and the Slick Shot show off is a 5. Now Slick Shot's a 7. And both of our monks are 4/4s. You jump the trample one, and you take 11.
Yep, jump the non-trampler, still just dead. Tough space to be. Yeah, and we're just double checking here because it can be a little confusing sometimes with where is the prowess triggers at, but leading on a creature meant that the monks were synchronized even though they had different prowess numbers. But
most of the time your prowess creatures that are attacking are all the same size because they've been in play, but with Cutter you have to realize that sometimes they're different. But if you had a non-creature as one of your spells for flurry, or a creature then they're the same. If you had 2 creatures, then they're different again, so it gets awkward.
It gets very awkward. Speaking of awkward, that's awkward there for Joseph. This is the matchup you wanted to see. And let's check out these sideboards as Joseph, I'm sure, has played this matchup multiple times and he's ready for it. Let's look at the sideboard here. So we have 1 Baze of the Bounding Spring, 4 Duress, 2 Get Lost, 2 Cutsoul Flankers, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 The End, 1 Unholy Annex, and 2 Wiltleaf Liege.
So I love the Beza. I love the Duresses. Everything else is more speculative. Do you like Get Lost more than your other 2 mana removal? I'm inclined to like it more than Momentum Breaker just because I want instant speed removal against Slick Shot show off. But maybe Joseph values the potential discard from Momentum Breaker more because that's a big part of this matchup is just trying to empty the opponent's hand as quickly as possible. And that limits the damage that Cutters can do. So they both have their strengths and weaknesses there. And not a big fan of the end. You want more efficient creature removal in this matchup. And I don't think Cutsoul's Flanker really has relevant modes since you really don't care about the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, you just stops technically, an upgraded talent, but not really a card for here. Much better against something like Omniscience.
Duress Beza for sure, maybe Get Lost.
Yep, that makes sense to me. Get Lost also, you can respond to a talent getting upgraded. So it makes sense he wants to think for Slick Shot, but also that aspect of the deck, it does go long. Let's check out Hunter Hansen's sideboard real quick with the Is It Prowess deck. Always different 1s and 2s over here, but always 1s and 2s. As you have 1 Abrade, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Drake Catcher, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Scorching Shot, 2 Spell Pierce, a Sunspine Links, This Town Ain't Big Enough, and 1 Torch the Tower.
So the cards that I really like here are the 2 copies of Ral Crackling Wit and the copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough. You want all your bounce spells against temporary lockdown decks, and This Town Ain't Big Enough is particularly good in games that go long, because if you can assemble the loop with Storm Chaser's talent, and we've seen how powerful that combination can be in the old Esper Pixies decks that have fallen off, it's just as game ending here as well. So that's a late game plan that Hunter Hansen can build towards. Even if he has to use the This Town early, he can then dig for a Storm Chaser's talent to rebuy it and get the loop going. Ral Crackling Wit is the best of the various big threats that Is It Prowess decks play in their sideboards. It's the best one in this matchup, I should say, because against heavy discard strategies, you end up very light on resources, light on cards in hand. You need your top decks to be live, and you need your threats to stand alone more often. And Ral Crackling Wit is a card that can completely carry an entire game by itself. So those 3 cards will 100% be coming in. Everything else is more speculative. You might want something like Sunspine Links to have another big standalone threat. You might want to adjust your removal a little bit. Maybe you want Torch because you can deal with cheaper creatures. Maybe you want Barrage or Scorching Shot if you're expecting bigger things. Shot in particular answers Preacher of the Schism. So you can mix and match some of your disruption, but the real winners in this sideboard are Ral and This Town.
It makes a lot of sense to me. Ral is one of my favorite cards in the sideboard of this deck. It's so much fun to play with, just like a prowessy planeswalker.
It is one of the most fun cards to ultimate because your opponent always has to let you do it on the hope that you brick, and you never brick. You always draw like an opt, and then you opt 4 times, and you cast like 6 monstrous rages. It's awesome.
It's super fun. You know what else is fun is our upcoming events. You're going to make sure to come out to those really quickly here. We're going to show these on screen, and our players are almost done sideboarding. Not going to go through it all here, but last one of season 1, especially if you're following the leaderboard, this event here, June 28th, Final Fantasy Team Seal is our Sunday event. We do have a Saturday team 10K, a standard 10K showdown. Not team, just individual there. And really quickly here, I'm going to throw up on screen and say the names and the dates, and that's it. We got July 19th, 20th, St. Paul, Minnesota. August 23rd, 24th, Lansing, Michigan. September 13th, 14th, Mundelein, Illinois. November 1st and 2nd, Elmhurst, Illinois. Lots of Magic to be played left in the year. We hope to see at one of those events, as we hope to see a great game number 2 here as the players are finishing shuffling up. And it looks like we're getting some Oracle text on a card. I wonder what card Joseph plays that we need Oracle text for.
Maybe Kutzel's Flanker?
Yeah, I think Flanker makes sense. I think Whitleaf Liege would be the other one, or maybe you didn't used to play with that card, and you forgot about it.
Didn't play any green-white tokens in 2008.
Yeah, they just missed Hunter,
It was really good in the black-white token matchup. You had bigger tokens, so
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Hunter going to take another mulligan. Deck can definitely handle mulliganing really well. One of the big strengths, I would say, of the Is It Prowess deck.
Yeah. But these are the matchups where you don't want a mulligan because the Duress Hopeless Nightmare deck is very good at punishing it.
Well, we'll have to see if Hunter can, stock up and Storm Chaser's talent and Ral away to victory. Joseph, kept a hand with a lot of really good parts to it last game, but was just light on lands and just went so long without seeing a second one that I'm curious to see, how this game plays out when we curve out a bit more. It looks like we are on another 2-lander, though. Pardon me there. And we'll see if Joseph can find that 3rd land in time.
I think Hansen might not even have the 2. This looks like a 1-lander. I think it's Island, Triple Talent, Opt, Torch.
I'm keeping.
Not sure what the last card is. Yeah, definitely a keep. I think it's a Flood Maw, so probably just tuck the Torch. You can't cast it. It might be the worst card in your hand anyway.
All right, we're going to keep the Torch just in case. Put back one of the Storm Chaser talents, Duress. And here we go. Double Storm Chaser talent, opt into the Floodmaw, Torch the Tower, Island. two really juicy takes here with being single loves when it comes to Opt and Into the Flood Maw. Yeah, the Opt, you maybe just Strand Hunter like you were in the first game, but also taking a Storm Chaser talent isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, I could have seen justification for any of those three. If Joseph was on a lockdown, probably would have taken the Flood Maw. So I think taking the Opt is a sign he doesn't have a lockdown for Hunter. I don't think Hunter's in a position to play around a top decked one. I think he's going to have to just play out his creatures and try to push some damage.
All right, Hunter drew a second Into the Flood Maw. Is going to discard one of those to the Hopeless Nightmare. Then Pix is going to come down, picking up the Nightmare. Hunter really valuing this Torch the Tower.
Yeah, I think he knows he has to get a lot of chip shot damage in with these otters. So dealing with nurturing pixies and Sun Pearl Kirans is important if that's his game plan.
All right, Sunspine Lynx was seen off the Opt, bottomed. We drew Ral Crackling Wit.
Hunter just repaying Joseph's kindness from game one here. You know,
Pay it forward. Game 3, I'll be on the play. That's when I'll get my good luck back.
Exactly. It's building up that karma.
Soulstone in hand here for Joseph, so we do have that. We're going to lead on the Hopeless Nightmare, though. Ral Crackling Wit, insta discard, 4 mana, way too late. Sleight of hand.
2 more looks at a land.
Oh, and this is an interesting spot where we accidentally hit a card off. Joseph's seen it. We've done a little bit of opting and sliding. I know we bottomed one on the mulligan. Honestly, Ross, if I'm Hunter, I'm just taking my warning and I'm just picking my cards up. I can't win either way. Game's cursed. You know, like, it's just don't waste your time. Move on. Go to the next one.
Let's regroup.
Yeah.
I think both Opts bottomed, though, right? So Hunter knows the bottom 3 cards.
Well, one Opt was discarded.
Oh, one Opt was discarded. Yeah, you're right.
So we know the bottom 2. It should be Torch, Sunspine, Lynx in that order.
So, yeah, just take the 2 off the bottom, shuffle the Opt back in, and then resolve the sleight of hand. Easy fix. Of course, both players will be summarily executed. Yep. That is the punishment for looking at an extra card, usually by firing squad.
Harsh but fair. Sleight of hand. Gonna get resolved here in a second. Hunter hasn't got to see yet. So it could just be no lands and we're gonna pick our cards up. Now Corey still cut or something.
Yeah, the cutter's not good. Ooh, another sleight of hand. We will run it back next turn. See if we can flip over another card.
Yeah. 2. I was really hoping Joseph would just flash in the Kieran and trade, but you know, it's probably better just actually to attack, pick up this Hopeless Nightmare. Another Kieran. 4 coming in the air. Hunter down to 10. Will be dead next turn. Instant discards into the Flood Maw. Praying for this red land, this Torch the Tower. Monster Sphere picked up. Picks the cards up as well. Can't win. Tough. No way around it.
We've had 2 non-games, and now it's a best of 1. Let's play some Arena.
Yeah, I'm curious if Hunter's changing his play draw, or maybe he's just taking a little look-ski poo. See, yeah, I still had lands in my deck. Okay, good. Yeah. Inside those out. Ross, what's the worst no land situation you've been in? Like, how much, did you lose like a Pro Tour invite?
Just like game where I was.
Yeah. You just got me screwed. We don't have much to talk about. We talked about the sideboard, and these players are looking. They're not going to change. Just,
I had a game. I've had a game where I kept a no lander in the finals of an open.
Okay.
But I did win the match, so no harm, no foul.
Okay.
I've also was playing for day 2 of a Pro Tour. This was the Eldrazi Pro Tour, and I was playing Burning Tree Emissary Zoo against Affinity. We both made very good deck choices.
The best deck choices. You can tell because we talk about those Pro Tours in that way.
Yeah. We go to game 3, and I am on the play, and I mulligan to 4.
Okay.
So I'm already kind of resigned to my fate. I play a creature on turn 1. I think my hand was like 2 lands, 2 things. and my opponent plays a land and passes. I'm like, okay, not a great hand from them. And I draw the 1 Stony Silence in my sideboard for turn. Slam it onto the battlefield thinking, oh, like I've got a chance to win. I go from resign to like sitting up in my chair when I draw it. Slam it. My opponent spell pierces it, untaps, and annihilates me. They just had spell pierce in their deck against my 35 creature deck.
Yeah, but they saw the 1 Stony.
Yes, and it worked.
Nice. You love to see it.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Oof, that
that
wasn't my favorite.
I don't have any really good low lands or getting stuck stories that I can at least remember. The one that sticks out to me is playing for my first pro tour. My opponent kept a no lander for Street Wraith hand as Grixis Death Shadow on the play and cycled all 4 Street Wraiths to fetch shock a shadow into, then I think on the next turn double thought seizes me and attacks for what I can only assume is 10. I don't remember the actual math. I'm basically dead, and I play my Secure Tribe Elder and they Team or Battle Rage me and I die. And I'm like, okay, that was fun. I'm gonna go home now and cry. As these players are shuffling up here and dealing their hands for 7, Hunter's torch the tower. His best friend's in hand. Also has a bunch of stock ups. His actual best friend.
Yeah, he has 2 lands. He has both colors. He has a cantrip and some stock ups. This is a capable 7.
Now, Joseph, I think it's on a 1 lander, but it has a bunch of... Joseph, I need you to have some. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah. I know it was tempting with the double nightmare. I'm tempted.
It had 2 1s, but it also had 2 3s and a 4. There was an Archfiend and 2 preachers. You can't keep a 1 lander with 2 3-drops and a 4-drop.
Yeah, it's tough. And that is one of the hard parts of Pixie, is that it has this powerful engine and it is theoretically really good against prowess, but it does just play a bunch of clunky cards. You got to have your land drops. And if you stumble, you kind of lose. Where with Is It Prowess, you're stuck on 2 lands. You're not in love, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. I see Joseph's list. He has 24 lands. Most of the decks that are going up to things like Archfiend of the Dross and Preacher and Shieldred are playing 25. And I get that there's a decent number of 1s and 2s in the deck, but Nurturing Pixie and Sun Procurer aren't really 1s and 2s. They're cards you want to be able to recast the thing you bounce immediately with. They're more 3s and 4s or 2s and 3s. So I know 24 lands is stock in this deck. I think I would bump it up to 25.
Yeah, I might even go to 26.
Yeah,
you just can't. You got a temporary lockdown on 3 on the draw. And you're going to be on the draw because you're winning game 1, 1 later. Back in the deck. Joseph, I don't even see a nightmare. There might be a second land. I might have been wrong. He might have been playing a little close to the chest.
And I think it's only 1. Is it? Or is that? No, that's 2 at the bottom. 2 lands at the bottom, right? Yeah. Okay. So both players on 2 landers. We'll see if both players make land 3. Something that is yet to happen. Okay, Hunter Hansen guaranteed to make his 3rd land drop.
Spirebluff Canal into Sleight of Hand. Into the Floodmaw Island are the choices. Takes the Floodmaw. Little temporary lockdown play around moment. Hedge is the word I was looking for, but I said play around because I just lost the ability to speak.
Joseph gets the bad news here with this duress that there are 2 stock ups in hand for Hunter Hansen. I know this feeling. I've done this before.
Yeah, I wonder if Joseph has to take the Floodmaw, but then you're left with the stock ups too. What do you do in this spot, Ross?
This game's going on forever. If you win, because you're not the one who's applying pressure. So I think you just have to take the stock up.
That makes sense.
Card advantage.
Yeah, you see Joseph sort of shake his head. I think he's thinking the exact thing you were there. And the land passing, Joseph, I need that second land, the 3rd land, to come off the top next turn.
Yeah. You like your discard spells to poke a hole in your opponent's hand, take them off of a certain kind of resource. But in this case, stock up was just the best. The second stock up is the best card that you can take. So you have reduced the quality of Hunter's hand by the most you possibly could, which is ultimately the goal of playing cards like Duress.
All right. Stock up in another card in hand. Stock up into stock up, always pretty strong.
Yeah. Now that he has 3 lands, he can afford to stock up on stock ups.
True.
In case its stock goes up.
Mm-hmm. We got to get in before the tariffs, better known as duress, comes in, starts ripping away at you. So
we have a third land for both players. Hallelujah.
And I think it's a swamp too. So I think all our colors are all right. It is a swamp. The black and white lands are the hardest for that one, but we figured it out. And now Joseph's, let's see what we can do. Temp lockdown.
Okay, trying to get the lockdown down early so he can start looping in. It looks like he has a second lockdown. So I think this is Joseph trying to bait Hunter, say, I used to lock down, maybe play all your other threats. How could I have a second one?
Yeah, that would be lucky. Drake Catcher coming in.
Surprised to see that one still in Hunter's deck. I normally prefer Slick Shot in the lockdown matchups, but Slick Shot also somewhat weak to the black removal spells. So,
yeah, I honestly, my thought would have been that cards like Torch the Tower, which we just saw discarded, would have probably got trimmed, and we would have brought in something like Drake Catcher just to be a body, right? Like that's what I would have expected. So I am curious how the deck changed up to hit this as we're doing the classic Pixie thing here, and we're actually discarding into the Flood Maw. Hunter not worried about it.
Yeah, wants to keep his answer to the Pixie. Or is that a Monstrous Rage, the other red card?
I think it...
Is that the Scorching Shot?
It might be Scorching Shot, yeah, because we just drew the Quarry Steel Cutter.
So Drew Cutter could opt to cut her into Scorching Shot and get in for 3, but instead wants to save that for a better target. I'm going to opt for stock up, probably try to find another Torch so he can clear the path for the Drake Catcher. I do see Lithomantic Barrage. That'll clear the Nurturing Pixie. There's also Talent, another Cutter, this town, and then land. So a lot of great options for Hunter Hansen here.
Yeah, I'm really tempted just to take Talent this town, and then your Drake Catcher is going to be bigger than the Pixie, thanks to prowess or whatever. And you can shove in. It's not the end of the world. We don't need to kill this, and we just leave the Lithomantic Barrage in the deck for a Beza later in the game. But it looks like we are just going to Lithomantic here and smack in for 3. Hunter can now make a Drake at instant speed.
And now Hunter's hand looks like it's going to play into the other lockdown. His hand is a removal spell for a creature, Talent, and Cutter.
Yeah, and I think Joseph actually just drew that temporary lockdown. So I think this is the third lockdown in hand. So this one's even like sort of I'm doing what I can. But yeah, there it is, the third one in hand. So you're right. Hunter's going to play right into it and think, they have the third one.
Yeah, the third one is hard to play around.
Yeah, we actually could have maybe played around it by not playing this Talent and playing the second Quarry Steel Cutter. But instead, we've opted to deploy the Talent here and attack for 2. Get Lost was the draw here for Joseph. Lorn of the Third Path coming down.
And this will likely bait out the last Quarry Steel Cutter, and the third lockdown from Joseph can clear away all of the threats.
5th land is the draw for Hunter.
So can either get aggressive and play second Cutter, kill the Lauren, attack for 6, or can he get his value out of the Storm Chaser's Talent right now? Maybe just buy back the Torch, deal with the Lauren that way, get in for 4.
I kind of like this from Hunter. Just attack. You're fine trading off either of these things, and then we'll figure it out.
I think from here, the plan is to rebuy stock up.
I agree.
Card advantage, and I like that plan. So you trade creatures, get in a point. Although I wouldn't have minded just no attack at that point, because next turn, the prowess creatures are going to be way bigger than Lauren.
Yeah. I mean, it might be a spot where Hunter feels I have the resources I need. I don't want Joseph to draw more cards, and it might be a situation where he worries about Joseph double spelling because on 3 mana, it's going to be hard. As here's Archfiend of the Dross.
Yeah, that is definitely a consideration. Okay. Awkward spot for Hunter because he really would like to Cutter into stock up, but then he would need to find land plus Floodmaw to bounce the Archfiend. Could just stock up first and forego the token this turn from Flurry.
Hunter drew Ral Crackling Wit, so that's also another thing to figure out what we want to be doing.
That would have been a lot better last turn before this Archfiend entered the battlefield. So yeah, Hunter going to stock up first, see what options he has before committing anything further. Looks like Sleight of Hand, Swift Spear, Talent, 2 lands.
Yeah, Talent does act as an Into the Flood Maw, since we have 1 in our graveyard from an early Hopeless Nightmare. Unsure what we put on bottom.
So took Sleight of Hand, and I think took Riverpire Verge.
All right. Yeah, Joseph's trying to figure out if this gets Monstrous Rage, I think is what he's thinking about. But Scorching Shot, we know, is the actual trick in hand.
Yeah, either would allow the Otter to trade. Joseph has to decide whether he's willing to make that trade. He's behind in the resource game, so he doesn't really want to trade down because eventually he'll get down to nothing and Hunter will have something left over to clean up this game. But he also has to be wary of his life total. He's at 9. Rage would put him to 3. Be very difficult to keep playing the game from that position. So he makes the trade.
And this is the kind of game we talked about Joseph wanting to play, right? Trading off resources, moving down.
Yeah, Joseph traded really aggressively with his temporary lockdowns, assuming that would allow the later ones to get a ton of value. But Hunter has navigated around successive lockdowns very well. It's never extended too much into any one copy. And now this RAL allows him to really develop a big battlefield that won't get completely cleaned up by lockdown. He'll still have the Planeswalker available.
Yeah, and we're seeing an instantly making an Otter here, really diversifying even more. Even though Joseph has a card like Get Lost here that can stop the RAL, and we have Corey Cutter. I'm sorry, we have temporary lockdown to clean up the rest of it. We did have to have all of this, and we'll be top decking here. As here comes Get Lost. We're going to get 2 maps for our struggle, but
it's not the worst position for Joseph to be in. He's dealt with a lot of the powerful cards from Hansen's deck, multiple Cutters, one of the RALs, multiple stock ups. But I do think there is still the Storm Chasers talent in hand for Hansen, right?
I think so too. Yeah,
and
there's definitely
so he still has good leftovers. Yeah, Slight goes away to the Hopeless Nightmare. Talent is the better one.
And lockdown. Interesting spot here to let the Nightmare go underneath versus being able to maybe crack it to Surveil or Scry, excuse me.
Well, yeah, you can crack it to Surveil, but if you draw a Bouncer now, you can reuse it and reuse Lockdown. I think that's what Joseph's setting himself up for.
Sure. It looks like Hunter, by the way, didn't take the talent like we thought. Actually took Sleight of Hand.
Interesting.
But found stock up off it, so...
Okay, well, that'll play too.
Yeah. And now Joseph is in top deck mode. Does have a creature land, so you know what? Next turn, no matter what, we have at least something we can do with our mana.
And that's a pretty significant clock. It comes in for 3 each time between its 1 power and the trigger, so that's a 4-turn clock with Hunter already at 12.
Sunspine Links in hand here for Hunter. Currently only does 2 damage to Joseph. Yeah. Does a lot more to him.
It's like 4 is Hunter's non-basic count. And yeah, Joseph's just going to fire up the creature land.
Restless Fortress, a little 1/4, and drains for 2 on the attack. Okay, Joseph plays the Verge. The Sunspine Links grows in power. Oh my goodness. Corey Steelcutter off the top.
This is 5. No, it's 1 short, or it's a little bit short.
Yeah, because now we're going to take 3 down to 5, and we have 1 prowess trigger. So this is going to be 4 damage down to 1 here for Joseph. Can't gain life anymore.
And Hunter is down to 5.
Yeah. But also, this Sunspine Links is a huge body. So cards like Temporary Lockdown, if you were to draw, a Pixie, won't clean up everything. Now you will be able to chump block. But Duress is the draw, and that's the problem with cards like this. Sometimes you hit the late game, you top deck them. And Hunter Hansen wins this game and has to be feeling good about winning this match.
Yeah, definitely one that, you had to get a little bit lucky. There were, non-games on both sides. But there in that game 3, we saw the power of a stock up. There's a lot of lists of these prowess decks that are trimming on stock up because it could be a liability in fast matchups, notably the mirror, and also run into spell pierce. But in matchups like this against heavy discard and temporary lockdown, it is the absolute best card in your deck. Being able to rebuy it with Storm Chaser's talent, chain various copies. We saw all of that happen for Hunter in that 3rd game and needed every bit of that card advantage to get over the finish line in game 3 and make the finals.
Impressive stuff. The deck's really good. And speaking of the finals, our semifinal match, the other side is already finished. So we're going to take a quick break, set our players up in the future match here, and we'll be back in just 1 minute with the finals. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and today we're here to bring you the finals of our standard 5K trial today. We've gone through 7 rounds of Swiss, all of the top 8, except for right now. We're going to figure out who's going to win between Is It Prowess and Demir Midrange. But before we get down to that, let's see what these players are battling for today. As first place gets $1,200, 30 NRG points. We have a leaderboard we can show you here in a second, and a regional championship invite. So both these players have locked up their RC invite, and really we're battling for a difference in $600, as second place does get 600, and those 5 leaderboard points. The leaderboard points are really big because the 3 people at large who haven't earned an invite yet for end of year $30,000 PTQ, they make it in via points. So we talked about this in the Swiss before. Lots of years, 1 point has been the difference maker between someone making it and someone not. So getting 5 here is pretty huge. Really quickly, we're going to show our leaderboard as those players are ready, just to show you the 2 names that are for sure in right now. We have Grayson Nimitz and Fan Chen Yang, along with Theo Jung, who lost in the top 4 match here to Jess Williams. Theo was our champ from 2024, so he gets invited back next year.
Yeah, and you can see, we're well into the season. There is still another event, so plenty of points left. But 30 and 25 points from this event for our 2 players still remaining in the tournament is going to get them pretty close to this top 20, if not in it, if they've accumulated a few points from the previous events this season.
Yeah, if you're, you can be just off screen tied at 31, right? We only could show so many. You might be right there, and boom, suddenly you're tiling, Charlie right here for 51st and 7th spot there, going to that last weekend of events for season 1. That could be massive. But our players are shuffling up, and let's head to our feature match area and talk about this matchup a little bit here, Ross. Is It Prowess on our left here from Hunter Hansen once again versus Jess Williams on the right with Demir Midrange. Now, really quickly here, I believe, and I could be mistaken, when Jess won their round 5 feature match, they did an interview and talked about how they hadn't played against Is It Prowess yet. And I believe Jess double drew, which means Jess has not battled Is It Prowess this weekend across all rounds, if I am not mistaken. So my question to you is, Ross, if you had to, talk to Jess about going into it, is this a good matchup? It's a bad matchup? Where are we at?
I would tell them that you better draw your 2 copies of Duress.
Okay.
I've played quite a bit of this matchup in the last week or so. These are the 2 decks that I've been testing for the RC. So
okay.
Great job for this tournament, helping me decide between them.
Mm-hmm.
Having early Duresses makes a huge difference. If the Demir deck is able to punch a hole in the curve for Is It Prowess, take an early cutter, and get to turns 3 and 4 where they're casting Preacher of the Schism and Shieldred on a relatively empty board, things get tough for the Prowess deck. If the Prowess deck is able to get ahead early and utilize the bounce spells into the Floodmaw on those bigger creatures effectively, meaning getting big attacks in after you bounce them, and then Jess has to redeploy them and hope that there's not a second bounce spell, then the Prowess deck is quite far ahead. So the 2 copies of Duress that are in Jess's main deck and the 2 copies of Spell Pierce, which can also counter an early cutter, are going to be very important for them to find in their opening hands in order to stave off the really powerful early curves from the Is It Prowess deck.
Makes a lot of sense to me. As we do see here, both players didn't actually have a chance to look at the deck list, and it looks like Jess also split a sleeve. So we fixed the split sleeve by swapping out with one of our sideboard cards, and now we're just getting a chance to look over the deck list as we are streaming the tournament. So our top 8 are open deck lists as to prevent any sort of, collusion or anything like that. But Ross, Hunter here, first seed, gets to be on the play in this matchup.
Yeah, was one of our unfortunate X1s going into the last round whose tiebreakers were not good enough to draw, had to play out the last round, but this is your reward when you play and win that match. You're suddenly at the top of the standings. You get to be on the play through the top 8, and Hunter has made good use of that advantage.
Yep. All right, and now it is time to see who's going to walk away the 5K trial winner, get a nice little trophy, get a bunch of points, get some dollary dues.
Yeah. From Hunter's side in this matchup, there's a nice squeeze that the Is It Prowess deck has where you're the more aggressive deck. You're generally advantaged early. And as long as Jess doesn't turn the corner with Preacher and the other big creatures, you have the advantage going along because of the power of Storm Chaser's talent. A fully leveled level 3 talent is a backbreaker for the Demir midrange deck. They do not deal with enchantments well. So Hunter can afford to, play the long game as long as Jess doesn't turn the corner and Hunter can contain those big creatures.
All right. First turns, both players just play a land and pass. Hunter develops a Corey Steelcutter. Jess passes. Looks like Jess has a lot of lands in hand. Unfortunate if you're a Jess fan. As it looks like Hunter has a second Corey Steelcutter.
And
along
a
with a
third
spider.
land.
Yeah, it seems like a really good spot just to slam and make them have to have something.
Yeah, they didn't have a Pierce last turn. I don't understand this.
Yeah, I think Hunter is just feeling really confident, and is ahead and doesn't want to lose to a top deck Pierce. I agree with you that I think this is a spot you probably want to slam. And if Jess drew Pierce, she drew Pierce, and so be it. But if she doesn't have something here, she can never win the game.
Yeah, and you especially want to go wide against things like Preacher. Hunter has a couple Burst Lightnings in hand, doesn't have the ability to effectively remove a Preacher. So your best plan against it is to go very wide, create as many tokens as you can. That way, when you trade one in combat with the Burst Lightning for the Preacher, you still have a significant battlefield left over.
Makes sense. Swiss Spirit offering the trade with the Flood Pit Drowner. A play that respects Kaito, and Burst Lightning you. Boom, it's a 2/3. Gotcha.
So Hunter obviously could have killed the Flood Pit Surrounder and attacked for 2, but this is the exact same outcome. And he might get a little information on Jess's hand if they decide to, not block or force the action there. And maybe Hunter wants to save the Burst Lightnings for a later turn.
Yep. As here comes Preacher of the Schism. Token stays tapped. All right, now the shields are down. We even drew Talent, so we get to go Corey Steelcutter into Talent. That's pretty powerful. Could even use Burst Lightning if you wanted to. I imagine you should probably just play your Talent and then do some other stuff from there. But here we are getting more monks. Notably, the Swift Spear is a 3/4 with the 2 monks being 2/2s, thanks to the Corey Cutter.
And there's the mountain. Now we can just slam in. And if it just blocks the Swift Spear, you can send the Burst Lightning upstairs and push more damage.
Unenviable position to be in. Jess sort of trying to figure out, am I supposed to block the Swift Spear? Am I supposed to not block? Do I try and kill off one of these tokens?
A block on Swift Spear will be 8 damage after the burst. Burst upstairs plus the monks will be 3/3s. And it looks like Hunter went for the Preacher, which he did not need to do.
Yeah, a little oopsie poopsie moment there. I mean, you had triggered Prowess 3 times, but it's been a long weekend here for Hunter, making a lot of decisions. Just played a pretty stressful game, so understandable. But does miss out on 2 points. We'll have to see if that comes back to hurt Hunter Hansen.
He's low on resources at this point, so if he doesn't draw something like a stock up, that damage could be very relevant. He's also cost himself a monk by holding the Corey Steelcutter for a turn.
All right. We're tapping down the monk, attacking in with everybody. Anoint and go for the third in hand here for Jess. Blocks the monk and looks to be waiting to kill one of these other tokens before damage, save a little life total.
Hit the equipped one. Now monk trades for a drowner. One comes across. So Jess has done a great job of controlling this battlefield. There will only be one attacker at the start of the turn, but Jess also has to imagine with this sleight of hand that these Corey Steelcutters are going to trigger.
And this is why Corey Steelcutter is real. It's the awkward part of the matchup, right? You have a lot of mid-range grinding tools. You have stuff like the rest I can get at. But if the Corey Steelcutter comes down, you just need to have 2 spells to keep up good pressure on the opponent there.
Yeah. And this is why duress is important even when it's not taking Corey Steelcutter. If you're duressing away their early resources, you limit their ability to trigger flurry turn after turn. You buy yourself some time to establish your creatures and try to turn the corner. But from this point, there's just not the tools in the Dimir midrange deck to contain these cutters. Jess needs Hunter to effectively brick for 4 or 5 draw steps.
Yeah, and Jess during that time, they need to draw very well. As another Flood Pit Drowner comes down, Jess is doing their best here to keep the pressure at bay, but only so much we can do. Looks like we have a torch to the tower, so we're going to get rid of this Flood Pit Drowner before blocks can happen. Trigger prowess on all of our friends. Oh, it looks like we even sacked the token that had a stun counter to get a scry in. That way, we'll try and chain more spells on the next turn. And this is a big attack here. Should be for about 8 damage, if I am counting correctly. And Jess has a go for the throat for this with Spear.
And this is all just delaying the inevitable. Jess is losing resources. Hunter, every now and again will find the 2 spells to flurry and effectively get, 2 more cards. And even if Hunter finds a few lands off the top here, he can level the talent once he gets to 6. And now every spell is making an otter on top of every other effect.
Yep. And it looks like Stock Up was the last one in Hunter's hand.
And then eventually you draw a Stock Up and the game ends.
Yeah. And we're seeing Jess here. I think just sort of going through the motions, has double land in hand. Jess kept a little bit of, I think, a land heavy-ish hand, and this drew one too many lands this game, along with these Core Steel Cutters going unimpeded. And now Hunter is going to be...
It was also a lot of 1-for-1 removal. The only real threat Jess had was that Preacher, and by the time they cast it, which was turn 3, the earliest they could cast it, they were so far behind to the Cutters that they had to trade it away in combat.
Makes sense.
That often happens with the first Preacher. So you need a couple threats here from the Dimir side in order to effectively turn the corner. The removal is just, spot removal does not beat Cutter.
Yeah. And that's crazy too, because that game Hunter actually forgoed getting the second Cutter in play as quickly as we could have. So like the game actually could have even been more out of reach, really showing why players love this prowess deck, even if they have matchups that sometimes can be challenging. Let's take a look here at Jess Williams' sideboard, though, to see what we're going to be bringing in potentially. In the sideboard, we have 1 Annoyance Affliction, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Dreams of Steel and Oil, 2 Fairy Mastermind, 2 Ghost Vacuum, a Gix Command, 2 more Kaitos, 1 Negate, 1 Scavenger Regent, and 1 Shield of the Apocalypse. What do you like here and why, Ross?
So I very much like the Scavenger Regent, the Shieldred, the 2 copies of Dreams of Steel and Oil, the Gix's Command, and the Negate. So the Dreams of Steel and Oil, not as reliable as Duress, but it is a way to nab an early Cutter. Intimidation tactics would be better here. Dreams is better against Jeskai Oculus, so there's tension in that card choice. You'd rather have tactics in this matchup because it's so unreliable when you draw it later in the game. You love the ability to cycle it. But I think interacting early is so important in this matchup that I would have them in because you can't remove Cutter from the battlefield, so you need to take it from their hand as often as possible. The Shieldred is excellent in the matchup at turning the corner, and there's some threats in the main deck that aren't as good, like Kaido and Curiosity, so it's an upgrade there. I think Regent is also an upgrade because it can help you recover from a battlefield full of tokens. So even if they're able to make a couple tokens early with Cutter, if you're able to whittle down their resources from there and get them to stop triggering Flurry consistently, then clean up those tokens, suddenly your bigger creatures are now dominant on the battlefield. So having some sweepers is effective. Gix's Command, another effective sweeper there in that regard, also can help you turn the corner with the lifelink and pumping one of your own big creatures. And then Negate is just another way that can potentially stop Cutter. It also stops Stock Up. Disdainful Stroke counters neither of those cards and is awful in the matchup, so just Negate from the counter suite should be coming in.
All right, over in Hunt Hansen's sideboard, we have a couple cards here that might be good. As we have 1 Abrade, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Drake-Catcher, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Scorching Shot, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Sunspine Links, 1 This Town Ain't Big Enough, and a Torch the Tower. Ross, what do you like and why?
So this is a matchup where they rip your hand apart and try to trade resources. Those are matchups where Ral is excellent. It can occasionally be bad if you've already fallen behind, but that's why the rest of your sideboard should be geared towards not falling behind. Scorching Shot, great answer to the big creatures from the Dimir midrange side. This Town Ain't Big Enough, another great answer. And the endgame Storm Chasers talent loops are in play in this matchup and an excellent thing to play towards in a very late game. I also think the Torch of the Tower will be coming in at the very least over a copy of Burst Lightning. Burst Lightning has the advantage of being able to kill Preacher of the Schism when you kick it, but that doesn't come up very often. what comes up more often is Torch the Tower being able to exile Carsey Revenant. And I think that is more important. There are 2 copies of Carsey Revenant in Jess Williams' list. So I would prefer Torch the Tower. Sometimes you can also bargain to be able to like kill a Shieldred in combat, and that's relevant. It just very rarely comes up that you kick Burst Lightning on Preacher.
All right. Well, these players are dealing up their hands, so let's head down to the future match area and see if Hunter Hansen can win 2-0 or if Jess can force us into a game 3. Still lots of hopes alive for Jess here, not out of it yet.
And looks like a Drowner, a Curiosity. I think that might be the Regent from the sideboard, and yeah, just sends that one away. That's a hand that you'd be fine keeping in a lot of matchups. This is not one of them. It doesn't interact with Cutter at all. It's not particularly fast. Just not exactly what you're looking for in the matchup.
Yep, both players going down to 6. They have better hands. And this is probably a big factor also in our players reaching here today, Ross, being disciplined going in mulligans. Obviously, these weren't the closest, hardest decisions in the world, but those hard spots are players keep hands that are a little too greedy when they could go to 6 and have a completely good hand. It makes or breaks tournaments.
Yes, and particularly from Jess's side, the Dimir midrange deck plays quite well off mulligans. It has a lot of powerful individual threats that can generate card advantage. It can punish opposing mulligans with the discard spells and the cheap interaction. So Jess is very happy if both players mulligan in these games. That is advantage Dimir for sure. I found that Dimir is very good at winning games where both players stumble, but if it's both players have their best hands, usually Dimir is behind because their deck is just altogether not as mana efficient as the other top decks in Standard, and especially not as mana efficient as Is It Prowess.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about this deck in my mind is that, and this being Is It Prowess, is that it actually plays like basically as good a mid-range game as the Dimir mid-range deck does, right? Like it plays it can play very similar styles of games while being faster and more efficient. And that's some of the big selling points to me Is It Prowess. But both players have put something back. Dark Slick Shores past the turn here for Jess into Shivan Reef. Gonna take a pang here for Hunter and see a Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah. The key cards for Hunter to be able to play on that mid-range level with Dimir, like you were talking about, are Storm Chaser's talent and answers to big creatures. Because if you can effectively trade for those creatures and stop them from generating card advantage, then your talent will take over as the game goes along and you'll win those attrition fights.
All right, Deep Cavern Bet sees slide up, stock up, Torch of the Tower opt, and a mountain hiding back there. Ross, I imagine this is a take the torch moment, so you actually get to keep your bat around, but is there something better you like doing?
No, I like taking the torch here for sure. Hunter doesn't have a proactive play in his hand that is going to put you behind on tempo, which would be the one time you'd maybe take a different card. Like if there was a Corey Steel Cutter in hand, maybe you want to take that to prevent it from being cast on turn 2, force their hand to play the removal spell. Maybe you can find a duress or untap with mana for a counter spell. But here I would have just preferred to take the torch.
Yeah, it might be just trying to make sure that this Torch of Tower is actually gone and not another removal spell coming in to clear the bat. Could be just really wanting to protect something like Enduring Curiosity here.
It could be Spell Pierce. If there is Spell Pierce in Jess's hand, then taking the stock up I think makes sense. But even then, they're not going to stock up next turn. You could just take the torch and still have the Pierce up. So, and I don't quite understand this play.
All right, we drew a land here for Jess, so 2 islands in hand with a Flood Pit Drowner.
And that's unfortunate. If that turn was a Preacher of the Schism for Jess, they'd be in pretty good shape. It not being a Preacher and now giving Hunter time to set up and pull ahead again is a problem. Though Hunter does not really take advantage of it, does not play out the stock up, potentially reading that there's a Spell Pierce in hand that isn't there.
Yeah. Hunter giving a lot of respect to this makes sense that this happens and I'm in a good spot, so let's just wait around for a bit. And it might continue that way as Jess just has a bunch of lands in hand. We could see this Flood Pit Drowner go back into the deck and answer the Otter. Opt gets cast.
There's a Monstrous Rage that gets sent to the bottom. I think a Burst Lightning was the draw.
Yeah. Hunter maybe even playing around Spell Pierce here by waiting on the Burst Lightning.
Well,
Could have done it to try to bait it and then slam stock up.
there's a Ral. So we're going to just opt for land, play stock up to bait out a Pierce, have the Ral next turn. Sunspine Lynx goes to the bottom off of that opt. Makes sense, stuck on only 3 lands. And then now found another Burst Lightning. Or is that Torch the Tower? Okay.
Right. Yeah. Upkeep does on the flip it down to here. Trying to clearly respect Spell Pierce there, right? That's the spot where getting the Spell Pierce to be used would be the best for Hunter. Now Hunter can kind of assume that I've at least done my due diligence on trying to get the Spell Pierce out of hand.
Yeah.
And how do I want to lead? On stock up or Ral? Which one am I okay losing? Jig's up now.
Yeah. Jig's definitely up. And all Hunter did was give Jess more time to find a Pierce. Playing around those soft counter spells, you need to have the additional mana to reasonably say, I'm going to get to my stock up with Pierce mana available, in a good amount of time. And in this case, Hunter just didn't have additional lands, and it didn't really make sense for him to want to draw additional lands either. So I would have preferred to see, an earlier stock up, and he'd be in a commanding position in this game by now. He's still in a very good position because Jess is flooded out, but he gave Jess a few more draw steps to try to find something and get back into this game, especially since his hand didn't have a good answer to a big threat. If Jess had played something like an Archfiend of the Dross, a Shieldred, even a Preacher, that could have been a real problem for Hansen.
Jess draws the 4th Darklick Shores. 4 of a kind's not good enough here. As Hunter is going to play the Ral.
Yeah, he knows there was no Spell Pierce last turn. Time to jam the Ral before a creature comes down, and there's just no coming back from this position. The Dimir deck needs to be playing from ahead. That's been the secret for this Dimir midrange deck, even from way back in its heyday in November and December of last year. Kaito, Enduring Curiosity, Preacher of the Schism, all cards that generate card advantage, but only when you're attacking. And so the deck plays shockingly poorly from behind for being a mid-range deck. And one of the reasons it fell off in the metagame was the rest of the metagame sped up. So you weren't playing from ahead nearly as easily or nearly as often. And now, with a lot like the mouse decks on the decline and the Esper Pixie deck, especially on the decline, you're able to play from ahead against a lot of the lockdown decks. You have a big portion of the metagame where you can execute your game plan, and then you just bias your deck against Izzet Prowess to try to make that matchup salvageable. But it's still typically unfavorable, especially with Jess's list on only 2 copies of Duress, which I think is your best card in the matchup.
Stock up gets slammed. That's going to trigger Ral's passive, gain a loyalty. Get 2 spells. Play an island for turn. We picked up a side of hand last turn off the stock up. That's going to get us 1 step closer to Ral. 1 more prowess trigger as well. So these are 3/3 otters. Bigger than the cut down we have. We found another stock up. The Izzet deck is very good at playing from ahead as well. You mentioned, Dimir plays well from ahead. Izzet does it in spades. As another otter comes down and attack for 9.
Yeah, and this Ral is going to ultimate next turn and end the game.
Or for 6, excuse me. Misspoke there. All right, and Jess is going to cut down this otter.
Yeah, Hunter doesn't care.
And Jess draws the Restless Reef. It's just all lands here for Jess. An unfortunate run. A great day overall, and you hate to see it end like this, but it is something that can happen.
Need 1 more, Hunter. 1 more spell.
Yeah, any spell, and then you're going to Ultra Ral, draw 3 cards, and all your non-creatures, all your instants and sorcery have Storm.
Well, this is already lethal. The 2 otters and the monk are 8 damage, and the Burst Lightning deals 2.
Hunter's going to draw 3. No Tashani's Tidebinder to stop it. Just 3 lands.
Yeah, Tidebinder has been a surprisingly good card in the matchup.
Yep. And then Storm, my Burst Lightning hit you. Jess shows the hands. And congratulations to Hunter Hansen winning the trial today. Comes away with a lot of points, a lot of cash, and a W and a trophy as well. Jess put up a great fight, made the finals here, went undefeated today until this moment, but unfortunately just drew too many lands in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, flood it out a bit. And that the Dimir deck is vulnerable to things like that, especially in matchups where you're playing from behind and your Kaitos and Curiosities aren't as reliable to draw cards. Your deck is a lot of 1-for-1s, suddenly not as reliable sources of card advantage. And if you draw a couple of extra lands, you run out of resources very quickly.
You know who doesn't though? Hunter Hansen. Congratulations on winning the tournament. Stock Up did you well. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I actually haven't played an NRG since NRG Minneapolis about a year ago, so it was really nice to come back this weekend and play again.
Nice. That's so awesome.
Yeah, and taking a look over your particular list, I think everybody is aware of the Is It Prowess deck at this point. It's been dominating Standard for a couple weeks, but there is still a lot of variation in how players build their decks. You've gone with a more, let's say, classic build. 4 Slickshot Show Off main, the Hatchers relegated completely to the sideboard. Tell me about the thought process that went into into that particular choice.
So that wasn't actually a choice that I would make again. I actually haven't played the 4 Slick Shot this whole time, but I have a buddy who's a better player than me, and I listened to what he did. I would switch back immediately, actually. I think the Drake Hatcher main is correct.
Okay, so you would have preferred to have 2/2 main?
Absolutely.
And are the other Slick Shots going to the sideboard for matchups where they're better, or are you just opening up that sideboard space?
I don't think so. If not, I probably would do just like 2 Slick Shots total, maybe a third. I saw a couple lists where it was like 4 Swift Spears, 3 Slick Shots, and 2 Drakes in the main. Maybe something like that, but I really don't know what I'm cutting. So, yeah.
That's fair. And how do you feel about playing this as a cutter deck in general? I mean, obviously you won a tournament, so you're going to be happy, right? But did you have fun playing this deck? Is it something you'd play again? Where's your head at with this?
Up until this card, or Corey, was released, my favorite card was Monastery Mentor. So this means I don't have to splash a third color. I still get to play all that same stuff. It's pretty much a dream come true for the card.
Makes sense.
Okay. And then my last question about the list. I'm curious about the one copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough in the sideboard. This is a shamelessly self-interested question because I'm thinking about playing one in my sideboard myself. So tell me about how this card was for you and whether you'd play it again.
Absolutely. So that one is basically a locked slot for me. I've really loved in the non-Orzhov lockdown matchups. The Orzhov lockdown matchup, it's whatever. But versus like Jeskai control, a lot of the times, if it's a really slow game, you'll end up bouncing a high noon and a lockdown on their end step, or you'll just start looping their lockdown in your Storm Chasers, and you just start going through that loop once you're in the late game, and they can't do anything about it.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Well, Hunter, before we go, is there anything you want to shout out or say? The mic is yours.
I would like to apologize to my mother because I should have been there for Mother's Day, but I'm not. So we'll continue that trend and have everyone a happy Mother's Day.
Hey,
I like it.
You have enough money to buy an I'm sorry present, so I think
That's
you'll
fair.
be okay.
Yeah. Consider using that there. Well, Hunter, thank you so much for sitting down and talking to us today. Go enjoy the rest of your day, and we will hopefully see you at future NRG events in the future.
I'll be there.
Love to hear it. Well, Ross, it's the end of the day. It's the end of the weekend. We've had over 20 matches of Magic on camera. So much going on. It's been a blast to have you in the booth with you here today. But unfortunately, it's time for today's show to end. Any thoughts on anything before I wrap it all up here when it comes to Standard and people heading into the RC? And we have a lot of people watching, talking in chat about what they want to do in the RC. What's the Ross Merriam advice?
So my advice is to worry less about what deck you want to play and worry more about exactly how you're building it, because we kind of have an idea of what the established archetypes are. I think, Is It Prowess is the default best deck, but we saw plenty of other decks in top 8. You noted that we had more cutters in yesterday's modern top 8 than we did today in standard. Dimir midrange having success. The Orzhov Pixie deck was in the top 8. We had a mono black demons deck. We had a mono red mouse deck with cutter in it. So I think if you tune your deck well and your plans are good, you can win with a lot of different things in this standard environment. And there's a ton of different ways to build every single deck. We've talked about a lot of little micro decisions on how you build the Is It Prowess deck, which 2-drops you play, which removal you play, how you sideboard, do you change things on the play and the draw? Those micro decisions happen across every single deck in this standard environment. And so having a well-tuned list for the weekend is incredibly important. So if you're waffling on your deck choice right now, pick one, lock it in, and work on getting your deck well-tuned. That will serve you better in this standard format right now than making a slightly better deck choice overall, but having a worse list of it because you had less time to prepare it.
I like that advice. Well, thank you everyone that made this event go on today when it comes to the staff of NRG, to Norm for helping put on the coverage, to the production side and who is behind the camera talking to us, making all this happen. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. We wouldn't be able to bring these people paper magic here on Twitch. So thank you so much for making that happen. If you're watching on Twitch, you don't want to miss any of our future events, click that follow button, and we'll see you all very soon for our next event, June 28th and 29th. It's going to be Standard on Saturday, Team Final Fantasy on Sunday. We'll see you there.